Hello and welcome to the Last Word on Spurs. We are, of course, your multi-award winning Tottenham Hotspur podcast. We're here for you. It's deadline day and Spurs are making deadline day movement. If you're with us for the first time, you can find us on iTunes. We're on Spotify. We're across all major audio platforms. We're on X, we're on Facebook, we're on Blue Sky. And of course, we're across all social media on this afternoon edition of Last Word on Spurs. I'm joined by Blues' very own, our very own, you know it's special when he's here, Anthony Costa's back on the show. You see him twice a season, and guess what? He's smiling and he's happy. Can you believe it? We're also joined by Connor over at Levynomics 1882. He's smiling as well. One man that hadn't stopped smiling since joining us. It must mean he's definitely on holiday. He's not watching Tottenham. It's Johnny, of course, over on H3232, Football Inc. and talking Tottenham 1882. We're here to bring to you firstly the breaking news that has come through in this last few minutes. For those that have missed it, Tottenham Hotspur have got a deal done and he's on his way for a medical in Kolo Muani. Tottenham, they've reached full agreement with Paris Saint-Germain to sign the 26-year-old forward. The situation around the player is that he is on his way to London now to undertake a medical. Key things you need to know: this loan deal will not include an option nor an obligation to make the transfer permanent at the end of the season. It is simply a straight season loan move. Will that change depending on what will happen in regards to how he plays at Tottenham, how he links up, of course, how he works under Thomas Frank? We made this point earlier. This was the player, for those that weren't aware, that did reject Tottenham in the January transfer window. But look, you look at the optics. Thomas Frank, a man that is renowned for improving players, for making players better, that has got a proven track record when it comes to forwards. You look at the likes of course, Tony, Visser under him, Watkins under him, Benrahma under him. This is a man that is known for improving forwards. So look, on the basis of it, it's a decent deal for Tottenham. And it still comes on the back of, for those that weren't aware, Dominic Solanke's ankle injury is worse than first feared. That is why Tottenham are moving for Kolo Muani, and he is now the priority target to get done in these next few hours on this deadline day. We're going to come first to Johnny if we can, because Johnny, you told me, you're a massive fan of the player. Tell us why and why he will improve Tottenham, in your opinion, John.
I've seen the comments. He's a Visser-like player. Visser wishes he was like Kolo Muani. Look, the guy had an outstanding start to his career at Eintracht Frankfurt, drew the attention of PSG, 95 million euro deal to PSG, had a good career there, not outstanding, but you have to consider that what he's competing with. We've seen the strength in depth. It wasn't happening. He wasn't getting the game time he felt like he deserved. He's gone to Juventus on loan, 16 league games, 8 goals. Club World Cup, he was their best player. 3 games, 2 goals, 1 assist. He's an exciting player. He's got what we don't have up front. Neither Solanke or Richarlison have got that electric pace, driving up players. Let me tell you, when you line up and you've got Kolo Muani, Kudos, and Xavi Simons, with Paulinho tucked in behind him, right, you're going to scare the living daylights out of defences. I'm telling you that now. For me, the one issue now is if we can get Adamar Lookman out on that left side, honestly, right, the pace in transition and counter-attacking is actually phenomenal. I'm so excited about this player. I've watched him for a long time. If you can't be excited about him because you don't know who he is, then, go and have a look. The thing is, I was agreeing with Dave, what Dave said before.
Yep.
Why are we doing this last minute? Let's put some context to this, right?
Yep.
Kolo Muani said the only club he wants is Juventus, okay? He wants to complete a move after the loan to Juve. Unfortunately, Juve, despite trying to sell players, are still stuck with Vlahovic and a few others. They can't raise the finance, which is why this opportunity and the Don Fabio pounces to get this deal done. Smells of him, reeks of him. And, these are the type of deals that are opportunists. Yes, this wasn't planned. But, don't be bemoaning it, be celebrating it. And if we can do the same with Lookman, because Lookman was done and dusted to Inter Milan, and again falling apart because they can't do the deal. So enjoy the moment, guys, because our attack is exciting now.
One thing, just to be very, very clear, because I think this is now being obviously mooted around, just so everybody's aware of this before I bring Ant in and go to Con, both Alistair Gold and David Ornstein report there is no option or no obligation to buy in the loan deal for Kolo Muani. Meanwhile, Fabrizio Romano says there's an option to buy included as part of the deal. So really, it's who you believe, really, in terms of those journalists out there. What I would say, I think we know with regards to Alistair Gold, David Ornstein, they haven't really been wrong that much in terms of the transfer window. Fabrizio, to be fair, look, he's covered football for many years, covered for Tottenham for many, many years. He's not a do-down journalist, but just to be clear, Alistair Gold, David Ornstein report, there is no option or obligation to buy in the loan deal for Kolo Muani. Meanwhile, Fabrizio Romano says there's an option to buy included as part of that deal. And love to be back on the show. Let's be honest about it, mate. We've been calling each other pretty much. Well, we do call each other daily anyway when it's not about bloody football. We're always on the bloody phone together. Our wives must think we're having this kind of sordid affair, but we've not denied it either. That's in the post for Fabrizio Romano to confirm. He'll get a here we go on that. And Kolo Muani, thoughts? Yeah. We need a forward. We need a forward, don't we? We need a forward.
Listen, we do need a forward. Even Solanke fit or not fit, we do need backup. Obviously, we've got Richarlison, but you know, you just can't trust if they're going to stay fit. I'm not going to say that Kolo Muani is not going to stay fit because I hope he does. I'm just gutted that we've got the international break now because I'm excited to see him. Johnny's got me fired up, ready to go down to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium to go and watch him. But it's going to be a couple of weeks before we see that. So I'm excited. Listen, it's a player that we've always been linked with, and it's nice to finally, fingers crossed, all being well, get it over the line. My main other concern is a centre half. Is there talks of a Kanji come in or Ake? What's going on with that? Because we do need cover.
And on that point of Akanji, just to bring you up to date, our understanding is that despite Tottenham's interest in Akanji, that deal is now looking increasingly unlikely to do, given the time against us, given the fact that City have obviously lost 2 of their opening 3 games, which is why now it looks very, very difficult in which they're going to be able to try and bring Mano Akanji to the football club. So just that update there, like Ant's put me onto there. Mano Akanji, unlikely to be a Spurs player. And just to stick with you before I bring Connor in there, in terms of the window for you now, in terms of what Tottenham need to get done, it looks like the focus is on getting Kolo Muani through the door. If that is it, how concerned are you? Have we left ourselves short for you in that central defensive area?
Yeah, I think we have left ourselves short, especially on the left-hand side. You know, I want these players to come good. Of course they do. They play for our fantastic club. But it's just, you saw on Saturday, just some of the strength in depth wasn't there. You know, if we can get Lookman over the line, great. Again, you know, he played for Fulham and Everton, and that didn't have a great spell at Everton, I believe. At Fulham, he was okay. Or is it the other way around? I don't know. Please forgive me, viewers and listeners. Yep. So, listen, Lookman's a good player, and I think he'll settle in nicely if he does come. I'm excited, as I just said, to see Muani in a Spurs shirt. And, long may it continue, mate. I'm just gutted that we've got the international break, as I said.
Yeah. I mean, it might come at a good time to give him the chance to settle into Hotspur way. Yeah. You know, become accustomed to his teammates, whoever's left there. To be honest, there's not many that are going to be there.
But Rick, purchasing Simons is wow. I never expected that. I mean, I thought he was Chelsea. Yep. Chelsea signing all day long, and just for us to get him is a big statement, and that's what us fans have been crying out for many a year. A big statement signing, and hopefully it works out for him, and he's with us for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, look, to come over to you, Con, you know, we bemoaned the club the previous week or so for having a week or so of Eze and not getting the deal done. Arsenal, as we know at the time, they dropped Havertz, as we know, because, well, I say dropped Havertz. Havertz went down with an injury. They went back into negotiations very quickly for Eberechi Eze. Today with Tottenham, they've just found out that news, we understand, in the last 24, 48 hours, that Dominic Solanke's ankle injury is worse than feared, and they've gone in for Kolo Muani. Do we give them any kind of credit for that? The fact they've moved fairly quickly to going and bringing a forward that, to be fair, you know, as someone that, you know, at the moment on deadline day is one of very few available. Do we give the club credit to some degree for getting this over the line, Con, in your opinion?
Yeah, definitely. I think, look, I'm very critical of this ownership. But you also have to give credit where it's due, and I think they also, with the Simmons deal, they tied that up pretty quickly, right? Given Chelsea was sniffing in the background, and I think they learnt from the Eze debacle for that one. So yeah, credit where it's due. I think there's no doubt this window we've targeted players of a different caliber of quality compared to last year. Particularly, I think last year's window was very, very poor. Other than Solanke, Solanke was the only established first team signing. So this window has definitely been a huge improvement on that. I think this Muani deal looks even better for that point you just mentioned. If we also go and sign a left winger on top of that, because for me, Muani is although he can play out wide, as I said before, he's definitely best down the middle. So I do still feel we need a marquee left winger signing to really think that this window has been a huge success. I probably put it sort of a 7.5 or an 8 out of 10. I think if you get that left winger signing in, it suddenly goes to a 9, and then the final cherry on the cake would be some sort of centre back depth. But to be honest, I think the needle movers in the attacking positions are more important. But yeah, look, I think the Muani one's a fantastic deal. Loan, well, I would have preferred an option, but maybe the player only wanted the straight loan, and yeah, it gives us something different. And I think Johnny touched on it. We look a different proposition.
Yep.
With Kudus, Xavi Simmons, Muani, if they got a Lookman as well, suddenly that front four really suits as well the way that Frank wants to play, which is sort of aggressive, athletic on the transition. It would be pretty impressive. Let's see.
Have we got any news on any outs? Like, anyone leaving?
Well, Solomon, as things stand at the moment, Mano Solomon, for those that aren't aware, Mano Solomon wants to stay at Tottenham, although Spurs are considering offers for him that do come about in these final hours of the window. The key thing to say on that, Anne, is that both the Turkish window, the Saudi window, they're still both open beyond the UK window. So they could still move in this last week. Basuma, as things stand, there's been no other interest from what we've heard. Again, there was interest in the earlier part of the window from both West Ham, Everton at the moment with regards to Basuma. He's not here to stay. And Brian Hill, in an ideal world, wants Tottenham to rip up his contract so he can go and join Girona. But in terms of right now, no, we're not closer to finding out of any outgoings. Just Johnny, coming back round to you, your just view on that with regards to, of course, Muani, the fact there isn't a option to buy, an obligation to buy being reported by Alistair Gold, David Ornstein, and the fact that it's a straight loan. Do you think that may be a call from Tottenham, a call from the player? Do you think there's still optimism that if he does do well at Spurs, it could once maybe convert into a permanent deal, John?
Listen, look, you take a girl out for a drink and you say, look, come out for one drink and I'll show you what it's all about. And then by the time you've given her a couple of drinks and a holiday and what have you, and she's all in.
Holiday? It's got a country holiday. What's happening now?
She's all in hook, line and sinker. Look, this is the most opportunist window Spurs have ever had, right? Let's be honest. Xavi Simmons, if Chelsea had moved quicker, the thing is, right, they left Xavi Simmons and Garnacho at the gate, parked in their cars waiting for news. And then they decided to go for Garnacho first, which was a slight on Xavi Simmons because he has an ego. And that's why suddenly we moved in and we managed to jump in and take Xavi Simmons. This wasn't a deal that's always been on Spurs, that Spurs thought that they could do. Same with Kolo Muani, right? Only happened because Juventus couldn't do the deal. And if Lookman is the final one in that scenario, going in the attack, then that is the most opportunist window you ever have. But we need a centre back. But I'm thinking completely different, maybe to everyone else, because I'm thinking because this is a loan, this now gives us an opportunity to spend the money on a signing, whether it be Lookman, an all-out cash purchase, and all the ITKs who are saying Spurs have done their business. Where are you? Because this is the first of them. I think there's more to come. Definitely think there's more to come. But I'm with Ant. You cannot close the window without a competitive left centre back. And if you can't get a Kanji, which I never thought we were going to get, he's been offered a 5-year contract with AC Milan. We're never going to offer him a 5-year contract at 30. Ake for me, 2+1. I'll be quite happy with that.
I'll be happy with Ake in an ideal world, yeah. But who else is out there? Because
what you mean, centre back wise, Ant? Centre back wise.
Yeah, I mean,
it's hard, isn't it? I mean, the thing is, you're in the final hours now. I mean, how easy to get a player, over to the UK, get him to do a medical, agree.
Exactly.
We're up against not only the logistics of it, it's the travel, it's the time. I mean, Con, just to bring you in on that, you said it yourself there that we are targeting a different calibre of player. Remember, we're used to under it to some degree in this window. How much does that change your feelings on it? If they get Kolo Muani in, don't get the centre back in, is that still seen as a big worry for you, given the fact that we know Romero, Van der Ven's their injury record, and the fact, we have got Dragashin still recovering, you've got Kota Zakai currently injured at the moment. How much would that worry you in terms of the fact, other options we've got, have we got enough in that defensive area for you, Con, if we don't bring in another centre-back?
Yeah, I don't think we've got enough. I think it would also, although I was a fan of letting Vuskovic go out on loan because, he needs to be playing regular football at his age, it makes that a slightly baffling decision if they haven't lined up someone else to replace him in terms of squad depth, particularly as we also know that Frank does like to shift to a 3 at the back now and again. I know that's not his primary formation, but there will be games we'll go 3 at the back. And then, you also don't know how long it's going to take Dragashin to get back to the full fitness, given the type of injury he had. So, yeah, I do think they definitely need another option there. And ideally, you want an option who can also fill in at fullback, because right now, obviously, we've only got 3 traditional fullbacks. That only takes one of those to get injured, or even 2, which has happened to us in the past, and you suddenly got issues. But yeah, I think so. Yeah, I agree with the guys. We definitely do need another centre back. For me, though, it's not as much of a needle mover, as I say, as these forward positions.
Yeah.
Are.
Don't forget Danso as well. Obviously, we've got Danso.
Yeah. Do you
So,
feel, Ant, for you? I mean, go on, sorry, Con, for you. So you still feel, Con, if we don't get a centre back in this window, we're still leaving ourselves short when it comes to approaching this next part of the season, Con, yeah? You feel that?
We are, but then equally at the same time, that I have to give some balance to it in that, if we get, let's just say for argument's sake, we get Muani, we get Lookman as well. You can't say that would probably make it the best window ever under Enoch, or arguably right up there. Ideally, you want to centre back on top of that, but it would still be a fantastic window, I think, if they got both of those done.
Just on Muani, before I bring it back round to Ant on this, we're hearing that Muani, there's going to be a 5 million loan fee for Randall Kolo Muani, so there will be an element of some spend there. Not a massive spend, let's be honest about it. 5 million, euros to Tottenham. We're not talking about, a ridiculous amount of money that should stop us now in the market going on and pushing on if we wanted to. I mean, and on that point for you, does that give you confidence, like Johnny said there, if we're only spending 5 million and bringing a forward in, and that equates to, just people know out there, 4.3 million, that is what it works out to in terms of the GBP rate. Does that give you confidence that maybe we are saving ourselves for one more?
I really do. We live in hope, mate, and I hope that the board and everyone there is listening to us fans. We want obviously the best for our club, and if there's money to be spent and there's a player there to be had, like Lookman, if the player wants to come and Frank wants him, go and get him because he wants to come. So that would be an exceptional end to the window, and I just can't wait till the Premier League's back, mate, and to see these boys.
Yeah, I mean, just on that point, John, bringing you in,
it's going to be quite. Oh, go on.
Go on.
No, I was going to say, because obviously the Mattis tell as well. Like, how do you think he'll be feeling? I don't know. I just think they spent 40 mil on the lad, and it hasn't really. It's not really kicked on for him. I hope I'm wrong, because I want him to do well. But do you think he's going to be a squad player? Do you think he's going to be more of a starter? I don't know. Who knows what's going on in Frank's mind, but to spend that much money, obviously, Frank must have seen something that, he can work with. So, yeah, I hope Tell doesn't feel sort of deflated if the Lookman deal pulls off.
Yeah, it's an interesting one that, Anne
it is
says
an interesting
there,
one.
What do you think, John, on that point? They from what we heard, Thomas Frank, again, it depends what you believe or you want to read or what you feel. Thomas Frank apparently gave his outright approval to that Tell deal and said he was really looking forward to working with Matisse Tell. But they've now gone on, obviously, top of this window, move for Mohamed Kudus. They've got that over the line. They've now gone and got Kolo Muani, like you said, not only a central striker, can play across the front three. Just look at that and think, where am I going to get a look in? Or is he happy being a squad player? Or does it show ambition from Tottenham on the basis of the Solanke injury? They had to go and get a centre forward. And given the lightness of options out there, Muani was really the one that you said earlier, Johnny, is an opportunistic one and one that Fabio Paratici seems to have pounced on.
Listen, I look at it totally different, actually. I think it's the perfect scenario because what it gives is Thomas Frank a chance to train and blood in Odegaard, Tell, Bergvall, Gray, to bring them to the point where they are ready to come into the team, rather than throwing them to the dogs for all of us to abuse and shit on, right? Because that's what fans do. I've heard them all about Matthias Tell. Matthias Tell has talent, but it hasn't come to fruition yet. It hasn't come to the point where, he's going to come into the team straight away and impact it like he should. And I've watched Ivan Toney. I've looked at so many of the players, Mbuemo, Visser, even Damsgaard and Norgard and other players that have come in at Brentford, that he's taken to another level. At least
Damsgaard was a right back, wasn't he?
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say here is this gives less pressure on the kids, more opportunity for Cochrane and for him to work his magic on developing these without the pressure of having to play week in and week out. Look at the abuse Archie Gray got. He's playing week in and week out as centre back, for God's sake. He's that 18 playing centre back, and we're giving him a hard time. I think this is a great move. But the one thing I'm really concerned about is I've lost count how many windows we've sat here. You probably know more than me, Ricky. How many times have we saying we need another left centre back? We need
just the last 15. I spent half on the phone to Ant, I think.
Oh, it's the same one. Left centre back. How many more times? I wanted Pierre Hincapié for nearly 4 years now. This is what I'm saying. If the opportunity hadn't have arisen for definitely the last two that we've signed here, we'd be in the mud right now. I know Fabrizio Romano's spent half this window in the mud, but the transfer committee would have been in the mud had Kolo Muani and Xavi Simons not presented themselves.
Yeah.
Guys, if I can go over on this point, if I can go over to Connor, for just 1 second, if you can talk us through from your perspective, the financial element behind it, only being a 5 million low fee and how that would, for Spurs, give them the opportunity to still spend in this window. I think that'd be an interesting thing for maybe fans to understand, because again, there was that kind of 60 million pot they had for Gibbs White and obviously the Eze money. It still feels there's money to spend here, Con, right? Still, if they want to bring another option in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for us, to be honest, cash is, and what we can and can't spend on transfers because of financial regulations is not an issue at all. So, to be honest, it's interesting that this one is alone. It frees us up. I think this one, the loan will be driven not necessarily by any sort of financial restrictions on us, to be honest, but rather what the player may or may not have wanted. But yeah, obviously, it absolutely frees up, and you'd expect that. There's money there right now to do another deal. I mean, the thing is with the Simons deal, right? The Simons deal was a very good price as well, at sort of 51, 52 million pounds. So there's definitely money there to spend if they find the right target. I think it's going to be more about finding that right player. For me, Lookman just seems an absolute no-brainer because of the fact that he's available. He definitely wants to leave Atalanta. The price point is very good. His output is brilliant in terms of the last 3 seasons as a left winger. So it feels like a deal that we absolutely should be doing. We're going to have some interesting sort of positions to take with the sort of Champions League registration with the fact that we're only down to a squad of 22 anyway, because we've only got Austin as the only club trained player. So now we're bringing Muani in. If we do bring another left winger in, someone like an Odegaard or Tell is going to have to miss out on the Champions League squad, you would think, even with the players who are not going to be registered this side. But I think that's fine. I don't really have an issue with that.
Just on that point, Con, so that you come back on that, because it's a really interesting point you make then. Jason, as you're telling me this, Jason is saying exactly the same thing to me on WhatsApp, that he's saying that crazy we went for Muani and Jan when we didn't get him, then we got Tell. We now have Simmons, Tell, Muani, Odebear, Johnson, and even Richie that can play off the left. And Odebear won't be in the European squad. So he won't even get in front of those three players that we've bought in under Frank. Either get rid or get him a proper loan. I do agree with Odebear. I don't know how that does change the optics on that, Con. Do you think there is a chance there? We heard those murmurs last night that potentially Odebear could go out on loan between now and the end of this window. Do you think that could be a real possibility now, given how far down the pecking order he is, Con?
Yeah, I think there's an argument to say that you send him out on loan, particularly if we could. I wouldn't do it if Muani's the only forward signing, but if we sign Muani plus a Lookman, I think there's an argument to send him out on loan for sure. Obviously, it also depends on the extent of Solanke's injury, because if that is really long term, which it doesn't sound like it is from some of the journalist stuff, you maybe wouldn't register him, but it sounds like he's going to be back this side of Christmas, so that's probably not relevant. But look, I think players like Odegaard, them getting regular football would be better. I mean, you look at the weekend, right? We signed Odegaard, whose best positions are out on the left. Tell, who arguably is a left winger / striker, and neither of them could get in the team ahead of us playing Brennan Johnson out on the left, out of position, who's completely ineffective. I think that sort of tells you what you need to know about how bad our recruitment has been in terms of getting a ready-made left winger and why we absolutely need one. So I'd be happy for us to loan Odegaard out if we do indeed sign a left winger on top of Muani.
Where are you, Johnny, on this point?
Rick?
You know, with regards, go on,
Rick.
Go on.
Sorry, mate. I've got to shoot, brother.
That's fine. And before you go, very quickly, just tell me, give me the rating of the window for you now. If Kolo Muani gets done, Ant, what do you give it out of 10 for you?
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. What moves it to a 9, Ant? Can anything else move it to a 9 or a 10?
Getting Lookman and a centre back, but it ain't gonna happen. So a Lookman 8.5, 9.
Okay. And you're a
Positive,
superstar.
Positive, ain't I?
Oh.
Now buzzing, mate. You're absolutely buzzing. I've never seen you so positive. Me too. It's like, listen.
I tell you what, wait until match day 10 after Chelsea, then find out.
I'll message you, and I'll message you at close the window.
Yeah, all right, mate.
Listen, we're going to go for our next break of the show for our listeners that are on audio. We've got the wonderful Frank coming back up from Spurs right in a second. It's going to join us on this show. Look, let's give you a roundup. We're 1:30 in the afternoon. Let's tell you exactly where we are in this transfer window and what is happening with regards to Tottenham. The big breaking news for those that are unaware: Tottenham Hotspur are closing in on a deal for Rando Kolo Muani. It's a here we go from Fabrizio Romano. It's a deal done for a loan move until June of 2026. Both Alistair Gold, David Ornstein are reporting this is a straight loan. There is no obligation. There is no option to buy the player. However, Fabrizio Romano is suggesting there might be a possible option on the player. Paris Saint-Germain, they've accepted the proposal. Kolo Muani wanted out of the project and into the project at Tottenham. He really wants to join the football club, and that is where we stand with him. In terms of other moves this window, we do know the club do have genuine interest in Ademola Lookman. That is as far as it's gone at the moment. Nothing as advanced in terms of it being from interest to there actually being anything else in terms of progressive talks with the player leading up to anything beyond that. So that is one to keep an eye on. We know Spurs have wanted to improve that forward area. That's on the back of the big news we found out this morning that Dominic Solanke's ankle injury is worse than first feared. He will be assessed over this international break, and we will find out just how bad that injury is for Dominic Solanke. That is why Tottenham have gone in the market for a forward, and while they are moving to get Kolo Muani through the door as soon as possible. In terms of outgoings and where we are with those, we understand Yves Bissouma right now, there's been no takers at the moment for him personally, and as things stand right now, Yves Bissouma will remain a Tottenham Hotspur player, and as will also alongside him, Mano Solomon, who wants to stay at Tottenham. Mano Solomon wants to stay, doesn't want to leave. Tottenham's view on both of those players, including Brian Hill, who also wants to actually, in his perspective, leave today. The only way Brian Hill will leave you feel now is whether they do get an offer or the suggestions that, from Brian Hill's perspective, he wants Tottenham to tear up his contract so Girona can sign him on a free. So that is where we are in terms of the outgoings. Yes, earlier this morning, Tottenham, it looked like were advancing in talks for Manuel Akanji, although as things stands at the moment, City now say from their size, or from their sources, that is now unlikely to get done. So Tottenham's primary focus right now is getting in a forward this window. That looks like it's going to be Kolo Muani getting done. I'm going to be joined on this show. I'm joined by Frank at Spurs Related. I'm joined by Connor over at Levynomics. I'm joined by Johnny over, of course, at Football Inc. Please make sure you're liking, you're subscribing to the show. We are going to be from here right until the end of this transfer window. So, guys, thank you so much for your support. Over 20,500 of you still watching us live. If you can like, subscribe, push this out to a wide range Spurs audience, that will be greatly appreciated. But, Johnny, again, I will ask you about this if you don't mind. For fans that haven't seen Kolo Muani before, describe to the viewers and listeners what kind of forward are we getting and maybe the difference of him in comparison to a Solanke or a Richarlison.
Someone that can run. He's dynamic. He's a dynamic forward, mobile, that can run at players, run at defenders, cause havoc. I mean, you're going to have... when Kolo Muani runs at you, you're going to be backing off. And when you're backing off, you're creating space. And you're creating space for the likes of Xavi Simons, Kudos, and whoever else we've got in the team, whether it be Adamar Lookman or whoever else. If you saw him in the Club World Cup, you would have seen him play 3 games for Juventus, scored 2 goals, 1 assist. He was their best player. He hit the ground running on loan at Juventus. It came in at the end of January. We all know we were in for him, but, would you have chosen Spurs over Juventus last January? I think not. So for those who are saying we should never have signed him because he didn't want us, hold a load of baloney. There's a pecking order and we weren't it last year. We're a better proposition now being in Champions League football. But when he turned up and hit the ground running, as I say, 8 goals in 16 games in the league. And, best thing now, let's ask Frank Thomas, otherwise known as Thomas Frank. Listen, for me, I'm very excited about the signing because we needed what we really needed at the club was someone who's dynamic and has got the pace. I just don't feel Richie or Solanke have that. They're more hold-up players. And I think, Thomas Frank plays more of a transition, counter-attacking football. And, when you look at someone like Brian and Buemo and Vissa, this guy's on another level to both of them. That's my opinion. You don't sell, PSG don't pay 95 million euros if you're not up to it. He's European level, he's Champions League level, and that's exactly what we need.
Okay, look, we've got wonderful Frank Thomas here from Spurs Related. Guys, make sure you are searching Spurs Related. We'll try and drop it in the comments as well for you where to subscribe. Frank, let's bring you in. We had you with us here this morning. We knew at the time when we brought you in that the talks for Kolo Muani were heating up. It's more than heated up. They've now gone to a firm here we go. He's on his way to London for a medical. Frank, your view, Kolo Muani to Tottenham, how much does that help Tottenham in terms of that forward area on the back of course, losing Solanke now for what could be a considerable amount of time, Frank?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited by it, actually. I think I've come around to it a lot more in the last, maybe more so than I was last night. I think what I like is, first of all, the fact that it's a straight loan for now. I know they said there's no option. Fabrizio Romano reported originally there was, and then sort of changed his mind. So I don't really know what's going on with that. But to be honest, I think it's a good buy. As Johnny said, he's experienced in the Champions League, and that's now. Tell obviously has played a bit of Champions League football, but the other 4 we've signed, or the other 3 we've signed, Palhinha, Simons, and Kudus as well, have all played in the Champions League, and so you've brought in 4 now that are Champions League level experienced players. He's obviously played at big clubs around Europe, in Frankfurt and Juve as well, and PSG. So he's experienced enough at the top level, but he's also young enough that he's still got something to prove, but can actually impact now. And I think as well as I kind of said earlier on, because he's such a polar opposite to Richarlison and Solanke, that I think this will end up being quite a clever move, actually, because he's a handful. He's a handful of a player, right? Whereas you can defend on the halfway line, or certainly quite high up against Richarlison and Solanke, that's something that just isn't possible as much with this guy. He's explosive, he's quick, he's strong, and it's a little bit like the sort of the Kudus one that I mentioned earlier on. Thomas Frank likes this idea of direct, fast attackers, and I think he kind of suits that. So I'm slightly surprised this maybe wasn't one they went for actually a little bit earlier. I guess obviously the Juve thing, but it looks like it's going to be certainly a pretty good deal for the short term. And then if they end up sort of striking some sort of deal maybe next year, then great.
Any worry for you, Frank? There's not well, it looks like at the moment, just to be clear, both David Ornstein and Alice Gold are saying there is not either an option or an obligation to buy the player, Frank. Is that a big concern for you, that it's only a straight loan and we haven't got that agreed? Because on the basis the player does really, really well, Muani, maybe other clubs then start looking at the end of the season and thinking we could take him away from Tottenham? Or does his move suit both, that really if he wants to, if he does well and he earns the right, maybe Tottenham do go back at the end of the season, negotiate with the club and say, look, we want to buy the player. How do you see that, Frank, for you, with there being no option or obligation to buy him?
I imagine that'll be the case, right? They give him a year, and if he adapts to the Premier League quickly and he suits it well and the style well and everything, and takes to life here well, then I imagine they'll go back in the summer and have a chat with him. I think I imagine that PSG will probably be quite willing to lose him as well, not because they've got a large number of high quality players in that sort of position. So I think they'll be okay to do a deal. I guess the fear, as you say, is that other clubs sort of come in and whatever. But hopefully, if you've given him a year and he buys into that whole project that you're part of, then hopefully in a year's time, if you negotiate it, then he's up for it then as well.
This is the thing, isn't it?
Can I
with
give
the player...
some stats there?
Go on, please,
Sorry,
Johnny. Give us some stats. Give us some stats.
I was just going to say, because people are saying, right, what are his stats, right? So as a centre forward in his career, is 165 games, 60 goals, 36 assists. As a right winger, 22 games, 5 goals, 4 assists. As a left winger, 12 games, 5 goals and 1 assist. And as a second striker, 3 games, 1 goal, 1 assist. He's also obviously a French international. And for Juventus, in his 22 games, 10 goals, 3 assists. Frankfurt, 50 games, 26 goals, 17.
He might have been stopped in his tracks there, Johnny. We'll all try and get him back. We're all hanging on that.
11 goals, 7 assists. But he's assisting. The point here is he assists as much as he's, well, not as much, but he's assisting. If you see how he plays, as Frank Thomas said, he's dynamic, he's strong, he's everything that our front two aren't. And it's like having 3 Vissers, in my opinion, with Xavi Simons, Kudus, and Muani running at us. And let me tell you something: if you manage to get Adamar Lookman, I think I'm going to need a lie down.
Okay, well, look, Johnny, we're going to stop you there for a second. We are getting some big breaking news. So we are going to go for our next break of the show here for our listeners that are on audio. Like I said, we've got nearly over 25,000 of you that are watching this show live. Thank you ever so much for all your support for Last Word on Spurs. If you can, guys, for us, keep liking, keep subscribing to the show. Keep your notification bell on. We are going to be with you right until the end of the window. We'll be updating you every moment, every minute, every second in which this window will change for Thomas Frank in his first season at Tottenham. I'm joined by Johnny over at Football Inc. Please make sure you go and give a like and subscribe over there. I'm joined by Connor, of course, over at Levionomics in 1882. We're going to hopefully see a lot of Con on here this season. Make sure you go and give him a like and follow on X as well. We're joined by Frank Thomas, not Thomas Frank. You could switch them around the other way. He could be Thomas Frank. He's obviously called under THFC_Frank and Spurs related. I think, I'm 1 subscriber away from 4.3k. Please get him to there. Let's bring you the breaking news that we're hearing, and it concerns Mano Solomon. We understand that Crystal Palace are now showing an interest in Mano Solomon. Palace, interestingly, they had an offer rejected for the Israeli international over the weekend. but want to get a deal done for Mano Solomon on this deadline day. So there you go. Mano Solomon, a Crystal Palace target on deadline day. Johnny, I have to ask you, we spent 2.5 weeks discussing how Steve Parish and Daniel Levy were going to manage that negotiation over Eze, and now roles reversed. They want Mano Solomon. How do you see this working out?
I think what you do is you take him down to the front door, you coax him in with a carrot, and then you slam the door in his face and say, "Sorry, Steve, we."
Oh, we're just getting to the good part. We're going to try and bring Johnny back. We lost the kill line. What was the killer line there, John?
Oh, sorry. So what you do is you have the carrot, you take him down to the fence, and then you slam the door in his face and say, "Sorry, Steve, it's the way it is. We've sold him to wherever, anyone other than Crystal Palace."
Oh my God, I tell you. Con, let's come round to you. The negotiation of the window so far, Daniel Levy, Steve Parish, they've been at war for them for a good 2.5, 3 weeks of the window. How easy do you think this deal is to get done, in your opinion, now? Mano Solomon potentially to Crystal Palace. Can you see it happening, Con?
I mean, it's easier than the Eze one, isn't it? Just because obviously, it's a player we want to get rid of. He's not, he's surplus to requirements. And it wouldn't shock me if it ended up being a loan or something, just because that seems to be the only way we really get rid of players. So, it wouldn't shock me. But yeah, he's for me, Solomon should have been one that was easy, as I said earlier, to get out earlier in the window, because a sort of £10 million price point, surely someone's going to take him, you would think. So okay. He's absolutely surplus to requirements in my view. So yeah,
and forgive me, Colin. It's like London buses now. We're getting more news on one than two. We're now hearing that Tottenham have agreed a deal with Girona to sell Bryan Hill for €10 million, but this time it is a firm goodbye. This will be on a permanent deal. Bryan Hill to leave Tottenham to Girona, permanent deal, €10 million. It will be a firm goodbye. He will no longer be Tottenham's second longest serving player at the club. Connor, they don't want to get 10 million out of him, given apparently the player wanted Tottenham to wrap up his contract. That looks like it's going to go through. That's from Tom Allnut of the Times. Connor, your reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, if that happens, that's good, because I thought it was going to be one of these, as you say, who we have to rip up the contract and he goes for nothing. So, yeah, €10 million is good. I mean, he has been. I think this is up there with one of our worst deals we've ever done. Actually, not that Lamella was a world beater, but given it was 20 million plus Lamella. At the time, he has been pretty dreadful, hasn't he? So good to see him go, and as I say, hopefully continue to get these outgoings through the course of today.
Frank, let's come to you on that point. God, Johnny, what's that? What did you say?
I said, what a great window this is. I mean, like, guys, let's up the enthusiasm here. We've signed.
Can I tell you why, Johnny? Can I tell you why they might be that? Look, we're still only 1 o'clock. There's still a long way to go with Tottenham. We know what they're like on deadline day. I think if they get Muani over the line, I'll come to you, John, and we'll go Frank on this. If they get Muani over the line, and dare I say they can somehow get a centre back, and if they get Lookman in, I mean, there's no doubt that has been Tottenham's best ever window under Daniel Levy and Enoch. You cannot get away from that. It will be Tottenham's ever best window. If they can also sell Bryan Hill, they can get rid of Mano Solomon and get Yves Bissouma off the books. It's been an even better window, because the key thing being is, Johnny, you've got the players there that Frank really, really wants to work with. I think some of the problems that we've had, John, in the past is that sometimes it's not been about the players that we bring in. It's actually the players that he's left behind for the manager to work with. And this is a really important thing here, that the players that are left for Frank are all players that want to be there. Is that also a key, Johnny, about your enthusiasm and excitement?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got Cuti Romero. He's leaving. He's definitely going. No, he's not. He just signed a new contract. Jed Spencer signed a new contract. Brian Gill, who people said you'd be lucky to get £1 for, is going for 10 million. Mano Solomon might be going out the door. We've signed a top player in Javi Simmons. We signed Kudos. We're going to sign Kolo Muani. Everyone wanted Paulinho, right? You got Paulinho, and the window's still open. All we need to do now is get rid of the balloon guy, and it's a great window. Getting Kolo Muani, finish that one off, and maybe get Ademar Lookman. The only thing that's marking this window down from a 10, in my opinion, if we can do those deals, is the fact that we desperately need a competitive left centre-back. And The only one I can see on the market right now is Nathan Ake. It's just whether or not Man City can afford to let him go.
This is the problem, isn't it? This is the problem. I mean, City have lost 2 of their opening 3 games, Johnny. How hard is that to go to City like we are now on deadline day and go and take away a defender when they lost 2 out of their first 3 games, Johnny?
Well, there's the answer. But, you know, we've been very, very fortunate. I'm not going to sit here and say Spurs have been incredible, the team, in their recruitment planning, because it's obvious it's not been the case. We didn't look into the finer detail of Morgan Gibbs-White. We didn't move quick enough on Eze, but I have to give them plaudits for the fact of smelling an opportunity with Xavi Simons when Chelsea didn't move quick enough, sensing an opportunity when Juventus couldn't financially complete the deal that they so desperately wanted, and still managing to get some players so far out the door. They've got the youth players all out the door. They've got them all loans. We got Cuti Romero signed up. I think, you know, we've got to give them more credit, but we desperately need, we know a 1 injury to Mickey van der Ven and Spurs are going to be struggling on that left side. Don't put Frank under the pressure of not having those players. And we're getting these in, like I said earlier, it gives Frank the opportunity to work with the players that need developing. And those are Odegaard, Tell, Gray, Bergvall, etc. It's a good window so far. Yeah. A really good window.
Yeah. Just to give everyone that news that aren't aware, Mano Solomon, like we said, does that recap this last 10 minutes? Mano Solomon, now there's genuine interest from Crystal Palace. Palace want to get a deal done for Mano Solomon on this deadline day. We were speaking about it earlier. How easy will it be, those negotiations between Daniel Levy and Steve Parish, given, of course, those recent negotiations over a deal for Eberechi Eze, which, of course, fell through and the player ended up going to Arsenal. We understand with Bryan Hill, for those that have missed that news, Tottenham have agreed a €10 million deal with Girona for the permanent sale of Bryan Hill. He will leave the club as what would be the second longest serving player to date at the moment, which is crazy when you think about it. Frank, let's bring you in that news. Solomon potentially to Palace, Hill to Girona, and of course closing in, of course, on Kolo Muani. Thoughts on what's going on right now in the window for Tottenham?
Yeah, I mean, it's shaping up now to be very good. I agree with Johnny that the window's been very good. I said earlier on, the individuals have been very good. I think what's probably put a dampener on everything is the narrative that we've been fed. And I'm not saying that the Spurs didn't want Eze or any of that, but because we're fed this narrative of that we try for all this time for these players and whatever, and a lot of what I imagine we read in the media probably isn't always the truth or the full truth, whether they want these guys or not. And so I think because of the narrative we've been fed and the way that the window is shaped up in terms of the way we've signed players, I guess the frustration is there and how we left it a long time for certain periods and things. And I get that, and I've been frustrated at myself. But the individuals they brought in, you can't go against the they brought in 4 players plus Tell, if you count him as well, that 5 that have played in the Champions League and can compete at that level. And so, yeah, I mean, it's been very good. If they go and get a left-sided winger and a left-sided centre-half, I mean, we're talking, as you say, an all-timer. I mean, it's been, like, seriously good because the individuals are top tier they're bringing in.
Yeah, listen, just on that news, Connor's very kind of just shared with me in the background there. News reaching us that Mano Akanji's move to Inter is done. So you can take him off your list. Mano Akanji will not be joining Tottenham Hotspur in this transfer window. He is heading to Inter Milan. That is a done deal. So a Tottenham target off the list. Does that mean that Nathan Ake does remain the only viable option at centre-half? Also bear in mind, there was interest as well in Joe Gomez. We'll go to you, Con, on this point because centre-back wise, the options are thinning now down in terms of what we can and we can't do. But just throughout that news for us, that Mano Akanji off the table, off to Inter Milan, as you've told me in the background there, Con.
Yeah, I mean, with that one, then they're saying it's a €2 million loan fee with a €15 million buy option. That was a decent option, I think, for us, given it's only a depth signing and to fill in, with a lot of Premier League and Champions League experience, can also play right back, obviously. So that seems a bit of a shame. Will they let Ake go as well as Akanji? Who knows? Obviously, we've been linked with Joe Gomez as well. but that one seems to be dependent on what happens with Gray. And also, with Gomez, the concern is injury proneness. So we'll see. But yeah, you're right. The options are thinning for sure there. So we'll see.
Johnny, just to bring you on that point.
He's never ever going to come to us. Like, listen, at the end of the day, right, at Spurs, the best that Akanji was going to get, same with Ake, was a 2+1 at 30 years of age. In Italy, they're happy to offer him a 5-year contract because, we all know in Italy you can play 36, 37, 38, even up to 40 years of age there. It's a different pace than the Premier League, and someone like Akanji could easily play till he's 35. So I can see the attraction for Akanji to be playing, top European football and getting a longer contract. I never thought for 1 minute we could get him. Ake is maybe the more realistic target, but as you say, it's whether or not Manchester City will let him go. I can't see how Liverpool will let Gomez go. They are so thin on the ground. They should never have let Quansah go to Bayer Leverkusen. They're now left with Virgil van Dijk, Konate and Gomez only as the 3 centre-backs. They brought in Leone, but he's a kid. So they really desperately need Mark.
I was about to say Mark Gahey
to get this deal done. They need
Yeah,
they need Mark Gahey. Without Mark Gahey, Liverpool are vulnerable at the back.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it could be interesting. Look, we're going to go for our next break of the show just quickly for our listeners on audio. So just to kind of summarise where we are for those that are joining the show right now. And people are constantly joining. We've got over 25,000 of you that are watching the show live. As always, thank you ever so much for all your incredible support for Last Word on Spurs. I'm joined by Frank Thomas, part of Spurs Related. Please make sure you check Frank personally and also go and give Spurs Related a like and follow over there. I'm joined by Connor over at Levynomics 1882. Please go and give him obviously a follow on Twitter if you can. Great indication and great awareness about Levy the model, and we're going to come on to that in a window wrap up at the very end of this window. And we're joined by Johnny Hammy over at Football Inc. as well. Guys, like I say, if you can keep liking, subscribing to the show, push us out to a wide range Spurs audience, that would be greatly appreciated. We're hearing breaking news from Sammy Mockbell, friend of the show, that Tottenham Hotspur are still in the market for a centre-half. Tottenham are in the market for a centre-half. They want to get one done, of course, at this point at the window. It's tight, it's late, but Spurs want to bring a centre-back to the football club. And those options now, as we've said, are really shortening. We know, like I say, the club have had a firm interest in Nathan Ake over the last few days. How much does that affect things? By the fact, as we've said, City have lost 2 of their first 3 games. We know Mano Akanji, for those joining us, that is a done deal. He's off to Inter Milan, no longer to be considered. And Joe Gomez is the other centre-back that has been linked with Spurs over the last 24, 48 hours. In terms of moving a bit further up the pitch, Mano Solomon, there is firm interest in Crystal Palace for his signature. Palace want to get this deal done. We know Tottenham would be open and listening to offers to Solomon right until the end of the window. Does it mean, given the situation around the Parish and leaving negotiations, does that complicate things for a deal for, of course, Mano Solomon? We're going to see, and we'll wait to hear on that. We know Brian Hill is leaving Tottenham Hotspur. He's on his way to Girona. And despite there being reports of 10 million being the fee, we're hearing from Tom Olner at the Times that a fee closer to 7 million is what it looks like. My apologies, Mati Moretto. I've got to say, sorry, Spanish correspondent suggesting that 7 million euros. Sorry, Tom. Tom's not reporting it. Mati Moretto is 7 million fee for Brian Hill. This was a player only a few days ago. It was being suggested that Tottenham might have to tear up his contract and sell him for nothing. So this could be a really, like I say, interesting move for Tottenham in terms of bringing money back into the football club. Yves Bissouma, another name to note. Bissouma at the moment, no offers for him at this stage. But bear in mind, like I said earlier, the Saudi window, the Turkish window, those 2 respective windows, they go beyond, obviously, of course, the 7 p.m. UK deadline. And it does mean, from that perspective, that Turkey, Saudi is still a viable option for these players after today. Let's circle back around to you, Frank, if we can, because, like I say, things are moving quickly. And I just wonder, on that centre-back option at the moment, where can Tottenham turn to next in terms of availability out there? Because like Connor and Johnny have said at the moment, so far, there's a very small list of centre-backs out there to choose from.
Yeah, there are. I mean, Ake is probably the obvious one that will be kind of talked about. I saw a couple of weeks ago we were linked very vaguely to Lucas Beraldo at PSG. Obviously, they've been doing business with PSG this morning for Kolo Muani. So whether that's a name that might have been discussed, but then again on the flip side, you go, well, he's 21, Vuskovic coming through. They got Costa Kai as well, and even the likes of Ashley Phillips, if they view him having a long-term career at Tottenham. I mean, whether they'll go with the younger one. So I think an older one makes more sense. Hence why I think Ake will probably is the most logical one. Gomez is a good player, but I think once, I've said it about people like Richarlison before, that once you start any conversation with if he stays fit, then it's probably not worth having a conversation. So I think he's certainly an asset that I would like at Tottenham, as same with Richarlison, but they're guys that do have injury worries. So I'd kind of avoid that. I think Ake would probably be my number one though.
Okay, and Con, coming over to you. You've already discussed that for us on that point now. Those options are really thinning down. Like you say, Manuel Akanji, Inter Milan, that's a done deal. I think even with Nathan Ake, when we're talking about it as an option, again, I have to keep repeating this point that, City have lost 2 of their opening 3 games. How much does really City want to sell Nathan Ake, a player that today has been playing in their first team? And that leaves at the moment the only other one that's been linked so far, Joe Gomez. So we're running out of time, Con. We're running out of options, and this is where it feels like now, if the club want to sign a centre-back, they're going to have to move fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's been some tenuous links to Pavard as well, who obviously is versatile, but in my view, is probably finished. Obviously, got a lot of experience, but I think he's definitely on the decline. So yeah, really running thin, unless there's one that just comes out of the blue. Completely, but at the same time, I suppose we do have to add some balance that this is only a depth signing we're looking for. It's not a needle mover in terms of a first team signing. So maybe a Pavard or someone like that is fine for that, just to give you another body of someone with a bit of experience to fill in should injuries happen. But we are running out of time.
That's the key on Pavard, like you say there, Con. The one thing about him is they did have a bid rejected for him, apparently, earlier part of the end of last week. So, I mean, again, do they go back in for him? Do they go and find someone with Premier League experience? Con, it's very difficult now, right? Because time's up against us. Not only have you got to agree terms with the player, you've got to get him to a medical. And what are we now? We're 2:00 now, so we're literally 5 hours away from having it done. Tough at this point, Con. Right, tough.
Yeah, it is. I mean, technically, you could probably do the medical abroad if you really needed to, if it was getting, close to the wire or whatever else. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously tough. And the only centre back we're realistically going to sign at this point is someone that's going to be surplus to requirements somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Given that they're only coming into us as a depth signing as well. So
let's bring some breaking news in right now to the show. We understand that Mano Solomon now, Crystal Palace have begun talks with Tottenham over a deal for Mano Solomon. That is now being reported by The Standard, Dom Smith. We understand those talks have now begun. Daniel Levy, Steve Parish, they've gone back to the negotiation table and they are in talks right now over a deal for, as things stand, Mano Solomon to Crystal Palace. Johnny, let's come round to you because we had Lubo on earlier, bless him. Lubo said that he felt for him, Mano Solomon is the best left winger at the club in terms of what we've got right now. But as things stands at the moment, Mano Solomon in these next 5 hours could well become a Crystal Palace player. It'd be a Premier League move for him. Obviously, he was at Leeds last season, did very, very well. No sort of Leeds renewing their interest. But is this a good move, Johnny, for the player and for Tottenham? You'll give me your thoughts on Mano Solomon. Unless Johnny's frozen. Hold on. Let me make sure Johnny's still alive. Is Johnny still alive? Johnny might not be alive. Let's go to Tom quickly. We'll try and get Johnny back. This does feel like Super Sunday here. We're just about the scorelines. Let's go to we're going to check in with Johnny in beautiful Spain. We can't check in with Johnny. We'll go to Frank. Frank, tell me very quickly for you. Mano Solomon, where are we at? Is this a good move for Mano Solomon? What a show.
Yeah, I think it would be a good move. I don't know what the money will be talking. My guess would be probably 15 million quid, something like that. 15 to 20 would probably be my sort of ballpark I'd go for. So I think it'll probably be a pretty good move for everyone. We make some good money off someone that we bought for free. They get a player that they obviously want. He gets a move where he's going to play games, and hopefully it frees up a spot kind of same with Brian Gill going as well. That I'd like to hope if they're getting rid of 2 left wingers that something's on the cards. Obviously, there's little time left, but hopefully that's kind of what they're planning for.
Let's now go to Johnny live from a beautiful result that remains unnamed, but it was like Gillette Soccer Saturday there when I went to Cammy there for a second, Johnny. I was trying to check in with you. I was going, Cammy, where's Cammy? We've lost Cammy. We've got Cammy back. Let's go to Johnny on that news. Mano Solomon to Crystal Palace.
Hang on, Ricky. Hang on, Ricky. I think there's been a goal.
Someone's got to clip this up at the end of the show. We've got some great best bits already on here, I tell you. We've had John Wobble in his park. We've had Johnny in the back of a beautiful location there in Sunday. We won't tell you where he is. It's secret location. Johnny, Mano Solomon to Crystal Palace. It looks like it's on now. And Steve Parrish and Daniel Levy are in those talks, Johnny.
Well, I don't think Steve Parrish and Levy have been talked. They'll probably have a consigliere that goes in to negotiate that one.
Is that just to confirm? Is that a drink or is that 2 different people?
No, a consigliere is like in the mafia, like the negotiator who negotiates on behalf of the family. You know,
just to confirm, you're not bringing Marinakis back in, are you? That's all we need. We might have lost Johnny again here. Johnny's frozen. Is Johnny frozen? We might have lost Johnny. It really is turning to Super Saturday here. We will try and bring Johnny back. Before we go round to Johnny, let's go to you on this news if we can. Con, Mano Solomon, do you agree with... Hold on, is Johnny back? John, you back? We're working. We're going to work to bring him back. Oh, no, he is back. This is mental. Yeah. John, we got you? We've got you back.
Yeah, got me. Sorry, 20 million. I wouldn't sell him for less than 20 million. If Brian Gill is 10 million euros, then Solomon, whatever you may think, politics, non-politics, based on football, he's a 20 million plus footballer in this current market.
Okay, interesting. Do you share that as well? Con, coming over to you, would you say 20 million is the going rate? I'd be staggered if we got 20 million for him. What do you think, Con?
No, I'm not sure you'll get 20 million for him. But I take Johnny's point that obviously the market's a bit crazy. You know, in this market, I'm probably worth 10 million. But yeah,
you are to us on here.
Yeah, 15 probably. And it's all profit for us as well, right? Because obviously we got him for nothing. So at this point, just get players out the door. This is what we need to do. Is this a surprise to you, Con? I mean, are you absolutely staggered that Palace are coming on deadline day? Would you have seen this or foreseen this coming in, or are you quite surprised that we had a Premier League club register their interest in Solomon, given he had a season in the Championship, Con? I thought he was going to end up at Leeds, to be honest, because I thought he obviously had a decent season with them. I think the manager spoke well about him afterwards, and when they didn't sign him, made the point that they've lost Solomon's output. So I thought he'd go Leeds. Palace is a bit of a surprise. I'm guessing they just want him for squad depth because he wouldn't start for them either. You wouldn't think, given they've got Sarr. Pino have signed as well, right? So you wouldn't think he would start, but
no.
Yeah, I think he's Premier League standard, just lower Premier League.
Yeah. Well, just to bring you some other news on Solomon, we're getting this in now. An extended report by the Standard. They say Mano Solomon's representatives are working on finding a route to regular game time for the player. Thomas Frank is ready to sanction his departure. This is the crucial bit. As long as he feels he is not short on attacking options. Crystal Palace, they've made contact over a possible deal, but the key thing to stress there is Thomas Frank is insisting that he's only willing to sanction this deal as long as he feels he is not short on attacking options. Frank, is he short on attacking options if he lets Mano Solomon go, in your opinion, yes or no?
Yes. Yeah, he is. But I don't think Solomon's going to really play regardless whether he's here or not. So obviously shifting him is good. But they are short. They need another one, definitely. I don't think there's any sort of doubt about that.
Okay, Johnny, you also was very quick to say yes there as well. You think we will be short on attacking options if we let Solomon go, despite the fact, just to be clear, we've not seen him in his opening 3 games.
Look, all I can say is he's been injured, but I know the reasons why everyone puts him down. But for me, if he goes to Palace, what you're going to see is Thomas Glasner going and turning him into a player, and you'll be saying, why didn't we keep him? Because he'll be banging in goals and he'll be putting in assists. Personally, you don't sell him unless we get Lookman. If we get Lookman in, not a problem. Without Lookman, you keep him, and he becomes a squad player. That's the way I feel about it. I felt the same way about it the whole window. I think people look at him in a bad light for all the wrong reasons. I'm here for football, nothing more, nothing less. And he's got a low centre of gravity, takes players on, and is a handful when fit. As we saw for Leeds. Go and ask any Leeds fan what they thought of him last season. And then the comeback will be, yes, it's the Championship, but look how many players have come out
at the Championship. Yeah.
If we get Lookman in.
Okay, interesting. Like I say, that news coming through to us. Mano Solomon in talks with Crystal Palace. But like I say, just to give everybody a round of where we are right now, for those that would have missed the news from the earlier point in this last hour, Spurs are edging towards a deal for Kolo Muani. That move for Tottenham will be on a straight loan. There is no option. There is no obligation to buy the player at this stage. And Spurs at the moment want to get this deal done as soon as possible. The player is on his way to London to hold a medical. We understand personal terms have now almost been agreed. Shouldn't be a problem. That player is travelling. They are looking to get that deal done. And they are hoping that they are going to get it over the line. So that is the big striker that Tottenham want to get done. We have also heard that news from Sammy Motbell, friend of the show. Tottenham are looking to sign a defender on deadline day to supplement, to complement already what they've got in terms of defence. Mickey van der Ven, Christian Romero, Radek Dragusin's going to be back obviously in the near future. They've also got Ben Davies again. Ben, probably the most unlikeliest option I know many people want to see in terms of defence, but Ben is still part of the squad. So do keep an eye on what Tottenham will do in that area. And we understand there are still interest in Ademola Lookman, that at the moment still has not gone any further than admiration and initial talks. Nothing has stepped up in terms of anything else at this stage. The sole focus right now from Tottenham is making sure that Kolo Muani will be a Tottenham player at the end of these next 5.5 hours. We're going to go for our next break of the show. For our listeners that are on audio, we have got nearly over 30,000 of you that are watching us live. Thank you so much for all your incredible support for Last Word on Spurs. I'm joined by Connor over at Levynomics 1882. Please give him a follow over there on X. We're joined by the wonderful Frank Thomas. Frank, part, of course, of Spurs related. Please make sure you go give him a like and subscribe over there. And we've also got Johnny here from Football Inc. John's going to be leaving us very, very soon. We've got Ash from Spurs Kings TV coming in the next few minutes as well to help us on relation to where we are in the window. But I mean, overall, guys, just so we've got a landscape of the picture here, you know what, Frank, let's stick with you for a second. If we get this deal done for Kolo Muani, what do you rate the window out of 10 for you? Or is it difficult to say that until we've seen these players in action, Frank?
I think it's difficult to say. As I kind of referenced earlier on, the one in 2022 and things, that window. So I think it is difficult to say, but from what we've seen of the ones so far that are already coming in, Palhinha and Kudus, I think are great buys. I think Simmons is going to be a fantastic buy, and I think that ceiling's so high that it excites me. I think that Kolo Muani is going to do a good job. I think he's going to be impactful. I think he's going to be a handful. I think he's going to be someone that is going to probably prove the much more than the worth of the 5 million loan fee. Put it that way. I think it's a hell of a deal, actually. And so right now, if that obviously goes over the line, then I think we're at a very, very good position as far as the window goes. I think they still need a left winger. That would be my priority, I think, over I think a left-sided centre half for now. But I mean, I'd like to say that they can get both done in the last sort of 4.5 hours. But yeah, I think they need to go. I think one more still has to come in for it to be a pretty much perfect window.
Okay, Frank, thanks so much. And Johnny, just to bring you in on that point as well, you were very buoyant when you came on here, when you heard the news about Kolo Muani, subject to be a Tottenham player, straight loan, no obligation, no option. What would you give this window out of 10 if they get Kolo Muani over the line as a Tottenham player in this window? What do you give it out of 10 so far? Or do you have to reserve judgment until you've seen these guys play, Johnny? And Johnny, right now, we're going to reconnect with him Cammy style in very, very soon. Connor's go to you.
Yeah,
oh, Johnny's come back alive. He's back alive. We put 5p in the
Sorry, anyone would think I was in darkest Peru. But
anyone would think you're on holiday on deadline day. Anyone think who goes on holiday on deadline day?
I did say that. Even my missus said to me, you messed up, didn't you? I said, what do you mean? She goes, there's no way you plan to go away on deadline day. Not a chance. We've had to go away on the international break twice just to meet your
requirements. My requirements.
Yeah, you know it.
I know it.
Sorry, I missed that.
I know it. I know it. I'm probably living it.
What was this?
The question was, what would you give this window out? If Johnny, if they get Kolo Muani over the line, what would you give this window out of 10 if they get Kolo Muani done, in your opinion, right now? Can you give that a rating?
I can, an 8.
An 8, okay, an 8. Con, are we going to shift away from your original scoring point? I mean, I know, again, the later we get to the window here, we're hearing news the club want to get a centre-back in to complement Mickey van der Ven and Christian Romero. What's your gauge on it for you, Con, about that?
Yeah, I think out of 10, I would give it 7.5. I think at the moment. I think.
Okay. What moves it, Con, to a 9 or an 8.5? What moves it?
Definitely a left winger. Because for me, as I said, that was a non-negotiable with Son going. And I know, and as I said earlier, I know Muani can play out there, but he's definitely done better down the middle. I think he's only played sort of 20 odd games on the left in his career or whatever. So, yeah, I think definitely a left winger. I think centre back would be then what pushes it up. Sort of, I think a left winger takes it to 8.5. Centre back takes it to 9. For me, 10 is sort of impossible to ever get a 10. Unless we were absolutely outstanding at selling players as well.
Is that in your opinion, Con, as we change the ownership?
Yeah, well, yeah. No, I think, look, I think to get a 10, you would have had to have done more of the business before the season had started and had them properly embedded into pre-season. The selling would have had to have been better, etc., etc. So, yeah, 7.5 for me. I think, you know, the people that are rating it less than that just need to potentially remember that the players that have been signed of quality are going straight into the starting 11. So that's what sort of gives me a few extra points. I think the context as well is obviously last summer was so bad.
Yes.
It has meant that we've needed to do more this summer because last summer was sort of a 3 out of 10 probably at best. So yeah, with that context, but I think what frustrates people as well, just to give, you know, a slightly more pessimistic view, is obviously we are seeing, you know, you've got a new manager in, so you'd expect a huge amount of work to be done anyway. We got the golden ticket of Champions League football still, even having finished 17th, so there was a huge amount of work to do. And they would never have budgeted for Champions League football based on how the season was going. So to get that in, you expect a significant amount of work. And obviously, people are seeing what's happening around us as well with the work that Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea have done. Man City did it obviously early in the window and in January. And even United have strengthened a lot. So there's a lot of context as well. But yeah, it's definitely been a very strong window. I'm very happy with the acquisition so far, but I really, really want that left winger as well.
Okay, let's bring everybody an update on Kolo Muani. We have an update from Sky Sports at Lyle Thomas, friend of the show, Lyle Thomas as well from Sky. We understand now that Kolo Muani is now in London. He's arrived in London and he's now set to undergo his medical with Tottenham ahead of agreeing a loan until the end of the season. So that latest news that has come in, Kolo Muani in London, set to undergo his medical, where he will sign for Tottenham on a season-long loan. And just as we're hearing this, we also understand Tottenham have now agreed a fee of 8.6 million for Bryan Gil. That is what we are hearing. It will obviously amount to 10 million euros, but 8.6 million for Bryan Gil to go to Girona. That move is taking place. That is happening. And as I said, Kolo Muani in London and undergoing a medical right now, where he will be a Tottenham player for the remainder of the season. Frank, let's come to you on that point. Does feel like now with Muani, we're getting closer and closer and closer. Would you be surprised at this point, Frank, if Tottenham could go for Lookman? Would you think that's really difficult now, given the amount of time left? You'd imagine a player, maybe he's over here in England. We're not too sure where he is. We'll try and find that out for you. But how hard would it be now, do you think, in addition to Muani, they could get Lookman, Frank? Is that seen in your mind as a possibility?
I think certainly the idea of a left winger is a possibility. Whether or not it's Lookman, I'm not sure. I mean, I know that he's kind of made up his mind, apparently, that he's not going to play for Atalanta, or that his time there is done. So I guess they probably want to shift him on as well, and I'm sure any money would now, the right money obviously, but be welcomed. So I think there's certainly still a deal could happen there. I would be surprised if come 7 o'clock tonight he's still an Atalanta player.
Yeah.
Whether it be us, whether it be Bayern Munich, whether it be sort of Galatasaray sort of mentioned and thrown around as well, that I'd be very surprised if he's still playing for Atalanta come 7 o'clock tonight.
Okay. I mean, what's quite interesting on the point here, Con, I'm seeing a lot of people suggesting, why are we allowing Mano Solomon or even negotiating with Mano Solomon to go to Crystal Palace and reinforcing a Premier League rival that made a mockery out of us with the Eze deal? What's your take on that, Con, and that view from maybe some fans out there have that feeling around Mano Solomon, why we shouldn't even be entertaining a conversation with Crystal Palace over his exit?
Yeah, I mean, no offense to Palace, and I think they're a good side, but they shouldn't really be considered a rival of ours.
I think people
say
just
that
look at the way. I think the way we were treated with the Eze deal and not getting it done.
Yeah,
Why
sure.
should we strengthen them? Why should we strengthen them? Or does it strengthen
Sure.
them?
But equally at the same time, look, I mean, just get rid of him. It's a player that's surplus to requirements in my view. So, if Palace are going to take him, let them take him. And this is in some ways, I know we can't have it both ways, can we? We argue that Levy has burnt bridges with loads of clubs, and then because they fucked us around with the Eze deal, we then want to not do any more dealings with Palace again. This might be a way of rebuilding a relationship, right? So I'm not fussed. It's not a player that I care about staying.
Okay.
So I'm happy for him
Can
to
I
go
ask
down.
though? Sorry, I'm confused here, right? So you would rather sell him without buying in cover?
No, I didn't say that. I think he's.
Oh, you mean you're going back to the original question, Johnny? That's been asked by someone. Is that what you mean? You're going back to the original question.
So what I'm asking here is that I would not sell Mano Solomon unless it. Look, I want Lookman. Wanted him for a long time, and if you don't, then what we're saying here, we're going to be playing Matthias Tell and Brennan Johnson out on that left hand side.
Well, you've got Odegaard as well, haven't you?
Huh?
You've got Odegaard as well, haven't you? So
none of them are
good enough. I agree, but it's almost two independent arguments. I think there's an argument that we should be signing a left winger. Absolutely, that was 100%. A non-negotiable in the window.
Right.
Yeah.
And then there's a separate argument which is Solomon is not good enough, so he probably should go. I take your point that at the moment Tell and Odegaard aren't good enough either. So you've got 3 left winger options that are not good enough. But that's absolutely.
But are we unanimous across the board here that we're happy for Mano Solomon to go if we don't bring in another left winger? Are we happy across the board to say that? Because I mean, I think for you, Johnny, what do you think?
Yeah, for me, you sell. Yeah, I've got no problem selling. If we're bringing in a left-sided winger,
but what I'm saying is, if we don't get a left-sided winger and it's only Kolo Muani, you think we should keep him?
Yeah, 100%. Because look, whatever you might think, right, he is more ready now than Matthias bloody Tell. Right, Tell is not ready now.
Can I just say we are getting, as you said, we're getting a update here from Alistair Gold coming into the show, that Tottenham are going to continue to look at other wingers in the final hours of this window. So we are, just to be clear, we are not done yet on the wingers. We are not done yet on the wingers. Despite having about 15 of them, we're not done yet. We are looking for another winger. That is from Alistair Gold, who says Spurs are continuing to search for wingers in the final hours of this transfer window. I think one name we can definitely say that's off the table is Savinho. Can't see Tottenham reviving their interest in him. You have got, I think, Agalush, who can play as a winger. Again, Adamola Lookman. We know there's initial talks with him last week. That hasn't really progressed any further. Guys, can you think of any other wingers out there right now? Frank, coming to you. Any wingers that scream out to you and think he could be available right now, this late in the window with 4.5 hours to go roughly?
No, not really. That's just quite a poor answer, but not really in terms of ones that I think are totally sort of gettable now, achievable now. I mean, the big one that you could maybe argue, and I've seen sort of quite a few comments popping up. I don't think it happens, by the way, but if Simmons was going to be used out there and Morgan Rogers, again, I think it's highly unlikely. But I guess that's another name that's sort of been thrown around. Villa have picked up a couple of players today, so that's probably sparked some rumours again. But I think I think that Lookman is probably the one that I would suspect it is a name that they look for now, because I think it's probably achievable now. Players like sort of Kenan Yildiz and things that we've spoken about across the summer, I'm not sure they're achievable in any way now. I think it's probably too late, so which is a shame because I think they're top players. But Lookman is someone that, as I say, comes in, impacts now, can still impact over the next however many years, as played at high levels and things. So he certainly would be a good buy for Tottenham.
Okay, you know what? Just quickly, just to say that if we get 20 million and 8 million for Brian Gill and 20 million for Mano Solomon, that's 28 million towards Adamar and Lookman. Plus, we've only spent 5 million for a loan fee
on
for
Muani.
I think that's fantastic business. I also think 50 million for Javi Simmons is great business as well, as is the price we play for Kudos. I would think, to be honest with you, I think we've done very good business in this window. If we can manage to sell those two and bring in Adamar Lookman, I'm going to give it a 9.
It's interesting that we do understand the club from Sammy Mockbell. They are looking at centre-back still between now and this next 4.5 hours. We also understand, as we said earlier, that Spurs do want to bring in a winger and they're now scaling the market for other wingers in these final hours. Con, just logistically, how hard is this to get done? The club are now looking at both those two areas, centre-back, winger, Kolo Muani in London for a medical. How do you feel, Con, and how realistic is it we could go and get another winger and a centre-back plus Kolo Muani in these final hours? Can you see a world we get 3 in?
Maybe. I mean, look, with a winger, I think they've proven with the Muani deal and the Simmons deal that if you want to get deals done quickly, you can, if the conditions are right. And so, going back to Lookman, he's a player that definitely wants to desperately leave Atalanta this summer. Atalanta wants him to move on as well. So that is a deal that you would think can happen very, very quickly. There's rumours that he's been in London, who knows? But as I say, I think worst case you can do the medical abroad anyway if you need to. So yeah, I don't think time should stop us right now with just over 4 hours to go. Let's see, but I think if it's not Lookman, you are starting to struggle to think of who it could potentially be, who's as good as him and as available as him. But yeah, I mean, look, back to the Solomon point very quickly. I think I would sell him even if we couldn't get a replacement, because I think you've got, and as I say, I absolutely want us to sign someone. So this shouldn't even be a conversation because it was an absolute must to sign a left winger. But I think you've got with Solomon, I think sometimes you've got to be ruthless as a football club and say, look, if we get a good offer for him, say 15 million quid, take the 15 million quid. You've got plenty of options out who can play on the left wing, even if they're not good enough. Even now with the signing of Muani, you've got Muani and Richarlison who can potentially play out there. I don't think Solomon is good enough to warrant not selling him. So I'm happy for him to go regardless, to be honest. But absolutely, we need a left winger.
Do you agree, Frank, on that point? Would you let Solomon go regardless at the moment if we aren't going to strengthen that side of the pitch?
I kind of do. I mean, ultimately, it depends. If Thomas Frank isn't going to use him and has kind of made that clear, then I think you might as well take good money if you can get good money from now. I mean, if he's literally not going to be used, whether he's there or not, then I guess it comes down to that. If he's completely out of the plans, if there's a chance that he might actually use him, then maybe I think differently. But as I say, if he's not going to be, I know he was on the bench the other day, but hopefully with sort of Kolo Muani coming in and whatever, that won't be the case. That if he isn't going to use him and he's not in his plans whatsoever, then I think getting 15 million quid or whatever it be would probably be the sensible move.
And Johnny, for you, your stance hasn't changed. You still feel for you would not be selling Mano Solomon unless we've got another winger ready to come in. And that news I've said to you earlier just now, Tottenham are seeking other wingers while this deadline ends, and that's independent of also searching for a centre-back. So we could live in a world here where Tottenham are bringing in Kolo Muani and they're bringing in a centre-back and they're bringing in a winger. Johnny, your thoughts on that? Would you still wouldn't let Solomon go for you unless you've got confirmation we're definitely getting that winger?
Yeah, because he's played in the Champions. I don't know what people think Mano Solomon was. He was playing for Shakhtar Donetsk, but he was doing it in the Champions League. He's good enough. Spurs have probably called SAS, called it the SAS security team to make sure Muani doesn't escape out the window before they sign him.
Well, just lock the bloody doors. Just lock the bloody place
I don't
up.
think the doors. Blow the bloody doors off. No,
Off.
you've got to keep the doors on. I know it's not going to be popular. I'm just saying. Look, I believe that they can go for Lookman, right? If they sell Solomon and they know Solomon's going and they can get their 18, 20, 15, 20 million plus what they get for Brian Gill, plus what they can get for Balloon Guy, then, you know, they've definitely got the money to go and do the deal for Lookman. No questions asked. If you can't sell him the position to play with Javi Simmons, Kolo Muani, Kudos, Richie and all the rest of them, then you shouldn't be in the football business. It's an exciting project now. It's gone from a bit mundane, plodding along, to exciting. And we got Champions League. But no, I wouldn't sell him unless we know for sure we're getting either Javi Simmons, either Adamara Lookman, or a better player.
Okay, just on that point, just on that point, Johnny. Just on that point, with regards to this situation, how confident are you, Muani plus a centre back, plus another winger? Can you really see 3 being done in the next? What we now 4.5 hours? I'm looking at COD for the back here. 4.5 hours.
I'm going to be brave. I'm going to say it could be the greatest ENIC transfer window ever. Right, it's already a very good window, in my opinion. I mean, signing, you know, let's throw in Cuti Romero, who everyone thought was leaving. Jed Spence signing a new contract, getting rid of Brian Gill for a fee, unbelievable bit of business. Getting rid of Mala Solomon for a decent fee. Getting rid of hopefully Balloon Guy and bringing in Javi Simmons, bringing in Kudos. And bringing in Kolo Muani. Anything else on top are the cherries and the sprinkles. We're looking for cherries and sprinkles now.
We're looking for cherries and sprinkles. Johnny, I promise we are going to let you go in the next 5-10. We've got Ashmatic warming up his microwavable meal to come and join us. He's even showing me the hot sauce. Ashley's putting the hot sauce on. You know, and Ashley's putting the hot sauce on the food. It's getting serious. It's getting busy. And it means Daniel Levy is warming up on deadline day. He loves deadline day, Daniel Levy. Is he going to deliver for Tottenham? Kolo Muani, a centre-back and a winger. Let's give you a round of where we are at 2:30 this afternoon. We understand Kolo Muani is in talks to become a Tottenham player for the remainder of the season. No option, no obligation, a straight loan. He's in London, undergoing his medical, where he will become a Spurs player for the remainder of the season. We understand Akanji, that is off. He will not be a Tottenham player. It's at a here we go approval. He's going to Inter Milan. It means in terms of centre-back options for Tottenham, left on the table at this stage is Nathan Ake and Joe Gomez. Those are the two predominant other options as things stand right now in terms of centre-half. Moving us further up the pitch, we understand Mano Solomon is in talks with Crystal Palace. Palace want to get a deal done with Tottenham. They want it done on this deadline day. Johnny reckons there's intermediaries, not Daniel Levy and Steve Parish at the negotiation table. Intermediaries that are trying to get this deal done. Will Tottenham sell to Crystal Palace? Will Palace deal with Tottenham? Mano Solomon, we understand, is keen to stay at Tottenham. Tottenham want to sell him. That could go to the wire. Brian Hill, the second longest serving Spurs player right now, is off to Girona. He's off to Girona. £8.3 million fee between the two clubs. It amounts to around 10 million euros. He is on his way. He'll be leaving Tottenham. Like I say, the second longest serving player. He's out the door. One man right now who's not either in the door or out the door is Ibasuma. Balloon Guy, Johnny keeps calling him. We don't know what's happening with Ibasuma. No suggestion at the moment. He is leaving right now. He's staying right now. But a reminder for you that on this deadline day, just to let you know, of course, you've got the situation where the Saudi window and the Turkish window, they're still open by and for a further week. So, look, it's all shaping up to be one of the most exciting deadline days in recent Spurs history. Will they get a deal done for Kolo Muani? Will they get a winger? Well, we understand, according to Alistair Gold, the search is on. And according to Sammy Mockbell, the search is also on for a centre-half. I'm joined by on this show, Connor from Levynomics 1882. I'm joined by Frank Thomas, of course, part of Spurs Related. Please make sure you go give them a like and subscribe. Please help the Spurs community out. And we're joined by the wonderful Johnny Hammy, of course, over at Football Inc. Johnny, I know we've got to let you go very, very shortly. This does feel different, doesn't it, with Tottenham in this window with Daniel Levy and ENIC? You know, we've discussed, and Connor's even said this. No, we know Connor's feelings, bless him, on this subject, because we've been talking about Connor for a lot of the summer. But the reality is, with regards to, you know, Tottenham's profiler player, this is a lot of a higher caliber profile player that we've never really been after. How much is this a real change from even your viewpoint in the last 20 years of ENIC, that we have now shifted that dial slightly in terms of the players that we've been going for this window for you?
It's not a surprise to me, because I said in March, times are changing, things are changing, the board is changing, money's coming in, the objectives are changing, and finally we're moving to a different place. I must admit, I was beginning to doubt my own comments in the last week or so. I'll be brutally honest. Losing Hincapié, losing Ebericheze was a bitter pill to swallow for me, because they're the two players that I've wanted for such a long time. But I do think that these are the best quality players that we have signed in a considerably long time. You know, no longer signing players from relegated clubs. These are decent, what I'm classed as very decent signings, and long may it continue. Let's hope it's just not a blip, and it's the way that the club are going to move from here on in. Because let's be serious, right? If this is a sign of intent, and Daniel Levy sitting there, you know, sipping his wine, we all thought that the wine had maybe gone to his head when he was promising us dreams of Champions League and Premier League. But if this is the start of windows, as we mean to carry on, then I'm all in, as are probably all Spurs fans, because all the Spurs fans that have been protesting change for Tottenham, this is what they want. They want change. They want ambition. They want to see the club moving forward and challenging for the best players. And this is, I mean, look, we're not up there with Arsenal, with how much they've spent and what they've done, or Liverpool or Chelsea, but it's a step in the right direction. I'll be honest, a couple of weeks ago, I was thinking, what the hell is going on here? You know, they're all out the traps and they're down the road, and we're, you know, just dust in their taillights. This puts us a different perspective on us, on the whole window. Yeah. But we got 4 hours. It's not over yet. The deals have got to be done, right? So let's wait and see. Anything can happen.
We know, Johnny, we're going to let you go in a second. I want to come and at the end before we let you go. Just coming over to you, Con, for a second. You know, we've discussed a lot about ENIC, Levy, the model, and you're going to give us another breakdown of that once we've got to the end of this window. This might be different than even what I was thinking what we're going to present with you, Con, at the end of this window. But the viewpoint has changed, hasn't it? I mean, the player profile has changed. The caliber of what we're going after has changed here. The key thing is, has the ambition changed? I mean, this is the key, isn't it? We're going to find out. You know, this is the thing that we are going to know in terms of the end of this window. If they get Kolo Muani, they do get a centre-back and a winger. I mean, you know, you have to put your hands up and say this has been a remarkable window, right? Because of the areas they've strengthened and the ability that they've done it in such the time to pivot and move when they've needed to, given the injuries that we've had in this squad, Con.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, one swallow doesn't make a summer, and you know, this is they gave Ange a decent first window, and then gave him an absolute shambles of a window last year, right? So I think we need to see it done on a sort of consistent basis. But there's no doubt, obviously, in this window, they've improved the quality and they've done what we all want in terms of the type of players with Simmons, Paulina, Kudus, Muani, and Touchwood, a left winger, which, as I keep saying, we desperately need. But because those types of players are those established, you know, make a difference now, go straight into the first team. got serious level of experience type players. You do have to give the context of though what our rivals are doing still, and the fact that we finished 30 plus points behind Liverpool and Arsenal.
We did
last season, and obviously there's a lot of extenuating circumstances for that around, Ange and injuries and everything else, and just hiring Frank will close some of that gap. But we've got a huge amount of work as a result of, a very, very poor strategic focus for the club and underspending pre-moving into the stadium, which then caused a rebuild, which was then not handled particularly well. So there's a lot of context as to the reason why we are where we are and why we need to do huge amounts. But I think Johnny is right when he says it's a step in the right direction. But we do also need to not let this ownership off the hook, because there's a huge amount of work and there's a huge amount of under ambition that is in the past. But hopefully this is a step in the right direction.
Agree. We're going to bring Johnny in because Johnny's going to leave us in a second. Johnny, you said it there. If Tottenham do get Kolo Muani over the line, which again, just to be clear, he's in London for a medical. We understand Spurs are still pursuing other centre-back options and other winger options as we enter this final, 3.5 hours of this window now. How much, Johnny, for you, do you feel as a fan now when you walk back into that Tottenham Hotspur Stadium when it's going to be Wolves in a few weeks' time? We know before that it's West Ham. But how much confidence do you feel even going to, dare I say, the London Stadium with these options that Tottenham might have under their sleeve now, under Thomas Frank?
Honestly, I'm really, really excited. The pace in transition now is just like, wow. Honestly, no more Brennan Johnson checking back. Well, he's probably still going to be there if we don't sign a left winger. But it's just direct football, fast attacking football, running up players, creating space. It's exactly what I want. That's how I want my football to be played. Yes, I will be very excited. But I'm with Connor all the way here. The left wing is the glaring thing, right? I don't want to be seeing checking back. I don't want to see Brennan Johnson on the left wing. I'm happy for him to come off the bench as a sub for Kudos on the right-hand side. Don't want to see him out on that left anymore. Matches tell. It's just, he needs work. He's going to get there, but he needs work. But for me, get the left wing sorted, and this is going to be exciting, guys. This is all we hear about is Spurs' projects. This is an exciting project. He's been here 5 minutes, and yes, it was a blip on Saturday, but I don't believe it's a giant pothole that we've just fallen into. I said to everyone, calm down, because in 3 games we've conceded 1 goal and lost 1 game. And yet we still sit 4th in the league. So let's all relax. It's a long season. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And if we can get these last 2 over the line, for me, I think the most crucial, these 2 are crucial, the left wing. These are all brilliant signings, but a competing left centre-back and a left wing are crucial to take us to a next level.
Johnny, you've been a star. We love you very much, mate. We're going to see you very, very soon. Of course, Johnny from Football Inc. Make sure you're checking Football Inc. out. Unlike us, they cover all things football. So you can get away from Tottenham and just go and join the world of where Vissa's demanding a move and Isak's demanding a move and just a bit more calmness over there at Football Inc. Johnny, you've been a star. We wish you the very best, mate. I don't know about that. Well, also, mate, have a lovely holiday. We're going to leave Johnny alone now for a little bit of a while, although we're going to try to leave him alone. We'll send his love to his beautiful wife, bless her heart, who must love me at the moment, I tell you, bless her heart. Johnny, you've been a star. We're going to go for our next break of this show. Joining the panel is the wonderful Ash Matic, who's in the background. Let's go for that break and tell you where we are with Tottenham in this transfer window. Right, so a roundup of where we are, just so everybody understands as things are at the moment. We've got confirmation that Kolo Muani is in London, undergoing a medical where he'll be a Tottenham Hotspur player. He, just to be very, very clear, has not got the option or obligation to be signing with Tottenham. This is a straight loan deal. Whether they revisit that at the end of the season, we shall wait to see. We have also heard confirmation that Crystal Palace are in for Mano Solomon. We'll wait to see if they can get this deal done in the next, 3.5 hours or so. Mano Solomon wants to stay at Tottenham. Tottenham want to sell Mano Solomon. And frankly, we'll only sanction this deal if there's a guarantee we're not leaving ourselves short in that area. We know one man that is also definitely going to be leaving is Brian Hill. He's off to Girona, 8.3 million fee on his way there, 10 million euro fee on the way to Girona. Unlike before, permanent deal. He'll leave the football club as the second longest serving Tottenham player, which is quite simply unbelievable, really. And yeah, he will be making his way. Let's go, if we can, to Ash from Spurs Kings TV. Ash, lovely way to start with you here. Can I just say for everybody here, look, Connor from Levy Nomics 882, please like and obviously follow Connor over at X. We've got Frank Thomas, of course, part of Spurs Related. Please give them a like and subscribe, of course, on their respective channel, and of course at THFC_Frank. Ash, of course, at Spurs Kings TV. Please make sure you go and like and subscribe there. We love Ash very much. We do so much of him. And please keep liking and subscribing to Last Word on Spurs. We're with you here until the very, very end of this transfer window. Ash, let's bring you in. Tottenham in the window. What are you making of it? 3.5 hours to go. We're ready for the crescendo, aren't we? What's happening?
Boy, this is Levy time, boy, from what I understand, from what I remember as a kid, as a young adult, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, he likes his last minute shopping deals. You know, he can go in the market, see what's all about, and see if he can grab a last minute deadline deal and get the fans, you know, happy. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those ones where, yeah, we've had a decent window so far, in my opinion. Wow, that we've got Xavi Simons over the line. I think he was like the marquee signing, the difference maker. We're always going to do one or two in the window, and I think him coming on will transform the way we play in terms of midfield. So 3 quality signings in so far, with Paulinho included, and if we manage to get any more signings in the door, then you have to just put your hands up and say, look, it's been a pretty good window. You have to be honest. So I think all fans are waiting to see, because a lot of people haven't seen Xavi Simons in the Premier League, and we haven't seen Kolo Muani in the Premier League. So I think that's where people are afraid to say, oh, this has been an excellent window. It's been a 10 out of 10, because we just don't know. But as Spurs fans, you just want to get behind the club. You want to be positive and be optimistic about the Premier League. You want to be excited. And so you'll do your research, you'll dig around, you look at players like Kolo Muani, who've got up on the screen. And if you actually think about it, he was a kid that was in France, grew up in Paris, didn't necessarily make it through academy football. So he made it into football a little bit later, was a bit of a street baller, as you say, but was a bit rugged and raw around the edges. And I think someone took a chance on him. I think it was in League One of France, not League One, or the division below, League Two, shall I say, for France, the second tier division. And he was found later on, and then he managed to get his move to a team in Germany. Sorry, a team called Nantes. Not in Germany. I think it's in France. Sorry. He got his first move from Nantes B. And then from there, he was picked up to Frankfurt. And Frankfurt, funny enough, when he was at Frankfurt, he was coached by none other than Crystal Palace's manager, Mr. Glasner. So Glasner used him in a different way and said, we need him as a transitional player. So that's where lots of fans will be looking at his career at Nantes and then at Frankfurt and seeing the best of him and saying, oh, look how many goals he got there. Look how many assists he got there. And maybe look at the system that what Thomas Frank is doing in terms of transition, and hoping that we can get that type of player coming into our club. But the other side of it is that, you know, he went for big money off the back of that. I remember he was playing at the World Cup. There was lots of hype around him. And then he went to a PSG side that do dominate the ball, have a lot of possession, and they have a lot of superstars, and you have to hit the ground running. And he had players like the likes of Dembele, Mbappe, just some of the stars to mention. And for whatever reason, he did struggle. And so a lot of players, or a lot of fans will look at him and say, oh, you know, he flopped at France. He might flop at Spurs in the Premier League. It's a harder league. It's a faster paced league. There's no guarantee he's going to do well there. And some people might look at his style as well, say he's quite clumsy looking on the ball. But I disagree. I think he's more of a long-legged, limbed kind of athletic, explosive type of player. That's how I look at him when I watch him. Very similar to someone like Ekatike, who lives in the channels. So it's a striker that not only lives in the box, because most strikers we kind of associate being deadly finishers, but I think this is a guy that can start attacks, in my opinion, can pick the ball up from deep, and he can make it happen himself, not necessarily relying on service. So he would probably profile more similar to what a Dominic Solanke is in terms of on the ball or off the ball work rate, etc., etc. And some people, I know they don't rate Dominic Solanke, but one thing you will say about Solanke is when he gets on the ball, he likes to carry the ball when there is space. So maybe we could utilize Muani in that similar profile. But the thing is, where the question mark is how are we going to play him? Are we going to play him as a striker, or are we going to play him on the wings? And I think the club were trying to get a player where they can do a bit of both. Now that's the question mark, because a lot of people would prefer a specialized role. So we'll get your winger playing as a winger, not your winger play as a forward, or your forward playing as a winger. Because then there's an argument if the players played out of position. Oh, look, we didn't play him in the right position, and this guy's a flop, etc., etc. So we don't want to have any gray areas. I would prefer you buy your forward as a forward and you buy your winger as a winger. And if it does so happen that your forward happens to be in the channels and he operates there, it's a bonus. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So that's how I'm looking at it. That's my personal opinion. But yeah, he has been deployed on the right wing for Frankfurt. In fact, in Frankfurt, he was deployed on the right wing a lot of the times. And he played more games on the right wing than he did in the left wing. So that's something also to consider. He was played on the right wing for PSG at times as well. When Dembele was out, they would try to put Muani at times at PSG on the right wing. He did play at times up front as well. But again, when he was in the French squad, he came off for Mbappe and he played he played with Mbappe at times, and he played as either a striker, and sometimes he helped to fill in on that right hand side. So that's how I see it. As a left winger, he's played less games, but maybe because he's so quick and explosive, that's the thinking behind the actual board, and thinking, maybe he will play in there. However, we do know that Cochrane and the rest of the crew, they're very competent in terms of getting the best out of French players, especially a player called Visa, who's now moved to Newcastle. He was also in the lower divisions of France. Then they took him out from there in Troyes, put him into the Brentford team, and the rest is history. And now you saw for the back of the end of the last season that Visa got 19 non-penalty goals. So if we do have enough time with a player of Muani's caliber, and he's a lot later into his career now, he's at least 26, I believe, then hopefully he has enough time that these guys can get enough out of him. And he's also French speaking, so he will settle in well with the boys. We've got a lot of French young players there, under 21 stars. So hopefully he can help raise him in, because he's had to battle from where he's been.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So that's my perspective.
No, listen, I think
on the Muani.
Really exciting stuff there, which we're going to come back to you, Ash, on. Con, Frank, and Contra, we've got obviously another 10 minutes. You guys, we've got some other guys also in the background waiting to come on as well. Let's go to you, Frank, first, and we'll close with Con on this point as well. Frank, how do you feel about this window where we are at? Because, like I said, there is this excitement in the air that it's the profile of player Spurs are moving for, which is maybe what, unlike we've seen under Enoch, Daniel Levy. Does this give you confidence, Frank, that it does fear, that's not say fear, but does there's a feeling now there's a real change maybe in the mindset and maybe the ambition of what this club want to be? But again, it's not just be one window, as Connor said. It needs to be proved over several windows, but it needs to start from somewhere. Do you feel this is a good starting point?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think we've probably had a bit of an identity crisis for a while under Enoch, in that you need to actually work out what you want to be, right? Do you want to be a Brighton sort of scouting level club where but in order to do that, you have to be proactive and not reactive, and too often we are reactive to things, but you want to spend like them and you want to work like them and operate like them, but then you want to finish in the same place as Liverpool and Manchester City and Chelsea and Arsenal, whatever. So that identity crisis has probably been something that for the last couple of years has kind of consumed him a little bit, certainly probably since the Champions League final. But this, for the first time, feels, I mean, in the last couple of years, they've made a few, maybe Solanke, James Maddison, sort of those sort of players where the odd ones come in that's a little bit more experienced. But now it feels like they're bringing in a caliber of player that have played at that level. I mean, Ange kind of said about it at the start, sort of the back end, just after the final, I think, of last season, where he said that there needs to be a level of experience that comes in, not just in, you know, how many games they've played or their age, but also the level at which they've played at. And that's kind of with some of these guys. That Kudus is still young, right? But he's played in the Champions League. He's played in the Premier League. Xavi Simons is exactly the same. And Paulinho is obviously slightly older on that scale, but has played at that top level, played in the Premier League for a number of years, in the Champions League as well. And Kolo Muani is kind of in the middle. And so in terms of the caliber of what they're bringing in, they're bringing in players that you know now that you can almost line up with any of them in the Champions League and feel comfortable. And that's kind of where this has changed. But for a little while, I look at it and I go, I like Wilson Odobert, I like Matisse Tell and Archie Gray, and guys, I think they're all going to be good players. But if we were lining up away at PSG with those guys starting, I'm not feeling confident. I'm not sitting there thinking this is going to work out. Whereas I look at it and I go, now we've got a guy who's played in Kolo Muani at the top level. He's played in World Cup final. He's played in all this sort of stuff. That he's experienced enough to know his role and know what that level requires. And so I think we're in a really good place. I still think, as we say, the priority should be a left winger. I think if they can get a left-sided centre half in as well, then brilliant. But that maybe can sort of wait till January. I think a left winger probably has to be the next sort of priority, and hopefully in the next sort of 3 or 4 hours that they get a little bit more done.
Yeah, just same question to you, Con. I know I asked you about this earlier about the fact that we've now, it does feel moving up a level in terms of the clientele player that we're going for. This is the key point I know you want to maybe stress, is that it's all well doing it for one window, Con, but there's no point when we go to January and we then dip our toes back with no due respect to the kind of Werners of the market. And how important is that for you, Con, to really see a consistency and progressiveness when it comes to the caliber of players that we're targeting over more than just one window, Con?
Yeah, absolutely. Because Frank raises an interesting point about the identity crisis. I'd definitely take that point to some extent. It's, we can't be operating like a Brentford or a Brighton because we're just in a different stratosphere when it comes to, the financials of the club. And you can't, on one hand, try and break away with the European Super League when that came up and consider yourself part of the Big Six, and then come out with statements like you want to win the Premier League and Champions League, and then adopt a model of a Brighton or a Brentford. You have to act seriously, and yeah, for sure, the profiles of these types of players is a massive step upwards. I think we have to be realistic in that, we're not expecting them to do everything in one window and suddenly close that gap completely because of the mismanagement for a number of years. So we need to do it progressively, and hopefully we are seeing that change. I think Frank is obviously a very good appointment as well, hopefully. And so, with him, hopefully we've got a manager that is a good coach in the same way Pochettino was a good coach, will develop some of these players. But yeah, we've got to see it for a number of years. It's interesting. I think I was thinking the club was, and obviously maybe the Muani will be covering left wing and striker. But I was thinking the club were going to wait on the striker until next summer. But obviously maybe the Solanke injury has forced their hand a little bit as well. And Muani is too good of an opportunity for this season to let go, particularly on loan. But I think with that context of him being alone as well, to me, there's no excuse not to get a left winger in. We've known for some time that we need an established left winger to replace Son. One could argue we should have even been succession planning better earlier, given Son was on the decline. But certainly we've known for some time that Son was going to leave this summer. For me, there's no excuse if they don't get a proper left winger in. Because to the point that Ash raised earlier, Muani can play out on the left, he can play out on the right, but he's better down the middle, and that's his main position. And I don't want to see us having to pigeonhole players into positions they can play rather than just signing that person who really would move the needle at left wing. So yeah, let's see what happens in the last 4 hours or so. And then what we want to see is that continues going forward as well. But definitely a step up and a step in the right direction.
Okay, superb. Boys, just very quickly, just give me your ratings out of 10 if we're leaving you right now. If we do very quickly, Frank and Con, this is. Frank, if we do get Kolo Muani over the line, do somehow secure a centre-back in these final 4 hours, and also somehow find a winger, out of 10, Frank, what are you rating it?
I'll go with sort of a high 9. I think that's probably. I think we're in a very good place. I mean, a 10 probably requires you maybe signing Morgan Rogers or something. That'd be the pinnacle for me. But
Okay.
yeah, I think that'd be an unbelievable way to go into the West Ham game in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay, I can't believe we're saying these numbers, aren't we? A 9 in the transfer window. Actually, like he was about to fall backwards through the picture there. Con, let's come to you. we might get the highest rating from Con out of a window here if we get a centre back and we get a winger and we get Muani. Con, what are you going for?
Yeah, I think if we get a left winger of quality, let's just say Lookman, for example, and centre back, I think it's a 9 for sure. I think the only thing stopping it being a 10 for me is, one, I find it difficult to give 10s ever, but also I think it's the selling hasn't been as great as it should have been, and you're three league games into the season, so arguably that Bournemouth result might have been different had we had these players in, and you never know what difference 3 points could make at the end of the season. But absolutely brilliant if you get those 2 positions in. Given the context of where we are and given the context of other windows.
Superb. Con, best bet to find is still an X, leaving on 1882. Is that right for yourself?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, superb. And Frank, where can we find yourself, Spurs related? Let everyone know where they can find you.
Yeah, so obviously both Spurs related, and then underneath me, THFC. Frank, that's first video, I think, it was filmed this afternoon. So first video tomorrow, hopefully. So
okay, fantastic. Yeah. Please make sure, guys, go give him a like over there, give him a subscribe. And the same for Connor over at Leaving-Nomics. He'll be very, very busy, I'm sure, in these next few weeks. We're following a report after this, Con. We know that it could be a different report than we anticipated it to be. Could be a good one. From Con, from Frank, thank you so much. Ash is with me. I've got Billy, T and Adam in casting and makeup right now. I can see Adam getting really nice done up in the background. I can see a lovely person doing his hair for him. Billy's also getting some nice treatment. We're going to bring those guys in. We're going to go for our next break of the show. No, me and Ash can't go back through casting. We're stuck with us as we are now. Ash don't need any treatment. I need about 15 years worth of treatment. Let's bring in Adam and Billy T to the show. A roundup of where we are for those that want to know where Tottenham are at the moment. Kolo Muani in London arrived for his medical, will undergo that and will sign for Tottenham on a season-long loan, no obligation and also no option to sign as things stands. We know the club are also in talks with Crystal Palace over the sale of Mano. They also are in the talks with Girona over a deal for Brian Hill to leave the club on a permanent basis. No movement as things stands on Basuma. And from friend of the show, Paul O'Keefe. Paul O'Keefe is saying that Ademola Lookman is an easy deal to do if we want to do it. One man who knows about the deal, he told us last night, Adam Hotspur's back. Look at him looking suave in the car. Billy T's back in the building. Let's come to Ad to start off with here, Ad. You told us it's a very difficult day to get deals done. What have you made so far this deadline day where it looks like Tottenham are making their moves and Kolo Muani could be a Tottenham player, Ad? Talk on that for you.
Yeah, I think the Muani one is an interesting one, isn't it? I think, when we came off air last night, I think me and Billy were having a bit of a chat, weren't we, about the fact that we were hearing that Solanke might be out for a while. So, I mean, this one's an interesting one because I've just been reading about it and that he can either play centrally or off the left.
Yes, that's what I understand as well. Yep.
It's whether he's the desperate one that we got because Solanke's out, or actually he was one of the ones that was on the list regardless for that sort of position. And I just sort of tweeted that, if you do have Muani that can play off the left or central, and you've got Simmons who can also play off the left and a number 10, then actually you're sort of filling sort of three positions, as it were, potentially with two players. So sadly, I reckon that's going to be it.
You think it's just going to be Muani? You don't think it'll be difficult to do anything else? How do you think?
I don't think it'll be difficult. It's 3:00 and we're not hearing sniffs, and it's like there's not all of us. Unless there's something that nobody knows about. I said this last time. Somebody's not going to magically appear and say, right, also, by the way, Lookman is at Hotspur away, unless can you still do this like 2-hour extension thing?
Good question.
You know,
Bill, we'll have to ask Bill about that. Has Bill got flight tracker on the phone? That's what we need to ask him.
That's right. Locked and loaded, bro. Locked and
It's
loaded.
it's got flight tracker.
Yeah,
we're getting ready. We're getting ready.
Unless you can do something like that. I mean, I reckon. I don't know. Unless this was an easy deal, my the Juventus deal fell away last night, didn't it? So I don't know. I reckon we'll be done, and I reckon if it's 4, these are all 4 good players.
Yes.
If you assume that Muani's going to play, let's say he's going to play off the left as a start, and Simmons in the middle with Paulina and Kudos, I think that team is upgraded. I know people will be frustrated in that about.
Just so you know, Ed, you can apparently get a 2-hour extension if you've agreed it on the term sheet. So you can get that done if you can.
Yeah, there may be some that comes late. Is the squad complete overall? No. We always complain as fans. You don't want us to sign a Solomon or a Brian Gill. These players that aren't good enough, but classic Levy desperate signings. But at the same time, we're sitting here going, sign more. Well, actually, maybe they've said this is the best we can do, and we're not going to cut on our standards. Let's go with what we've got. We've got some players coming back from injury, and we'll go again in Jan.
Listen, we'll see. Ad, we got you for a few more minutes. When have we got you to, Ad? How long we got you for? That's as long as we got Adam for. There you go. Don't tell me it doesn't happen when we're live on it. Let's go to Bill for a second. This is like quite simple. Let's go to Bill. That was brilliant. How long we got you for? Bang, gone. Of the picture. I tell you what, that was like dun 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 dun. Oh, we got it back. We got it back.
That was my mum. My mum was trying to call me. I'm on my phone in my car.
I literally said to you, I said, how long we got? And you went, boom.
My mum,
don't tell me deadline days are fun.
My mum's trying to call me.
We've had Johnny and bloody Spaniard. We've had you on the bloody phone here. Let's go to Bill. Bill's got flight tracker loaded.
Just so you know, this is an exclusive, but nothing's going to come. You can just get excited. I'm in my car and I'm actually meeting the guy that is involved with Roger's agency right now. So if anything magically happens in the next 20 minutes, that I'm going to get told, I'll come back. I'll come back in touch with you. But
is that a promise? Is that a promise? Are you? There's 30,000 people watching. 30,000 Spurs fans are watching this.
Yeah. If anything's going to happen, I'll let you know. I'll let you know either way.
So just so you know, 30,000 Spurs fans are watching this. Adam Hotspur, bless him, who I love very much. Adam has promised us. He's with Morgan Rogers' agent. If anything happens with Morgan Rogers, Adam is going to come back to the car and tell us. Do us a favour, Ed. Keep him in there and get the paper out and get him to sign the bloody contract.
Yeah, I'll try. Right, go on. I'll listen to Billy and then I've got to go.
All right, mate, you're a superstar. Let's go around to Bill. Bill, flight tracker load on Billy's phone. Like I say, that update for you. Kolo Muani in London, going to sign for Tottenham. Like I say, as things stands at the moment, season-long loan, no option to buy, no obligation to buy. Bill, give me your thoughts on that and what else Spurs are doing in this next hour and a half of the window.
Before that, I just want to say, forget Roger's agent. I want to know what Adam's mum wanted. Maybe she has a bomber for us.
What did you want? She thinks she's got COVID, so I've actually cancelled. I dropped a text round at her house. And I've cut her off to tell.
Jesus Christ!
Another injury. That's all we need to see.
What we doing to people? We're cutting people off to try and get transfer news. His mum's got COVID, or might have COVID. Oh, Adam, I tell you, there's a lot of love you had.
I'm pretty pleased with Kolo Muani. It's not one that I saw coming, but I think it's good reaction to what could be a Solanke injury. I'm pretty pleased with it overall. I'm not like shouting from the rooftops or anything like that, but I think it's a good, sensible signing, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him take up a lot of our minutes in the striker role. So it's good to see the club act quick on that one as well. Sort of out of nowhere. I sort of lambast them a lot for acting slow. So can't complain.
And what do you make, Bill, in terms of the outgoings at the moment? Like we said, it looks like the club are trying to obviously get a move done. Well, looks like they're engaging in talks with Palace for a deal for Mano Solomon to go there. I know there's a lot of people saying that we should not even be talking to Palace after the mockery of the Eze deal. Your thoughts on that, Bill, whether we should even be engaging with them, or do we just need to get Solomon a place and a home somewhere else?
Oh yeah, we just need to get this guy out and get him to a new club. I think that'd be great. I'm not really fussed who to get some bodies out, get some money in.
Just to jump in, do you remember yesterday I said to you, when we were going, oh yeah, people don't want to deal with leaving, and I said it's nonsense. Clubs will trade, right? You know, I was saying, oh yeah, will Palace deal with us? It don't make a difference. When someone wants a player, they deal, and this is an example of it, right?
Yeah. I mean, on that point about dealing, looks like they are built, just to stick with you for a second, they're going to look like they're going to be dealing for Brian Hill as well. And I'm going to come back to Ash in a second as well. But like I say, you know, looks like a fee of 8.3 million for Brian Hill to Girona. We were talking last night, Bill, about the fact they were going to rip up his contract and give him away for nothing. So how impressive is that? They might get 8.3 million for him back in the coffers.
Yeah, there was a report earlier today that they were thinking of getting rid of his contract and making him sign somewhere on a free. So I'm happy to get 8 million for him. But I think, you know, more than the money at this stage, I think it's just about getting, you know, wages off the books, players out the door. And then hopefully, as Alistair Gold said, if we can get rid of these two, then hopefully we can go for a left winger, because left winger still remains my priority. I know obviously a potential Solanke injury might change that slightly, but for me, we still haven't replaced Son, so that would be a big one for me. And I know Muani can kind of play there a bit, but I'd love a left wingers come in. That would make it for me an almost perfect window.
Yeah, on that point, we do know, just to circle back round, as we're going to let you go in literally a couple of minutes here, then we're going to bring Ash in as well. They are looking at, from what we're understanding, and you think it's going to be time against us now, they're apparently searching for a winger. They're searching for a centre-back between now and that deadline. How hard is that to do, in your experience? What, we've got less than 4 hours, Ad?
And unless there's stuff where there's like agreements in place with the player, and because sometimes what happens is you'll agree something with a player and it'll be like, well, you're only going to happen if this happens. Unless they've got those sort of like loose agreements in place already, you're going to see scrambles for loans, because you're seeing it all across all clubs, right? No one's doing permanent deals now. It's like, right, let's just get the loan in, because the loan agreement is a much simpler piece of paper, quicker medical, and then you can sort out the actual purchase at a later date. So I don't know. The weird thing is they've been looking around the world all window for this left winger. So I'm not sure where they're getting somebody in the next 4 hours from magically.
Okay. You think unlikely, Ad? So you think at the moment, as things stands, Kolo Muani and that's it, we're done, do you think, in terms of incomings, Ad?
Yeah, or maybe a late loan pops out somewhere, but probably
Lookman, can you see Lookman? Apparently it's an easy one to get done. If he's in London, can it get done, Ad?
Well, if he's in London and it's an easy one to get done, that should be easy with our chairman, shouldn't it?
I think with our chairman, that looks like it's really easy. Ad, you've been an absolute star from the car.
Cheers,
go and see Mum. We send you loads of love, mate. We'll catch up with Ad very, very soon. The wonderful Adam Hotspur there. Oh, we love Adam. Look, on a deadline day, I tell you, what a superstar. We've got the wonderful Gary Ward joining us. Before Gary comes in, we're going to go for our next break of the show here on audio. We have got nearly over 30,000 of you that are watching us live here on this deadline day. Thank you ever so much for all your incredible support for Last Word on Spurs. We are joined by the wonderful Ash over at Spurs Kings TV. We're joined by Billy T. We're also joined by Gary Ward, of course. I loved having Gary on the show in these last few weeks. We're going to give you up to date where we are right now in terms of this window. Before we do, guys, if you're enjoying the show, we're going to take you right through to the end of the deadline. Please keep liking. Please keep subscribing to the show. Let's bring you the latest news of where Spurs are in this transfer window. Kolo Muani in town, in London, undergoing his Spurs medical. He'll be a Tottenham player. No option, no obligation, but he will be signing for Tottenham on a straight season-long loan. As we've also discussed, at the moment on outgoings, Yves Bissouma, no takers for Yves Bissouma at the moment. There was expected to be some interest on deadline day. Nothing has materialised yet. There was reported interest so far this window from the likes of Everton and West Ham. That has failed to materialise today. If that is the case, Bissouma will stay here. But remember, Saudi window, Turkish window, they are still open for, I believe, a further week and a half or so. So Bissouma could still go. Two players that look like they are leaving Tottenham on this deadline day. Brian Hill, 8.3 million to Girona. Permanent deal. He'll no longer be Spurs' second service longest player at this club. I couldn't quite believe it. I can't even say it. Second longest serving player. Brian Hill is heading out the door. And so is Mano Solomon in talks with Crystal Palace. Palace want to get the deal done. Tottenham, I think, are keen to sell, although Solomon at one point was keen to stay. Will it get done? We'll see. Let's bring in Gary to the show. Gary, it's lovely to have you here, mate. I'm going to just circle back around to Ash if I can, and then we'll go to Gary next and then to Bill. Ash, for you, they're in talks for a centre-back. They're in talks for a winger. They're in talks for Kolo Muani. In your mind right now, what are we? We're 3 hours, 45 minutes left. How many gets done, Ash, in your opinion?
Yeah, I reckon one more, you know. I think...
Is that one more in addition to Kolo Muani or just Kolo Muani?
Oh, yeah, one more in addition to Kolo Muani, if that makes sense. So we will probably get like the centre back cover. I would love it to be a winger, but with this much time left, I feel like it's going to be a centre back coming in. I'm not sure which centre back it will be, because with Akanji having strong links to Inter Milan, obviously Ake is the one where they actually want to sell. They want to sell the player, and I know Spurs want to do a loan. And it's interesting because we were told that we were going to get a number 10 and a winger, meaning that when we were linked with Eze, it was the money for Eze and still the money for Savinho. So we know that there's money to be spent on both positions, if that makes sense. So I know Simmons was what, 50 million plus.
That's
and
right,
so
that's correct.
Yep. So I'm looking at the left side, the Son replacement. There should still be funds available for that position. Now, people will probably look at it and say, are Spurs going to save that money for January? But I believe that January is a harder window to get deals done. I think it's a risky one if we are to go back in for like a Savinho, if that is the number one priority, because City at the moment, they don't seem to be, well, I wouldn't even say it's Pep. I'd say more the board members. They don't want another Palmer situation happening again, where they sell to a potential rival or a top six, a big six club, and they mess up on selling a top player. So for me, I would definitely go in for a Lookman. I would spend that money. It's not too much as well, wouldn't affect the budget. And maybe their thinking is with Man City's Savio, he's a lot younger, he's got a higher ceiling, and therefore they could probably sell on, whereas Lookman's a lot older and the sell-on value isn't really there. But I was told, obviously, and many fans had the impression that this was the game-changing stadium where we could compete with the big six, and so money wouldn't be an issue. So maybe it's a thing where they're looking at the actual space in the squad, and maybe that's where they're thinking maybe they don't get that deal done for Lookman. And as people have said before, if you've got players that can fill in, and I don't like stop gaps. I prefer you go for the position that you want to go for, and if that position is no longer available, you go for the next best option, in my opinion. And if you look at the output of a Lookman, that would, for me, lower the risk of someone like a Muani coming in up front, because at least you know you've got goals coming from somewhere. He's done it in 3 seasons prior to that, and people were like, but look at his Premier League output. It wasn't very strong. He didn't have that many goals or assists in the Premier League. Maybe we shouldn't take the gamble. Was the league too strong or fast for him? When I've actually watched him, he looks very physical. In fact, I know he's physical because he's a Niger boy. Do you know what I'm saying? He's from South. He's from Charlton. I said, listen, Ade, when you're ready, we'll go Peckham. I'll go find a nice little Nigerian restaurant and we eat some suya. We'll chow down. We'll chop it up. But yeah,
you're doing the talking to him.
Listen, we'll link up, man. Look, the bros will link up. But look, he's a Charlton Academy player, so they recognised the talent in him from 15 when he got picked up. Stayed there for 3 years. Left when he was 18. Went over to the Merseyside. Went to Merseyside Blue, aka Everton. Obviously, you know, it was up and down because they were changing managers. And then he got moved on to Leipzig. So he's had a bit of a journey. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people don't realize.
He's a journeyman.
Yeah, 100%. So he's gone from Everton to Leipzig in Germany. Then from Germany, as a kid as well, gone to Germany, come back. He's done stints at Fulham. He's done stints at Everton. He's done stints at Leicester. So he's gone boom, 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 boom. All as a young man. Do you know what I mean? Finally had a home in Atalanta with Gasperini looking after him. And it's funny when you see players, they get settled. A bit like Jed Spence. Was a bit unsettled at Spurs. Managers looked at him, didn't quite fancy him. He's gone over to Genoa. As he's come back from Genoa in Italy, he's settled down.
Yeah.
And now look at the player we have. Do you understand?
Agreed.
So I'm looking at Lookman and a similar former African player of the year as well. Let me just throw that in there. So like, this is a player for me, cutting on off the left, on a stronger foot, right foot, pow. You cover all your risks. You got your left, you got your striker, and you've got your kudos.
I really hope Daniel Levy have got this on. I've got this on Hotspur Way at the moment. This show, because I think if you have, Ash, you've sold him, and if he's in London, go and get this bloody deal done. Just go
Ricky,
and get
I'm
this deal
telling
done.
you, that three there, the league are fearing them. I'm showing you that. Let me promise you. Lookman, strong, fast, quick. Kudos, strong, fast, quick. One Ghana, one Niger. Listen, we're gonna have that Africa in the palm of my hands, bro. I'm telling you. That if they want subscriptions,
We're taking the world over. We're taking the world over.
No worry, bro. We got Africa covered. You know what I'm saying? But look, that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah,
People can have a different opinion, and I'm happy with that. So
mate, you're a star. We're going to circle back round to you, Ash. I'm sure we will get some news very, very shortly on where we are in terms of those winger options. Spurs searching for a winger. Gary, mate, lovely to have you here. Gary Wall back on Last Word on Spurs. Gaz, let's bring you in. Give me your thoughts on what this deadline day's been like, because we woke up to the news that Tottenham were apparently not in for anyone. And then here we are at, just to be clear, 3:20 UK time. Spurs, not only are they in for Kolo Muani, want to get the deal done for him, Spurs still searching for a winger, still searching for a centre-back. And I can tell you, Billy T has got flight tracker on his phone right now, and he is ready to, Bill is ready to be searching these flights up for us and track the world for us for the Spurs community. He's ready. He's ready. Bill, and sorry, Gal, should he be ready? Should he be ready to flight track these ones for us? What do you think of it, Gaz?
Here we go, right? Here we go. Let's get them over. I read everything this morning. I've been on every page I can find. Everybody is different thoughts and opinions and prayers and everything. And here we are, typical Tottenham, trying to get some quick deals done as we can. But look, I feel we're getting the right people in. I think that's the most important. I think Kolo Muani is fantastic. Watched a lot of Serie A, as I've said before. I think he's an outstanding player. Very good striker, can play multiple positions. I think he's definitely something we need, and he's definitely going to help with the injury situation we've got with Solanke. So, as very similar to Billy, credit where credit's due, the club's acted quickly, and while we all have our personal opinions on things that happen at the club, they've acted quickly. For me, the one player I want at this football club isn't here yet, is apparently in London, but if we can get Lookman, and now I'll be running around outside my house like an absolute nutcase, because he is special. Me and one of my best friends, Jason, we went and watched him play last season. You know, African Player of the Year, won the Europa League, tore Milan apart last season. Just an outstanding footballer. If anyone is questioning his ability, you can go on YouTube, you can find full-length games. Go and watch the cup final against Bayern Leverkusen, a double-winning, unbeaten Leverkusen side that he tore to pieces. The guy's fantastic, comes in off the left, can score, can assist. Just exactly what we need. Experienced players that can make an impact right now, and I really, really hope that he's the next one over the line. Just look at his face on there. Look at that.
He's ready. He's ready. Bill's ready to track him. Bill's ready to track him. Okay, guys, very quickly, you mentioned Lookman there. I mean, look, we're now in a position where we are now, 3.5 hours to go. Realistically, in your mind, how hard is it going to be to bring in centre half, again, a winger, and Muani in this time? How hard will that be, Gary, to achieve, do you think?
It's obviously going to be hard, but we don't know the discussions that maybe have been going over the last couple of days. This morning, there was a headline that said we weren't doing any further deals. But when you actually read the update, it didn't say that in the slightest. It said there was potential that we wouldn't be able to make a couple of deals done because of them being difficult. And of course, we all start panicking, but we don't know what's been going on behind the scenes. Late last night, Fabrizio said keep an eye on Kolo, and here he is. Lookman apparently is in London, according to all sorts of different reports. Who knows? He's not training with Atalanta from podcasts and things that I've been listening to. I think the Lookman deal if it's going to be a loan, it will need to definitely be, a guarantee of purchase at the end of that. I don't see Atalanta sanctioning just a straight loan for him. Equally, I think that there is still potential that Inter Milan might want him, and that's been the case all summer. So it might be that gets done, who knows. And centre-back wise, I would have loved to have seen Akanji, but good luck to him playing for Inter Milan next season. Hopefully Nathan Ake might be the one. I do like Nathan Ake. I liked him at Bournemouth. I think he offers a lot.
Yep.
Very versatile. And again, I think that's something that we need. Versatility, but also he has a winning mentality. And like I've said previously coming on here, once we start getting winners in there, Christian Romero, for instance, you look to your right and there's Christian Romero who's won the World Cup. Yep. These youngsters are going to be in safe hands. Nathan Ake's won everything, right? So I think that's very good for us as a mentality of a young group of individuals and bags of Premier League experience. If it was me, I would get Nathan Ake as quick as we could. Even if that was a loan, I'd be happy. And then they can figure the rest out later on. But yeah, Nathan Ake would be one I'd be really excited for. And I hope that we do get that additional centre-back, left-footed player in.
Yep. Listen, Gal, thank you so much for that. Let's go to Bill. Bill, we are getting some breaking news as we obviously are approaching our next break of the show in just a second. And that breaking news coming through to us here is that Leeds United now have shown their interest in Mano Solomon and are attempting now to rival Crystal Palace in a bid to sign him. Given that you was here with me, bless you, for the Eze week of what turned out to be really us being mocked around by Palace for a good period, how much do you think Tottenham would favour selling Eberici Eze? Sorry, we can't sell Eze, we haven't bloody got him. How much do you think they want to sell Mano Solomon to Leeds United over Crystal Palace? Bill, talk us through that in your opinion.
To be honest, mate, I think they'll just take whoever the highest bidder is at this point. I think, like Adam was saying this morning and last night, it's sort of, when it comes down to business, I don't think that rivalry is probably as important as just getting the most money for the player. So if, Palace come in with a bigger bid than Leeds, I'm sure we'll sell them to Palace. If Leeds do, then sell them to Leeds. But I was amazed, to be honest with you, mate, that Leeds haven't done this quicker because he had a really good loan there, really, really popular with the fans. He scored the goal, which got them promoted. It seemed to, score or assist every week for Leeds in the Championship. It's a pretty cheap deal at sort of 10, 15 million or whatever it is. I'm amazed it wasn't signed early on in the window by Leeds. So this makes sense to me. And I'm sure Solomon, I imagine, would favour Leeds just because that's where he spent a year there last year. So I'm surprised this one's not been done already, to be honest, mate.
Okay, look, we're going to squeeze in our next break of the show for our listeners that are on audio. We have got over 30,000 of you that are watching us live. Thank you ever so much for all your incredible support for Last Word on Spurs. Really, really appreciate it. I'm joined by Ash Matic over at Spurs Kings TV. Please make sure you go and give Ash and the crew there a like and subscribe. We're joined by the wonderful Billy T. Billy will be back with us to shut the window as well. It'll be with Jason McGovern later on. That's going to be fun. We did offer Jason an afternoon slot. Jason said, no, I only come on to shut it. I don't come on to discuss the links. That was Jason McGovern for you. We've all got to know very, very well. Ash has got to know him. Whether he likes him or not, let's have a question. No, we all love Jason. Within reason. A couple of hours is enough. Only a few hours. We love Jason a lot. And we're joined by our Billy T on this Last Word on Spurs and Gary Ward. Right, let's wrap up where we are with Tottenham in this transfer window. Let's start with a headline breaking news that Kolo Muani in London set to undergo that medical and will be a Tottenham player. No option to buy, no obligation on that deal, but Spurs are closing in on that player for what is understood to be just for the rest of this season. Interesting news coming through to us here. That is that Tottenham still would like to move on. Yves Bissouma, that's according to Ali Gold, who says that Spurs would like to move him on with his contract situation. And there's a bit longer there in terms of the Turkish window being open later in the month. That's what I was referring to this morning. Turkish window, Saudi window, still open. So not absolutely desperate that Bissouma leaves Tottenham today. So look, keep an eye on that for sure. Mano Solomon. There's a rival in there, like we just said a few minutes ago. We understand Leeds United have come in out of nowhere. Leeds are now rivaling Crystal Palace for Mano Solomon, and that one could go right down to the wire in terms of where does Solomon go. Does he go to Leeds United? Does he go to Crystal Palace? We'll be letting you know throughout this show. We'll be taking you all the way through on this deadline day. If you haven't already, please, guys, if you can like the show, subscribe to the show, push this out to a wide range Spurs audience. that would be greatly appreciated. We understand Spurs are still searching for a winger and a centre-back in these final few hours of this transfer window. It will not be Nathan Akanji. Nathan Akanji? It definitely won't be Nathan Akanji. It also won't be Manuel Akanji because he's off and he's gone to Inter Milan. That's a done deal. Benjamin Pavard has been a name mentioned. Tottenham haven't followed up on their interest from him in the earlier part of last week. Joe Gomez still available. And with Mark Gahey getting the here we go treatment from Fabrizio Romano, does that mean Tottenham accelerate their interest in Joe Gomez? One to keep an eye on. Gary's told you he's a massive fan of Nathan Ake. Would Man City sell Nathan Ake to Tottenham? They've lost two of their opening 3 games. Do they really want to sell Nathan Ake? A player that's won a lot of that football club. We remain to be seen. And I just wonder, boys, again, the optics here. 3.5 hours to go. Guys, just to ask you that question in your mind. You know, you're a guy that is around football, if you don't mind me saying that. How difficult is it now, Gaz, in your opinion, to get deals of a big nature done now? Well, we do understand Adam Lookman, as you said, would be a great player for Tottenham. Apparently, a deal wouldn't be hard to do, according to Paul O'Keefe. And you could get that deal done. What do you think, Gaz, with 3.5 hours to go?
I'd love to see Lookman here. I think the deal potentially is easier just based on the fallout in Atalanta. You know, last season he wanted to leave. He was going to PSG. That didn't happen. This summer, very clear, he wanted to go to Inter Milan. Inter Milan unable to stomach up the fee that Atalanta wanted. That fee, I don't think, puts off Tottenham. I think that the Premier League obviously has got such a vast amount of money that type of fee doesn't put us off. But I think that if anything happens, it might be a loan with an obligation to buy. And that obligation to buy is probably the most important part of it because they won't sanction him to leave without that. In my opinion, just from being a sort of a follower of the league so much. And like I say, last season went out specifically to watch Atalanta play and him. That is the one I'd love to see at the club. See, they're difficult, but we don't know what's been happening overnight. And you know, this morning there was nothing, and then Kolo Muani got the here we go. Just reading on the Ali Goals update now. Apparently he's already in London, so you know, Kolo Muani apparently he's landed already. He's about to have his medical. So the things just happen so fast. But I would be surprised if any permanent deals are done through us. It will just be loans with obligations, in my opinion.
Okay, Gal, thank you so much. Ash, has come over to you on that point where we are right now. We know you love Adam Lookman. You made it clear you like Adam Lookman. You know, we want this centre-back. We want this winger. Is there anyone out there, Ash, now you think is still gettable? You know, Morgan Rogers has been reported as the dream signing. Adam has promised he'll tell us that if he gets in who's in his car, he'll let us know. We have got a bomber for Adam. I'm sorry, it's not a good bomber. Yes, his mum's got COVID. So we wish Adam's mum all the very, very best. That's not the bomber that Billy T was here for, just to be clear. Billy was not coming in for a bomber at 3:30 for Adam's mum getting COVID, bless her heart. So we wish Adam's mum all the very, very best we do. But Ash, given where we are right now and the lack of options and 3.5 hours to go, anyone else realistic in your mind we can get at this stage?
Well, coming back to that Lookman point before I say any other players, is that Lookman was a deal that was easy to do because he's got the same agent as Kudos. It's the roof agency that he deals with. He's got exactly the same agent. And so that player was offered to us early in the window as well. So that's a deal we could have got done. And I think because the deal was so easy, I think that's why it's been such a delay on the whole Lookman thing. But it's whether the club think he's worth it. It's just all down to them now. But yeah, if there's another player that is a similar profile but younger, less experienced, we could go back to the French league in terms of Malik Fofana. A lot of players have been looking at him. He's a forward that's on the up. A lot of clubs have been looking at him. Liverpool were linked with him heavily as well, and he's someone that could potentially come in. But the thing is that if we're looking at a player of his profile, I'm like, well, we've got Odobert already, if that makes sense, and we've got Atel already as well. Yes, he's scored more goals and he's got a little bit more experience than them in the League On, but it's for me, it's quite similar. That means that, you know, at least with Lookman, you're bringing in some experience in that position. In terms of centre backs, it all depends, Ricky, if the club want to spend money, and at the moment it seems like they want to do this loan kind of option, an option to buy, or a loan with obligation to buy. So that's where I stand with it. In terms of defenders, there's many defenders we could look at. We could actually go back to RB Leipzig and say, look, we like one of your defenders, and we could go for one of those players there. But it all depends on the player as well, whether they want to be second or third or fourth option to Romero and Van der Ven. And I think with Nathan Ake, as Gary's mentioned already, he's a player that's got a relationship with Mickey Van der Ven. You know, they're both Dutch, both played at that particular level as well. And so he would make that transition very easily if he came over to Spurs. But if we're serious, we need to. I mean, Man City want to sell. They don't want to loan. I think that's where the deal's a bit hard. And I think City are just being difficult. Well, not being difficult. They're just saying, you know what, this is our price. Same way they dealt with us when it came to Kane. When they wanted to buy Kane, we dealt with them a certain way, and now the shoe's on the other foot, and so we're having to deal with us in a certain way. That's my honest opinion. So unless Spurs want to change their policy in terms of buying players that are a certain age, I don't see the Ake one happen either. I don't think they'll give us a loan for Ake personally. Okay. So I don't know if we're going to get that centre back deal in. It's a different one. It's a difficult one. There is the Pavard links. Obviously, he's a Bayern Munich player. Played at Inter Milan as well. He was, I think, 2 World Cups ago. He had a crucial role to play for France. But has his stock gone down since? Is he the same player? But yeah, again, he adds experience. So if Bayern Munich, we know we've got a good relationship with them in terms of getting loan deals. That one for me could be more feasible if we're looking at actual loan deals. But there's probably other centre backs that I haven't said at the moment off the top of my head that, you know, might be available. But yeah, for me, that's more of a realistic option if we are going to go down that loan route. Not Bill, something that I'm saying I'm in favour of, but
I get it. I mean, Bill, that's the thing, though, isn't it? The time is up against us now. I mean, I think we all have got the same degree that we'd love Lookman to be here. We all feel he'd improve the squad, he'd elevate the squad as well. I suppose the key aspect is when you look at the right moment now, bringing Muani in as a player that is a central focus striker. He can also play out on the wings. Are the club thinking this guy can offer us a magnitude of positions? But the key one being that we've said all window with you on here, Bledger, is, Bill, the fact we haven't got now a 10, an outright 10. Is that still a big problem for Tottenham going into these final few hours? Or do you think we just accept now Muani is going to offer us something in terms of across the front three and, of course, can play centrally? And maybe you play Xavi Simons as that 10 as opposed to a winger, Bill?
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see what they do. I think, obviously, they've targeted versatility this window. Simons, Kudus, Muani, all players that can play across, all the attacking positions there. So that's interesting. But for me, I would like to see a specialised left winger come in, especially as we've sold one of the best ever in Premier League history this summer. I would like to see that replaced. I think if you watched, anyone who watched the Bournemouth game saw that our struggles were almost entirely on the left wing, in an attacking sense. I'd be really, really worried if we didn't sign someone to play there, rather than sort of square peg round holes type of thing again. I would like to sign a specialised winger. It's not saying, and Adam made a good point last night, you can't do everything in one window. We're one window into a project here. And maybe I've seen Alistair Gold talk about the fact that we might return for Savinho in January. Might have to grit and bear it till then. If we do end up with Savinho in January, then Savinho is by far my number one target with Lookman behind. But for me personally, if there's any chance of us being able to sign Lookman or Savinho, I'd pull the trigger on one of them today for sure. I'm not. I'd be a little bit worried about scraping through to January with the amount of games that we have and the volume of games, Champions League games too. If we're going to be giving Johnson a lot of minutes on the left wing, I'd be a bit concerned, to be honest with you.
Do you share that concern as well from your perspective, Gal? Do you worry about that? Again, I think we all agree Brennan Johnson's goal record is, fair, we can't question that. He's very competent in terms of his goal scoring record, but in terms of being in games and active in games and making the difference and being a runner or an engine, Brennan Johnson simply isn't that player, is he? He's the guy that put the ball in the back of the net. He does that ever so well, but apart from that, Gal, there's a worry really that what else does Johnson offer? We know scoring goals is a difficult thing to do in the world, but when you need games, when you need to break teams down, can Brennan Johnson be that player? Or are we again searching around, again, approaching nearly, what are we, 4 hours, less than 4 hours, 3 hours away now? Going to be difficult to get deals done of this magnitude that are going to really turn the needle. Is that fair, Gal?
Look, Johnson's always going to be very well received and liked, just purely based on the cup final goal, and the goals he last season. My concern with him is he just goes missing for large parts of games, and we're not at that level now where we can allow that to happen. It just simply can't. Look at Saturday, for instance, and why it was an awful performance, really, from everybody. I don't actually know. I couldn't give you one positive mark for him, and it's frustrating that we have to say these things. And my concern would be that we've got Johnson, we've got Odeburn, we've got Tell. Are either of those three able to get us over, like what Billy was saying, until January? I have question marks on that. Equally, Kolo Muani can play left. Jebby Simmons can play left. Kudus can play left. Richarlison. So we have those options, but I would like a specialised one similar to Billy. I think for me, Savino is also my number one. I actually do love Lookman. So if either of those were available now, absolutely go for it. However, if we have to wait until January, I can understand that. It's just there's a frustration that we haven't acted swiftly enough. Because it was adamantly clear to all of us that Son was going to be leaving in the summer anyway. And again, had we have known that, we should have been acting immediately, and we should have been able to identify targets quicker and get them in and get them over the line, similar to Kudus. So some frustration with Johnson as always, but the most important part of the game is scoring, and he does seem to do that. So it's a hard one to sort of criticise him in a way, because he's doing what we need him to do, but in the large parts of the game he does go missing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the worry, isn't it, Ash? Come around to you. With regards to what we've got in the squad right now, bringing those options in, bringing Muani in, Xavi Simons in, how much does that move the needle for Tottenham? Where does that put us in terms of our attacking options? How much more confidence do you have now going into what could potentially be, as we've said before, a 55, 60-game season, Champions League on the horizon as well? How much does that move the needle, Ash, bringing those respective players in for you? And we'll get you to unmute if you can for us.
Yeah, I just think when you've got players that have pace, power, and technique, that's going to be something that's going to help us get up the pitch, because Spurs do sometimes lack the ability to hold on to the ball in possession. So the more players that can, control the ball and then allow other players to come up and then kind of build that momentum in those attacking thirds, that's the type of quality you need when you're trying to dominate games. And I think Spurs have always struggled when we have more of the ball as opposed to when we have less of the ball. Now, a lot of the players that we have brought in at the moment, they are from leagues that are, well, Simons is from a transitional league. And again, we saw the best of Muani when he was in the transitional league as well. Even though at Juventus, in the Italian league, they have a little bit more of the ball. However, that was a second stint he had at Juventus. It was a 6-month period he had where he did contribute between 9 and 10 goals, I believe, when he did go over there, especially in the Club World Cup. He's played in many competitions and he's done decent over there. So in my opinion, if you've got those type of players, we're going to be able to be a lot more of a threat than what we saw, especially on the weekend, where we were only looking to players like Kudus to kind of get us out of a situation. We had no one else to kind of look at in terms of getting us up the pitch. And when you put more quality into the team, I believe that's when you can become more competitive and the results will start to reflect that. Just to add on to that point, I think the purpose of a January window, in my opinion, is if you've got injuries, for example, if your players have come down, that was the reason of them introducing a January window where things haven't gone too well and you bring on a player. And I think for the last, I'd say 4 or 5 seasons, Spurs have always signed in January. But is that because not necessarily of injuries? Because it can't be that Spurs have had injuries for 4 or 5 seasons repetitively, even though we do have a terrible medical department over the last, I don't know, 10 years, I'd say. Frank's brought in his medical team. Do you know what I mean? So there shouldn't be the same excuse necessarily. But if we have to go back into the market for January, I would see that as a failed summer window, in my opinion. And so if you're going to have a successful summer window, you can't be looking at January as, oh, you know, we'll go back for players in January. Summer window should be that it secures the team, and we shouldn't need to go into January to secure funds. Summer window is the main window. January is a lot harder to do business. Clubs are stubborn, because if you think about it, supposing we were to go back for Savinho, and I hate to go back onto the player again, but supposing Man City aren't doing well, just like how they lost on the weekend, and they don't want to sell a Savinho because they can't find a replacement. Because we have to take that into consideration as well. Any player that goes, they have to have a player that they think is, you know, reputable enough or has enough quality to fulfill that player that's leaving the club. And so that, again, is a concern for myself. And I'm sure other Spurs fans think City just don't want to deal with us. Even though the player is very eager and willing and he wants to come to Spurs, there is a risk that we don't go for a player this summer and we don't strengthen in the way we know we can, and we do have the funds.
Yep.
And then we run the risk of, okay, let's go wait till January to get him, and it doesn't quite come off for whatever reason. Then we're again saying, oh, we could have got that left winger.
Yeah.
And then the club's looking at themselves like, oh yeah, you know, if only we got that player, if only they have a chance to get this window where it's a solid 9. A lot of people, you've had panelists come on, and I've seen them leave, and they said if they were to get that left winger and a centre back, they have to call it an 8 or a 9 out of 10. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Regardless of how those players work out, you have to say the club did everything they could, to get this window done. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
Yeah. No, I think
don't shoot the messenger. But that's my personal opinion, bro.
Let's go for our next break of the show. We've got an update. Thanks for Billy as well in the background. Bill's sharing me these updates. He's co-hosting with me here, bless his heart, with regards to Mano Solomon. So we're going to go for that next break of the show for our listeners on audio. Like I say, over 35,000 of you that are watching us live. Thank you ever so much for all your incredible support for Last Word on Spurs. We are powered, can I just say, we are powered by NordVPN. They're going to be our partner through a lot of this season. Of course, Nord, they're your place to be if you're traveling away from home. A lot of Champions League nights, you want to get, of course, access to what you like to watch back home, whether it's your favourite programmes, Coronation Street, EastEnders, I don't know, bloody Love Island, or whatever you guys love watching in the UK. Don't tell me you're going through my TV guide to find that. NordVPN.com/LWS. I can see Ash staring me down the barrel thinking, God, I've lost respect for you. 30-day money-back guarantee. NordVPN.com is for you. I can see the look on the panel here. Disgusted with that. Love Island, what's wrong with you? It's a break from football, all right? We're going to get a break from football.
I've applied for you for the next season, Rick. I've already done it.
I know, there you go. Thank you so much. We're joined by Ash over at Spurs Kings TV. Please go give them guys a like and subscribe. We're joined by the brilliant Gary Wall. Gary, thank you so much. Fairly newer face we've seen in the Spurs community, but great to see Gary here. And Billy T, don't take this in the wrong way, Bill. One of the older faces we've seen in the Spurs one of the oldest faces in the Spurs community that we normally turn to at this point to go and see Billy T's tweets to see if they align with how we're feeling. Guys, keep liking, keep subscribing to Last Word on Spurs. We're with you from now until the very, very end of this window.
I always think you should have just said porn instead of Love Island.
I know. Well, I had to be careful with the wording. You know, if you do like
last night and
if you do like a certain type of content, you can go to wrong slide, Desmond. If you do like certain content, you can go to NordVPN and set your location setting to somewhere else other than here, in a nightclub somewhere, Bill, at 2 a.m. in the morning with a kebab in your hand, and you can get certain explicit content from different places. There you go. Make sure you check them out, NordVPN.
Or a sausage.
Yeah, don't say we didn't plug it. Right, update. God, where are we going from here? Back to football. Right, back to football. Sorry, back to football. Mano Solomon. What a window. Mano Solomon, we understand that he is finalising that loan move now to Crystal Palace, despite there being late interest from Leeds United. Palace have done enough. They are going to get the player, and Mano Solomon is going to be a Crystal Palace player. Gary, good move for Tottenham, good move for Palace, good move all round?
I think it's a good move for him. I think Palace is probably the better option. They're a good team. There's no doubt denying that. I think Oliver Glasner's a very, very good coach. I think it's a good move for him. Hopefully, there's a decent obligation fee at the end of it. We've actually purchased we've got a player in for free, and we're going to potentially make some money out of them, which we don't generally do a lot. Happy. It's all money that's added to the pot for improving positions we need. So I wish him the best. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out again. As a number of players that come in are young, they just didn't work out for him. He's just unfortunately on a long list of players.
Yeah. And again, on that list of players, no other than obviously Bill coming over to you, Brian Hill. We spoke about him last night. Second longest serving player, Brian Hill. He's going to leave the club. He is going to go, as things stands, to Girona, 8.3 million fee. Bill, look, we have a laugh and joke about the show about, how the club do a lot of things wrong. But on this deadline day, they get Solomon out the door, get a fee for him, and they also get Brian Hill out the door and get a fee for him. I mean, the club, to be fair, they've done pretty well, haven't they, Bill, in this last 24 hours on outgoings, given how much we've berated the lack of outgoing so far. Is that fair, Bill?
Yeah, I think so, mate. I think those are the two that people were most keen to get going, because I don't think they have a future here. And then obviously we've got a couple of more windows to play around with the likes of Basuma. So yeah, that'd be excellent. And getting a fee for Gil was something I didn't see coming, so it all adds up. And then I think at this stage it's just about getting bodies out as well. So get rid of those two. What I would say is if both of them go, though, I would like to see us go in for a left winger, because that frees up a bit of space. So could be in for crunch time in a few hours, I would say. Let's hope so. Anyway,
absolutely.
I think from what I've been reading, I don't think there's any chance of getting Lookman unless they both go. So if they both go, then it could be on. So who knows? Let's strap it in.
Okay, and on the point of strapping in, how confident are we at strapped in along with Adeloma Lookman? If I can say, sorry, not Adeloma Lookman, Mutlti-Award. We are going to get there. It's a marathon. It is quite going to be a marathon. If they do get over Kolo Muani and announce the fish tank, I can tell you breaking news this morning. We did add a fish to the collection. We got the fish over here. We go. I've been also informed that we've also removed the fish that didn't quite make the end of the transfer window. That one came off. One went in. We've got 5 back in this fish tank. So we're winning at the moment, quite frankly. But along with Kolo Muani, Ash, as things stand, in your opinion, how confident are we that we will get over the line? So I'm looking at my phone here. We will get over the line a winger and another potential defender, because Paul O'Keefe, just what you answered that, Ash, Paul O'Keefe is telling us that he feels it's unlikely that Tottenham get a left winger between now and the deadlines. That news from Paul O'Keefe coming through to us here. Breaking news from Paul, bless him. Left winger, I don't think so. Tottenham unlikely to bring in a left winger this window, which means you've got Kolo Muani, who's going to have to operate as a forward and across the front three, and there is no winger. Ash, give me your thoughts on that.
Pavard's just gone to Marseille. Here we go as well. So
right, Bill there. We're going to, here we go from Bill, Pavard to Pavard's going. Here we go. You can cross him off your list. You might have to cross a winger off your list, Ash. Does that change the mood?
Meltdown. I'm joking now. Yeah, there's going to be a few people that won't be happy. Obviously, left wing. We knew that was the position that we needed to cover, not striker. And guess what? You bought a striker that can play left wing. I mean, and the centre backs we want are gone. One's gone to Inter Milan. Was it AC Milan? I forget.
Inter Milan. Akanji's gone to Inter. That's right. Yep.
Yeah, you got the here we go for Akanji at Inter Milan, and Pavard now at Marseille. And we just need them to reject us for Ake, and this would be like, do you know what I mean?
But time-wise now, we have to be realistic on it. We're closing in on 3 hours here, Ash. You know, it's going to be difficult at this stage, isn't it? I think if everyone woke up...
I hear it. But why does it always have to land on the deadline day? Why? I mean, I don't want to do this, Ricky.
It doesn't have to.
I don't want to do this. But why did we do it the last day? Why are we last AFC? Like, why not do the business? And this is I'm
just hoping, because I'm looking at Bill, and I'm hoping because Bill's looking down. I'm hoping Bill's got flight tracker out there, and he's not telling us something. No, Bill.
To be honest, mate, the thing I'm reading at the moment is Paul O'Keefe talking about Percy Pigs. So that's deadline day. That's about as far as close we get to a bomber.
You can't beat a Percy Pig.
I tell you what, I think we need to go back to Johnny with Cammy in bloody Portugal for an update. Unbelievable. We've gone from a left wing and a centre half to Percy Pigs and Kolo Muani on loan.
Don't forget the porn.
Don't forget that as well. Yeah, I mean, but Ash, would that bring the mood down? And you think if it's just Kolo Muani now, massive brings the mood down. You feel?
Of course. Because a lot of Spurs fans had this kind of fear, especially in the WhatsApp groups I'm in and the people I talk to. Their fear was that now that we've got him, we're not going to sign the left winger. We're not going to sign that priority position that we needed. And it's like when we needed a 6, we didn't get a 6. When we needed a centre back, we didn't get a centre back. We know what happened last season with those injuries. When we needed a left back, we didn't get the left back. Now it's like everybody can see the left wing is a glaring issue. It's like staring you in the face, like, and to not get that, and then to put pressure now. And the thing is as well with Muani, is there any option? Is there any obligation? So then you're looking at
straight loan,
and you're like, is that down to the player or is that down to PSG? Like, there's going to be more like questions now. Like, it's not. I'm just saying the thoughts of people. Do you understand? I'm not even trying to bring down the tone of the show, nothing like that. But I'm just can hear the voices of concern right now. I'm just calling a spade as it is. But if they wanted to change the culture, if they wanted to change the mood, if they wanted to stop the protest, the energy, and say, look, we're gonna dead it, we're gonna not give them any room to talk about the club in any negative way or give any spin, they're gonna get this particular window right, and we're gonna change the mood. We're gonna do things the first time round. We're not gonna leave them with a little gap with the door open slightly. Do you know what I mean, Rick? So
I 100% get you. Look, I still have got your worries, Ash. I still think I look at us at centre half and an injury to Van der Ven or Romero. I have got genuine concerns whether Dragoshin or Danzo could really step up for a prolonged period to lead us through without a Van der Ven or Romero. I've equally got those concerns as well that, I look at the number 10 area. Madison, of course, Madison is out for the majority of the season. Kulusevski's out for the turn of the year. That means even when you get Kulusevski back, Ash, kind of early Jan, February, it's going to take his time to kind of bed in to get back into form. So I still I've got the same worries you've got in terms of the fact, are we short? And I think the thing is, if Lookman's an easy deal to do, why are we not all over that? Why are we not all over Lookman, and why are we not all over Kolo Muani? This is the thing. I think
does it come back to what Thomas Frank said in the press conference recently, where it was, we're not just going to buy someone for the sake of buying, and we have to get the right player, the player that I want.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that player they want is quite clearly Savinho, and if they're not going to get him, maybe they're going, right, okay, we're improving another area. Okay, we're bringing in a loan, and let's be frank about it. We all kind of knew that a loan was probably going to happen today. But maybe they're just not prepared to go to that second choice. Maybe they think that Savinho is still that option. Whether that be now or that may be in January. I just feel that they clearly want that guy, and they're prepared to wait for him.
Gary, you're right. But as I said before, you're running a risk trying to go back for him in January, and Man City are going to pull our trousers down and say, he's not for sale. Oh, let's wait for the next summer. Do you know what I mean?
And it comes back to pre-planning. It comes back to being proactive rather than reactive. We need this. We knew that someone was going. Things should have happened, almost immediately. And we should have spent there and then. It's just, this is the culture of our club. It's just we can't have anything that's not frustrating.
Gary. It's the culture I'm speaking about. It's not necessarily, because if you don't get player A, then you go for player B. Do you understand? And so when player A is not available, you run the risk, like we saw, and you did hope that we'd learn from Morgan Gibbs-White. Do you understand that we spent so long in trying to get player A, and player A didn't plan out, and we lost a lot of time by not identifying, because we like to work on one player at a time for some reason. I don't know why, but we like to do one player at a time to make sure that's secure and then move on to the next one. So my concern is we wait till next summer to go for Savinho, who we want, or Savio, and then he starts performing at Man City. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's just a hypothetical that could possibly happen. He starts performing, and then they just shut it down completely. He said, "No way, we're not Savio. He's a mainstay, and he's a main part of our plans." Football changes
I understand.
extremely quickly.
Absolutely.
And so there's no certainty of football, and so sometimes you just have to move quickly and decisively and move on to the next subject, or move on to the next target. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that quickly and decisively are in Daniel Levy's vocabulary, unfortunately. I don't think he ever acts.
Yeah.
I don't think he acts in anything football-wise that is, that way, commercially different. But again, Lookman has always claimed he wants to go to Inter Milan. Maybe that is what is causing us not to make that impact. Where he's made it clear he doesn't want it. Who knows on that? But if he was available, I think as a second option, he is perfect. He really is. But again, it's frustration of the culture of this football club, and we'll probably never not feel that while the ownership is as it is.
Do you think, though, I mean, Bill, look, we've said about the fact this window in particular, there has been a difference in terms of the calibre of players who've gone after here. It's what Gary said 5 minutes ago. I think also a crucial point to say here. If not everybody on that board, and it's Frank included, if they're not sold that Lookman is the right fit for the club, are they best, is what Gary has suggested there, to maybe wait until January to look at Savino? But I also take Ash's point that in that time, he could have an absolute stormer, like Asher said, and suddenly City just don't want to part with him. So where are we on that for you, Bill? Is this an opportunity that we're missing here with regards to not looking to bring somebody else in, a winger? And I'm saying that because, look, we're approaching, the next 3 hours of the window, and the further the time goes on, the harder and the unlikelier it is to get other deals done, Bill.
I think both of your points are true, and both could equally happen. And in football, you never know how things are going to play out. What I would point to the fact is that in between that time, we've got an entire Champions League phase where we're going to have to make do with playing 2 games a week with what I would call quite a significant lack in quality on the left-hand side, certainly in comparison to the right-hand side. So, it's all good to wait for the next one. But, if we suddenly lose a few games in the Champions League, get knocked out, it's a big, big waste of an opportunity, especially when we were talking about on Thursday, weren't we, Rick? We've got a pretty favourable draw. So it'd be a real wasted opportunity. And we spoke a little bit about this last night. I feel like with Tottenham windows, we're always left questioning, what if? So I feel like this could be another what if. What if we'd have ended up and just signed that left winger Lookman? What would have happened to our season then? But you never know. We could be in a situation where we give Tell some game time and he has a stormer of half a season. So you never know what's going to happen with football. But I'd like to take the question out of it and sign a quality left winger before the window shuts. I think would be really, really good. And then I think you could start to think about how we've really sort of left no stone unturned this window. So that would be the difference for me. I feel like at the moment we still might be left wondering what if.
Okay, look, we're on the hour, so let's give everybody that's just joined us here a wrap up of where we are for those that are unaware where we stand in the window. So, look, we have, just to be clear, we've got nearly over 35,000 of you watching us live. As always, thank you ever so much for the incredible support you've shown Last Word on Spurs since really the moment we started at 9 a.m. to where we are now at 4 p.m. Support's been incredible. Thank you so much for all the comments that have come into the show, sending so much love. We really appreciate all the support we've had for the show. You guys are incredible out there. I'm joined by Ash over at Spurs Kings TV. Please make sure Ash and Marlon, the guys over there, are going to be featuring a lot during this season on Last Word on Spurs, as they have been the last couple of years. Please make sure you go and give them a like and subscribe over there. We've got Gary Wall. Gary will try and be bringing on throughout the season. Make sure you go give him follow as well on X, and obviously Billy T, bless his heart. Everyone knows Bill, bless him, in the Spurs community. Just head over to Bill about 6:55 to get a gauge on the mood on X. I'm sure Billy will let us know or tell us.
Percy Pig updates incoming.
Yeah, Percy Pig updates incoming. We need some more flight trackers, and Bill will be back with us here later to shut that window with Jason McGovern and co later on in this show. So look, a roundup of where we are for those that are intrigued and have only just joined us. Kolo Muani in London, undergoing a medical, will be signing with Tottenham Hotspur. Season-long loan, no option, no obligation, straight until June of 2026. I am getting that right, yes. Till 2026, he'll be a Tottenham player. Alongside that, we understand Mano Solomon now is closing in on a move to Crystal Palace. We understand he is going to be a Crystal Palace player. That is despite a late attempt from Leeds United to rival Crystal Palace. Mano Solomon's decided Palace is for him. Those negotiations are now advanced, and Mano Solomon is likely to become a Crystal Palace player in these final hours remaining. Brian Hill, he is on his way to Girona. Spurs have agreed a fee in the region of around 8 million to 10 million pounds. He will be leaving Tottenham, second longest serving player. Brian Hill is going to be out the door. Yves Bissouma, we understand that despite there being interest in the earlier part of the window, nothing has really come to the fore on this deadline day, and it is now expected that Bissouma could move on in either the respective Saudi window or Turkish window, which still has around 7 days or so to run. So Bissouma, look, doesn't have to leave today, but is expected to be moving on to either the Turkish or the Saudi window in this next 7 to 10 days, where he will get a move elsewhere. And Ademola Lookman, we've said this as well on this show. Paul O'Keefe said it as well. It's not a hard deal to do if Tottenham want to do it, but they're up against time here. They've got, under now 3 hours to get this deal done if they want Ademola Lookman to join Kolo Muani as a Tottenham player. Sorry, I only went back into Percy Pig mode there with Billy for a second there. Definitely not Molo, Kolo Muani through the door. And that's where we're at. Guys, if you can, keep liking, keep subscribing to Last Word on Spurs. We'll be taking you right through until this deadline. It feels like, guys, now, it looks like it's Kolo, doesn't it? Oh, Kolo, and that's pretty much it from an incoming perspective. Actually, you've given your view on it. Gary, you mentioned it earlier. I think it's important we stick with you on that point. You said, really important that Thomas Frank gets the players that we want and we don't bring in just anybody. How important is that for the manager as we enter, like I say, this critical point, Champions League football coming into play very, very soon?
It's what he said. Whether that's important to me, I think, is a different story. It's what he's clearly come out and said, that we need to bring in the right players, and he's not just going to sanction or agree to anyone. We all have our ideal signings. I would love Lookman. Equally, I think Savio would be fantastic as well. My concern is with Johnson. That's not the answer for me long term, and I haven't seen enough from Odebert or Tell to either suggest that they are either. So if either Savio or Lookman are available now, we should be pulling the trigger. But I think it's down to this man on the screen now that I'm not sure that he's prepared to do that. And perhaps there's something cooking that we don't know, or they're out of options at the moment. It's just a difficult scenario. I'm not sure if it might have been Ash or maybe Billy that said earlier that this is the first window for us under a new regime, and it's going to take some time to get us over the line. And we've never been a club that's had proactiveness on the field. We should all be sitting here now, not talking about anyone coming into the football club. That should have already been done. The players should be in, and we're happy. It's just very frustrating that again we are what feels like scrambling to get to fill some positions, and an important position, because there is a glaring concern on that left-hand side, in my opinion.
That is fair. That is fair. And Bill, I know we've got to let you go in 5. Bill, just give us a summary of where we are. You're going to come back with us to shut the window. Bill, tell us, for you, if this is what it ends like, Kolo Muani, rating out of 10 for you, in terms of also the outgoings they're making, Bill, what would you give it?
Probably somewhere between 7 and an 8, which is exciting on the face of it. I just feel like there was an opportunity to have a real 10 out of 10 window and really do something special this season. But looking at, I think you've got 4 players there in Kudus, Palhinha, Stimmons, and Muani that improved the first 11. And I think for the opening window of a project, that's pretty good going. So I'm not going to complain. Certainly not going to complain. I just kind of feel a little bit nagging in my mind that one of our best ever players leaving this summer, and we've been known about it for a long time. We haven't really brought in the left wing to replace him, so that is something which is a bit of a sticking point for me. But we always talk about, and especially with view of last season, we want players that improve the first 11, and it looks like they brought in 4 to do that. So got to be happy overall, I would say.
Yeah. Bill, you've been a star. We're going to let Bill go. We're going to see Bill a bit later on. We've got guests coming in and out throughout the show, so please don't worry, Bill, you're a superstar. Bless you, mate. You're a star. Actually, let's stick with you for a second. I think really important for those that don't know much about Kolo Muani, you gave us a real decent outline description of what he'll bring to Tottenham. For viewers and listeners that are just joining the show now, please tell us, Ash, what makes him the difference and what massively helps Tottenham for Kolo Muani? What will he do for us here? Please tell us, Ash.
Yeah, so Kolo Muani's predominantly played as a striker, but his other secondary position has been right wing. He has spent some time out on the left wing, but predominantly striker and predominantly on the right wing. He is right-footed, but he has got a strong left foot finish. So some people might see him as pedal, meaning that he's both-footed. And also, when he is carrying the ball, he's a player that likes to be explosive. So he's quite dynamic in terms of his body type, or he's quite athletic. So he's quite got long limbs. So when he travels with the ball, he would profile similar to someone like, I'd say maybe like an TK, where he thrives in the channels. He's quite comfortable in tight spaces. So you can see him in either flank, running down, starting attacks, quite physical as well, powerful runner. And we saw some of his best work at Frankfurt under Glasner, who's now at Crystal Palace. And we know how well he is at developing players. So this is a player that Frank could also use. He has similar attributes to forwards that Frank's worked with in the past, and Cochrane also. So if they can get this player motivated in this particular environment, he'll do great things for Spurs, because also he's going to be alongside, as I said before, two young French talents in Odebert and Matthias Tell. And so having that French contingent is not going to be a negative thing, in my opinion. But again, he adds a different type of balance to the squad, something slightly different to Richarlison, and he is quite safe in position. So if you want to go long, he can look after the ball. He can be a target man if you want to get up the pitch. And as I said before, when he does get inside the box, he is quite useful in the air. So again, someone that has a strong aerial ability, something that many people have not looked at. Wherever he's gone, whether it's been Juventus, his last stint, he scored headers. At Frankfurt, he scored quite a few headers as well. And a club called Nantes as well, where he made his name, he scored headers there as well. So again, he can be an aerial threat in the box. Finishing, he can finish with either foot. He likes to go around goalkeepers. He can finish first time as well. Back post finishes, as you know, as a box striker, that's very important for us. Criticisms, I would say, or not criticisms, slight weaknesses. You'd say that, is he prolific? I wouldn't say he's a prolific striker. He's more of a 1-and-3 type of striker, in my opinion. So similar to Dominic in that aspect. But again, he has different attributes to Dominic in terms of like dribbling. He's a better dribbler than anything that we have up front at the moment. So that's going to be quite exciting. And depending how we play throughout the season, if we do need to break, we do need to transition quickly, he's someone that can start attacks. So if we've got someone like Xavi Simons, what could happen is you can see Xavi pull out to the left and this guy drift to the right, and then maybe Kudos drifting centrally. And so maybe that's the idea with Spurs at the moment. They're thinking the front three or the front four can be quite fluid at times, where they can interchange and they can move in different positions. So that is quite positive. And that could be an angle where we move forward in terms of this particular signing. It gives us more dynamics. The other thing to look at is there's no option or no obligation. So that would be interesting to see what happens at the end of the window, to see what happens if he does do well. Do the club go back to the PSG? Because I know Daniel does have a very good relationship with the PSG owner.
Al Khalifa, isn't it? Al Khalifa. Yes, that's correct. Yes, yeah.
I call him Khalifa, like Wiz.
Khalifa,
but yeah. That guy there, yeah, we've got good ties, and we've done deals in the past. Remember Lucas Moura being one. That was a memorable signing. So football for me is all about moments, and if he can produce big moments for us on the pitch, that will be very helpful, especially when Solanke, we're not too sure how serious that ankle injury actually is, how long he'll be out for, and so it'll be good to have him pushing the likes of Richarlison as a centre forward. We know Richarlison started off on the house on fire, but wasn't quite at the races on the weekend. So another player that kind of keeps everyone honest is nothing but a positive, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that's where we are right now, Gary. And on this point we're mentioning here, this is the element, isn't it, to it, where we're looking at, what Muani would bring to Tottenham. And you've discussed that element certainly we have on this show, that it's important they bring the right profile of player. Frank, as I said earlier in the show, he's improved the likes of Vissa, he's improved the likes of Tony, of Watkins, of Ben Rama when he had him. So he's got a proven track record of, improving forwards under his remit. You add to that as well the fact that, Champions League football Tottenham can offer, destination being London. How many of these factors, Gary, really add to that melting pot of why the player this time around, rather than last January when he rejected us, feels this move could be right, Gary?
I think it's the right move for everybody involved. He's clearly not wanted at PSG for whatever reason that may be. He was unable to confirm a move to Juventus, which seemed to be his number one. The number one scenario for him. I think that Juventus's inability to get rid of Dusan Vlahovic, the striker, who I would have absolutely loved at Tottenham, but wages are just huge. I think that inability to move him on has probably caused Kolo to be available, and it's a good option. We're now in the Champions League. We've got to play PSG, so maybe you might want to stick one on them in that game as well. We're in London. There's several people that he knows, player-wise. And it's a trial for all. It's a trial for him. It's a trial for us. It covers areas that we need improvement in and cover in. I've watched him a lot last season. I think he scored 8 goals in 16 for Juventus. He's a good player. Something different to what we've got. And I think that's also very, very good for what Thomas Frank likes to set up his teams. So, that fluidity, versatility across the front four. It's exciting, and I do like him, and I really hope that this works out for all of us, and that he might be a permanent fixture with us. But time will tell on that, on his ability, attitude, everything under that as well. So I'm pleased that the move's happening.
Yep.
But I still feel we're slightly light in crucial areas. But this is the first window under Thomas Frank, which I hope is a number of windows, because I'm a big fan of what he's doing.
How much, Ash, do you think? Who would he relish linking up with, do you think, Muani, for you? I think you mentioned earlier there's a few players in there. Obviously, maybe Odebear being one. Who will we see him really link up with? Do you think that will get our taste buds going? Do you think, Ash?
You know what? He'll link up with many players, because that's one thing I didn't speak about. I spoke about his goal scoring attributes, but if you look at it, wherever he goes, he actually is a player that if he's not creating assists, he's creating some type of havoc. So he might get a key pass here and there, or he might be the pass before the assist, or etc., etc. The fact that he can play out wide and he is so dynamic in the way he plays, that gives him the ability to kind of feed the player of like Richarlison, or if when Solanke comes back, he'll be able to slot in there. He'll be able to help other players score goals, because he doesn't just live centrally. He lives out in those like half spaces or out wide. Wherever you put him, he's quite flexible in that sense. So in terms of him linking up and providing that he gets the minutes and the love that he needs, then he can cause a lot of damage, and a lot of players can benefit from having someone like him in the squad. I think a lot of people are judging him because we're in a kind of era where we look at G&A, how many goals have you got from your last club, or how many assists have you got in your last club, which obviously is important, but it's also important to see how that player impacts the actual team in terms of the actual mood as well. If he gets the ball and he's able to bring the ball up the pitch, all of a sudden people are getting bums of seats. That can lift the morale and the energy in the stadium, and that can quickly change the effects. Or equally, if you're away from home, you could shut the opposing fans up and keep the fans quiet in the home end if you're away, and that can help Spurs push up and swing ties. Because I think football, for me, it's all about momentum. So if you look at his numbers, especially, or if you look at his stats, if you're a stats merchant, in terms of forwards, he's got some of the best dribbles per 90 in the top 5 leagues. So that's something I wouldn't look past. Also, progressive carries as well. First touch is really good in terms of I'm talking about the top strikers, top forwards at the moment. He's got really high numbers in terms of progressive touches, touches received, meaning his first touch in attacking areas. And we know when defenders are trying to rattle you and take the ball off you, especially in the Serie A, that's not an easy league. People might say the league's a little bit slower, but they're there for defenders. They're aggressive, they're tactically aware. So the fact that he's got good numbers there, for me, indicates that you've got a player that has some level of quality that's coming in to raise the level. Because I think that's what we need. We need players that are going to come in, whether it's short term, medium term, or long term, that are going to raise the level of the squad and help kick on. We don't know, and this is going back to the kind of left side of the issue, is we don't know if we're going to have another Champions League run. Next season we might not win the Champions League. I'm just saying, we might not win it. And equally, we might not finish in the top 4, assuming that it's going to be 5 places up for grabs for Champions League. We don't know if that's a certain. So the season when we had Ange, we finished 5th and we didn't get Champions League. So it could be a case where we've got Thomas Frank, we finish 5th or 6th, and we don't quite get into that Champions League. What are the type of players we can attract? Do we still attract the same players that are linked with us in that season? I'm just throwing that question out there. I'm not saying this is, for certain. I'm just playing devil's advocate, or angel's advocate, as I like to say.
Gal, I mean, a question I can see a lot of people are asking in the background is, how much do these signings really move Spurs in terms of their position in the league table? Look, I think all don't expect Tottenham to finish 17th, but based on the signings of Pelina, Kudus, Kolo Muani, if it happens now, and of course Xavi Simons, how far do you think it takes Tottenham up the table, in your opinion?
Well, I'd be very happy with a top 6 finish, and I know that that's a bit of a surprise to some. But we're signing international quality football players here. These are players that are regular in their international team. Xavi Simons is 22 years old with 28 caps. Bags of experience for such a young age. Kolo Muani, he's not going to PSG and Juventus because he's, an average footballer. Players don't go to those clubs because they're average footballers. They are proven players, and that is what we've needed. I think Pelina is a fantastic signing. He's already shown that, especially in the first 2 games. I thought he played he played okay on Saturday, but let's be frank, nobody played very well. But his ability to break up the play is exactly what we needed, and then move the ball quickly to more creative players and progress it up the field. And when we've got Kudus, Kolo Muani, Xavi Simons, all moving, fluidity, able to play in multiple positions. You're going to look at Xavi Simons and think, oh my God, we need to stop him. Then hang on a minute, we've got Kudus over here, and then we've got Kolo Muani. That's going to be hard for a lot of teams to deal with. And I trust Thomas Frank in his ability to make sure that they are working together, working well. They've got clear game plans. And I think that Ash hit the nail on the head where he said, keeping Kolo Muani and making him feel wanted. I think that's going to be a huge, huge thing here. I think keeping these guys feel wanted, appreciated, and ultimately getting regular game time in the best league in the world and in the Champions League is only going to be positive for our club moving forward.
Ash, just on that point, how much do you think, on Thomas Frank's perspective, how much do you think he's relishing working with a lot of these players? And when I say that, again, at Brentford, he's worked with some really good forwards, the likes of Mbumo, the likes of Visser, who, to be fair, look, he's improved both of them to some degree. I mentioned that point as well. The likes of Watkins, the likes of Ben Rama, Tony as well. This guy has improved a lot of forwards that he's worked with. When he looks at Spurs' wing options now, in terms of those areas, again, and at the moment, look, Richarlison, Tell, Solanke, Johnson, Odebear, Kudus, Dejan Kulusevski, Xavi Simons. You add to that as well, Kolo Muani. How much do you think Frank is excited with the coaching staff to work with these players and look to improve them?
Yeah, let's face it, at Brentford, they never had so much riches at their disposal. Brentford had to work a little bit different, and so they led heavily on the data in terms of recruiting the type of players that they wanted in the club and the style. And it's no different here at Spurs. We are data-led as well, apparently, and the difference is maybe the quality and the level of experience is a little bit more. But I think Frank would have been happy to work with what he had at the moment. So the players that we're getting in, I think, will indicate that at this level or this particular type of club, the expectation and the amount of time that you get may be slightly less, or you afforded less time in terms of winning some fans, not all fans, some fans over. And so I think the reason why we're going for certain caliber is because we need players that can hit the ground running. So there are question marks in terms of some of the players we brought in because they haven't played in this league. And so adapting to this league, adapting to the lifestyle, starting to learn new teammates, of course, that's going to take a little bit of time. Frank had 5 to 7 years over at Brentford to get that embedded in terms of the culture, in terms of no dickheads policy, as we already know. That was something that he's able to get into the players' heads and get into the side of the psyches. I remember when Frank said he was talking about one of the players, and he was like, I don't quite know him yet. So when I know him, then maybe I might see a different side to him. But you could tell it's only 3 games in, you know? And so this is going to be a long season. And so fans and you know, pundits and journalists or wherever they may be, they're going to need to give this man time. He's going to need that amount of time to get even. And he called it from the get-go. He said, we're going to lose some games.
Yes.
He was very honest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I've got the same particular approach about, as optimistic as I am for some of these players like Kolo Muani, Xavi, I think would be a game changer in my opinion. But at the same time, as I said earlier, they don't know the league, you know? So I don't have a super expectation if they don't hit the ground running. Equally, I do think they can make a huge difference and help us push up the league. Yeah. And I still have an optimistic belief that we could get into the top 6 with some of these additions made. And this is still a very good window, in my opinion, from where I had it before and for what I expected to where we are now. I think we can be excited. Do you know what I mean? So,
absolutely.
And look, there's other players I haven't mentioned, like your Hotspur, for example. We don't know what type of player we're going to see over the next 6 to 8 months. We didn't really get to see a lot of him last season. And now he's working with new coaches, new staff. A lot of the players have already come out and said how different the training sessions are and the fact that they're having meetings regular. And so these are the type of players that we expect to improve alongside the new players as well. And I think that a lot of the players, because, you know, we sit down, we have these YouTube talks, we have these debates. It's going to be completely different within their ranks, you know, like how they talk inside their changing rooms.
How we talk. Yeah, of course.
It's miles apart. Do you know what I mean? So they're going to be buzzing. The club's going to be buzzing. They're going to be excited to get back into the new league, back to the Premier League when we do come back from the international break. It's going to be night and day. Do you know what I mean? So as much as we sit here and debate, you know, like this could be better and that could be better, these guys are going to be ultra buzzing for the league to start.
Yeah, I'm just reading here actually that Nottingham Forest are now in talks for Adama Traore, which means Nuno Espirito Santo is going to get the one he wants. Is there a suggestion maybe that Tottenham, I don't know, at this stage in the window now, as we've mentioned, very hard to get deals done. Forest situation, as we know, they've been trying to get deals and players in for, of course, Nuno Espirito Santo there. Desperately, well, I think we would attempt Adama Traore hijack now. I don't think that would be the kind of right profile. It goes back to that point, Gary, we actually said a few minutes ago that Thomas Rake made this clear in his opening presser, really, that I don't want any players that don't want to come to us as a club, that don't want to play for this fantastic badge. You mentioned that point earlier, Gary, and I'm sorry to keep going back to this. How important is it that we stick to that in relation to bringing in players that actually want to be here, because we've made those mistakes in the past, maybe of going for players, dare I say now on hindsight, maybe Solomon, maybe Hill, these players that really weren't up to the level. How important is it now that the calibre is of a quality and we don't reduce that quality and we give Frank the best possible tools to work with, even if it means having to wait to window 2 be in January, Gary, on that point?
The quality should always be there. We should always be looking at top class players. We're a top class football club. You know, we always go over the same things: the training ground, the stadium. But before that, we're a known club worldwide, and we should be going for the best players. And players should want to come and play at this football club. I fully believe that Thomas Frank has the potential to be a world class manager, given the opportunities, the time, the patience, the money. He is outstanding. Equally, when you've just re-signed a World Cup winning centre-back that could have gone anywhere in the world, that should be a huge indication to any player that's looking at Tottenham and going, hang on a minute, that's a World Cup winner. And he's saying, this is the club for me. Maybe I should be taking this seriously. And I don't think there's any coincidence here that since that happened, we've potentially signed 2 outstanding footballers in Xavi Simons and Kolo Muani. They are both international footballers. They are at Kolo Muani's 26. He's about to hit his prime. We don't generally go and buy primed players, and that scenario slightly changed. But what I do want to see, and I do want to hear, and we seem to have heard it definitely from Xavi Simons, and obviously Kudus with his brilliant sort of announcement video of, under when they were taking his heart rate, it was, you'll hear Tottenham under there, or Tottenham's under there. I want players here that want to play for this football club. That's why Heung-Min Song is such a legend. He stayed when he could have left. Everybody else left us. He said, no, I'm going to stay until I win something and then I go. These are the people we want at our club and we should get behind them. I was very, very adamant that I wanted Eberici Eze. And until you read that he called Arsenal just before he was signing, that's not the type of person I want at our football club. No matter how good you are, that's not good for our long-term strategy, long-term vision, nothing. This badge means everything to me, as it does to the 2 people here, and I don't know, 20, 30,000 people, which blows my mind, by the way, Ricky, that 30,000 people watching this. You deserve a huge amount of credit. But this means so much to us, and it should mean so much to other people and the players. And if this doesn't, I don't want to see it. I'm not going to support you, so I don't want you at the football club. Yeah. Xavi Simons and Kudus have clearly come out and said, I want to be here. That's the club for me, and they get a lot of respect for that from me. Equally, if we don't give them the right players, we don't give them trophies to win, opportunities to win, absolutely, I understand they may want to leave. But that saying there makes me fully believe even more that Thomas Frank's the right person for this football club. That is what we want.
Absolute powerful words there. Ash, I'm sure you will agree. Look, we all want more. We love Adam and Lookman to come up, in these next 2.5 hours or so and get it over the line. It looks that's unlikely at the moment. We're going to go for an update in a second. But, it goes back to that point, Ash, that Gary's made there. Is it important that we recognise the weight of the badge, the weight of the shirt, and we do bring players here, Ash, that want to be at the football club? Also, very crucially, Ash.
Yeah, you want players to be fully committed and behind the badge, of course. Like that, a number one given, and especially for the fans. It's very important for us that a player is fully poised. We are a proud race, a proud community, a proud bunch of people that have been supporting this club year in, year out, thick and thin, and we'll be here when these players are gone. The same with the board, the same with any staff member, the same with any pundit, etc. We will come and pass. We won't always be here on this earth, but hopefully Spurs will still be there, and we just need to recognize that the club comes first, despite what how good, like Gary said, but despite how good the player is or quality of the player is. If the player doesn't want to be here, we need to have the player representing us 100% fully behind us. And so, yeah, man, I fully support that. So any player that doesn't want to be here that we're linked with, we do need to stick with. But I would say that at the moment, obviously, how things are at the moment, just moving
Yeah.
aside from that for one piece.
Yep.
If the club want to focus on keeping that left wing open for maybe the January window, the summer window, just to play a caveat to my own point, maybe it is a case of they don't want to compromise on some player they don't 100% believe on. And I think if there's any doubts in your mind, if you're not sure about anything, don't do it. That's my whole thing. You know, you have to be 100%
Yep.
committed in your mind that this is the right player or person
Yep.
for that particular position. And
Yep.
if the market doesn't throw that out to you and you don't think that player's up to scratch,
Yep.
and it may mean that we might miss out on that particular person or player in that position, then we should we need to hold out. And maybe that's the reason why the club are waiting. They want to, or maybe it's Frank that's really pushing. I don't know. I'm just speculating as one of your guests, Ricky. I'm just trying to throw out both sides, both arguments here, just to keep it 100% balanced. I've already said my actual thoughts, but I'm just throwing out the other side of it where I'm saying like maybe they think Savio is the actual Son replacement,
and we can wait.
They believe,
we might want to wait.
They believe in January they go and get him again.
Yeah.
I would have a different particular opinion on that, but again, if I'm just being, throwing the other side of it, they're obviously going to have to trust in players like your Odebers, your Tells. In terms of Champions League, they're going to have to be the players that we're going to have to lean on and rely on. And as I said before, the player we've just got in, Muani, he's a player that has played on the left wing before. And so maybe he can fill in there. Even Richarlison, he's played left wing as well. So these are the options we have at the moment. And also Johnson, of course, how could I forget? He's the one that was our top scorer, still is our top scorer. And he's the player that has the shirt at the moment in that position.
I think it's good to understand as well that Thomas Frank really wanted Brennan Johnson. And I think that he's probably given him as much time as he can to aid in that development as well. And perhaps he sees him as developing. And if that number one target isn't there, which I'm assuming is Savinho from all accounts, that he's content with what he has in Johnson, and that he feels he could potentially develop him, and maybe then look at January for Savinho. But I think Savinho, to force a move would be a different scenario. He's obviously not forcing that move from what we can see, but he's not been a part of anything with Man City this season. And so maybe there's a different scenario that we potentially haven't spoken about, that Thomas Frank can see some development in Johnson that perhaps we're not seeing at the moment.
Just on that, Gary, though, just a quick one. Sorry to cut you. Do you think a player at the age of 23/24, do you think they can improve in terms of like their technical base or the technical ability in terms of like being a 1v1 wide forwards, especially to a side where they predominantly played in their career on the right? I'm just trying to mix it up a little bit. So I
think you can. I don't think it's technical ability that we're worrying about with Johnson. I think the technical aspects are there. For me, I think it's perhaps the understanding of what's going on in terms of the game. His work rate in some senses, and being around the players and understanding his role fully. His role is completely different to what he's doing under Ange for the past 2 seasons, and he's still a relatively young individual. He was clearly asked to try and hit that back post as many times as he could to score, and he'd done that fantastically well last season. But I think he's definitely going to be asked to play different roles, different scenarios under Thomas Frank. And I think that's just understanding. Some people's football understanding and development that way is slower than others. Yeah, you look at Jed Spence, how quickly he developed under Ange towards the end of the season, and he wasn't really given that opportunity under Conte, and we a large portion of the audience fan base kind of wrote him off, and he completely changed. The technical aspects are there. I think it's just the understanding of the system, and in some sense his work rate. I think he can come across slightly lazy at times, in my opinion. But I think the technical aspects are certainly there. I think that he just needs to understand his role better, because the system is different, and that just takes other players longer than
So just for
world
clarity,
class.
then, just for clarity, sorry to touch again. You think on that left-hand side, he has the ability to take his man on 1v1, for example, if that's like a requirement of the left-hand side? Because I remember Son, towards the latter end, that was something that some fans were getting a little bit frustrated on, that he wasn't able to maybe have a burst of pace just to get past his man, create separation, cut in, and then score a goal. And I think a lot of fans, that's what we were looking for in terms of a left wing option. We needed a player that can take a player on, maybe one or two players on, and then that would free up Kudus' side. So we're no longer just relying on a right-hand side. We've both got a left side and a right side that could create equally. And so it gives more oppositions something to think about. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I know exactly where you're going. I don't think that comes down to technical aspects or his aspect in terms of his playing. That's his playing style. If he's not a player that's going to drop a shoulder and go past the player, he's probably never going to learn that. And he isn't traditionally that type of player, but he can cut in. He has the ability. He's quick. He's not lightning fast like a Lookman or a Kolo Muani, in my opinion. He hasn't got that physical aspect where it's like, oh my god, this is scary talented. But he's got aspects in that team in him that can change a game. If we were at the back post, there ain't nobody I want back post there. If they're on a one-on-one and he's through, there's not a lot of players that are going to keep with him. He's a quick boy, but he does play a different aspect to, I think, what me and you, Ash, would want as a player. I think we're both very aligned that for us, Lookman would be that guy. They are completely different. Song is similar to a Lookman. I think he's obviously more advanced than what Lookman certainly is. But in terms of how Brennan Johnson plays, he isn't going to learn to play a completely different style that isn't him now. I think that it would be the case of we need to understand where he is. He needs to understand the system that Thomas Frank is doing and try and adapt as quick as possible. He can certainly impact games, but I don't think he's going to impact the level to what maybe a Kudus or a Lookman out there that potentially could, in my opinion.
Guys, we're gonna quickly. It's been a fascinating conversation, this, but we are going to squeeze in our next break of the show here. We've got breaking news to bring to you. We're going to go for our next break of this show. Keep those eyes, big gal. We've got big news to come to you here. Like I say, over nearly 40,000 of you that are watching the show live. Let's bring in that big update that you're seeing right now. Kolo Muani being reported on Sky Sports News. He is alongside Johan Lang. There are shots showing Kolo Muani leaving his Tottenham Hotspur medical in central London with Spurs technical director Johan Lang. So we are closing in on the deadline day signing of Kolo Muani. He'll be a Tottenham player. As we've said, no option, no obligation. It's a straight loan as things stands at the moment. But Tottenham are set to get their man. Kolo Muani will be a Tottenham Hotspur player. He's now on his way to Hotspur Way. He's been shouldered by his technical staff, his management staff, and Tottenham's technical director, Johan Langer. And as we are on that subject, let's give you a roundup of where we are at this point. We're nearly around 4:45 UK time in the window. We're closing on just 2 hours to go of this window. Let's give you an update of where we are in terms of the other moves at the moment. We do know Tottenham have already held talks with Atalanta for obviously Mano Lookman. And obviously, this is the man that both Ash and Gary have been really passionate about, that they'd love to see in a Tottenham shirt alongside and in addition to Kolo Muani. However, at this moment, there's been no real progress over any move for Ademola Lookman. But our understanding, according to Paul O'Keefe, is that this deal is easy to get done if Tottenham want to get the deal done. But look, we're running out of time. What are we? Nearly 2 hours to go. Look, personal terms I don't think are a problem here. This is in relation to whether they can get the player in time to do the medical and to get it done. So look, that's where we are in relation to Ademola Lookman. We understand Crystal Palace are in talks over a deal for Mano Solomon, and that is advancing, although there is late reported interest from FC Porto. So keep an eye on that. FC Porto are now showing their interest in Mano Solomon. And we saw off earlier, well, Palace saw off Leeds earlier in a late revival for Mano Solomon. But we understand as things stand are right now, Palace are in the driving seat. And Sky Sports News report, there's a confident source says that will happen. Paul O'Keefe has said in this last hour that he doesn't think Tottenham are going to sign a left winger between now and the deadline. So on that basis, maybe unlikely they get Ademola Lookman through the door. Unlikely they get maybe someone like Akalush through the door at this stage. Basuma, we spoke to you earlier about Yves Basuma. Tottenham still ideally want to sell Basuma during this transfer window, but at the moment, no takers for him. Everton, West Ham had earlier interest in the window. Nothing has really risen to date on this in this last, 24 hours of the window. So he is likely at the moment in relation to Basuma to stay. But also at the same time, bear in mind, the Saudi, the Turkish window, they are still open for a further week, which could mean, of course, Basuma does move on from the football club. We are expecting confirmation imminently. Brian Hill is to exit Tottenham. Hill is expected to go and join Girona on this deadline day. We understand the fee is in the region of around 8.5, 9 million. It means he will leave the club. He was, at this moment in time, Spurs' second longest serving player of the current group. He will leave the football club. And at the moment, the main one Tottenham are trying to get a deal done for is Kolo Muani. Like I said, medical underway with Johan Lang, Tottenham closing in on that forward. And just, the reason Tottenham have prioritised, obviously, Kolo Muani's arrival is because we understand Dominic Solanke's ankle injury is worse than first feared and could miss quite a big period. Like I said, we're going to be with you guys from here right until the end of the deadline and beyond that. So if you're with us for the first time, please keep liking, please keep subscribing to the show. That would be greatly appreciated. We're joined by Gary and Ash on this last word on Spurs. We've got members of the crew on their way as well. It's a real team effort. So thank you so much to everyone that has featured so far on this deadline day. Everyone else currently in makeup and production, and they'll be with us in due course. Let's go back round here, Gary. You had a really good, interesting conversation there with Ash over the profile of player. I asked you earlier, where are we in this window in terms of now giving this a rating? Doesn't appear at this stage, Gary, it's going to be any more. Is that fair to say now? Going to be hard at this stage logistically to get anyone else through the door other than Kolo Muani?
Yeah, unless somebody's already in the country, that a deal can be done quickly. I don't think so. I still think a centre-back or a left-sided player is an option that we need. I know that Thomas Frank had sort of talked up Ben Davis in the summer over the tour. It's an option for us. It's not a long-term option. Again, I think maybe those options that they wanted at left centre-back and that can play at left-back perhaps isn't available to us at the moment. It might be one that we are looking at in January. So perhaps they are happy with Danzo and Ben Davis as that cover. Dragusin, I think, is going to be back in a few weeks from reports that I'd read. So, I think it's probably unlikely at this stage, but who knows? Let's be fair. When everybody woke up this morning, there was no going to be any more deals, and then Kolo Muani's in London. So, who knows? There might be a shock left, which will be great, but I'm not convinced.
Ash, has come around to you. Like I say, we're nearly entering these final 2 hours of the transfer window. Is it fair to say now, Ash, it would be very unlikely that Tottenham would get anyone else now through the door. But again, I will just stress this for those that are asking. Ademola Lookman is in England. Whether he's in London is another question, but I can tell you he is in England from what we're hearing. So look, a deal on that basis will be quite easy to get done if Tottenham want to get it done. But I think the thing, Ash, at the moment is that Tottenham don't appear to be looking to get this deal done, Ash. Is that the key here with, let's say, less than nearly 2 hours to go?
Yeah, I said one more. I did say one more, and I guess I'm wrong. I don't think one more anymore, man. Disappointed, to be fair. But I mean, if I'm to be optimistic, if I'm to look at the positive side, I would say, coming back to the team, that, and this is my opinion, but I think there's a world where if we wanted to play all the new signings, we could go for a 4-3-2-1 as opposed of a 4-2-3-1, if that makes sense, which would be a change in formation slightly, a slight tweak. And the reason why I say a 4-3-2-1 is because I think the three players in Sarr and Bentancur and Palhinha, they're quite workmanlike, if that makes sense. And I think our creative players would be now Kudos and Xavi Simons, right? So I would play them more closer as opposed to out wide. So you've got basically like a right 10 and a left 10, and they've got an option if they want to pull out wide or come centrally. And then obviously the front player would be either your Richarlison, or it would be the new signing, if it's all done, Muani. So then that's how I kind of rationalize it in my head. And that means we've got a bit more depth on either side. If we want to change it, we can go back to a flat 4-3-3 if we want to, or go back to the normal 4-2-3-1. So in my head, I'm like, there's options now. We can mix it up. There's quality we've improved on from last season. And that's me being positive. If I want to go the other way and be a bit more reactionary, I would be like, I'm slightly disappointed because, not slightly disappointed, I am disappointed because there was a real element where you had two guests on before and they were saying 9 out of 10s. That's what I was hearing, 9 out of 10s.
At that point, just to be clear, when they were saying 9 out of 10, that was on the basis that Tottenham were hoping to accelerate the talks for Ademola Lookman, and we're also looking at a centre-back. And where we are right now, I mean, look, we're hearing suggestions. Again, Ali said this earlier. Alistair Gold said Tottenham were searching for a winger. Sammy Mockbell said Tottenham were searching for a centre-back. And those were in addition to Kolo Muani coming through the door. But where we are now, like we say, with 2 hours, 10 minutes to go precisely, it's pushing it, isn't it, Ash? Now I think we can get a winger and a centre-back and Kolo Muani through the door.
Yeah, and that's why I think we get neither. I think we just get Kolo Muani, and that for me kind of just sours the mood a little bit, because I think before, like yesterday even, no one was expecting a Kolo Muani. Obviously, we weren't privy to know how bad the injury was to Dominic Solanke, even though we knew after he missed the game, or he was out in the starting lineup, that he would potentially be out. He's not going to play any part because he has an injury. And so the focus really was still left wing and left back. And I think because everyone had that in their heads, we're going to get a left wing up, we're going to get a left back. For that to not happen and the window to shut at 7 p.m, boom. You know when the window goes boom when you watch Sky Sports? The window is now closed. 7 p.m, it's all done. To hear that and not know that those players or those positions are filled, just kind of leaves a sour taste in quite a few Spurs fans' mouth. Knowing that we had so much money, so much momentum, Champions League, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And so I have to say both sides. I know some people be like, "Oh, you're being negative right now." I just have to explore both sides of the fan base, where some people will say, like what I just said, like, you know, in terms of what we brought in for quality players, 4 to 5 quality players. You know, we can change the system. We can go from a 4-3 to a 4-2. You know, we can have wingers or we can have 2 10s. You know, and Frank did mention that he wants 2 10s. Remember, he was saying that in some of his press conferences, pressers, he was saying that he would like 2 10s. So that's the reason why I mentioned it. I said, yeah, if you want to profile Simmons, he can play in the left. He has played a lot of games. In fact, he's played more games as a left winger than he has in a 10 in his career. But equally, he looks more, when you watch him, suited as a 10, because as a left winger, he doesn't hug the touchline. He often drifts into the midfield. He drifts into the pockets. He drifts into the half spaces. So he's that type of left winger that likes to be central. So that's why you look at him more as a 10. And so Kudus, throughout his career, he's played predominantly on the right wing, but for Ajax, we know he's played as a 10. And then for Ghana, even, he's played as a 10 as well. And so that's why you look at it and think, well, maybe we could play them as 2 10s. But anyway, I'll go back to my original point. You can look at it both ways. You can have a half glass empty, or you can have a glass half full.
Well, on that point, let's go for a break. We have got an update. Unfortunately, it's maybe not the update everyone wants to hear. We're going to go for that next break now. Like I say, we're joined by Ash from Spurs Kings TV. We're joined by Gary Ward here that has seen us through on this deadline day. Like I say, guys, we're going to be with you right up until the end of this transfer window. So, like I say, if you've enjoyed so far, maybe not enjoyed what we've done so far in terms of the lack of what we're doing in terms of the signings, but if you enjoyed the coverage so far, if you can, guys, give a like to the show, hit that subscribe button. That would be greatly appreciated. The same for Ash over at Spurs Kings TV. We love him very much over there, and Gary will be with us throughout this season. Look, let's bring in where we are in this window. We've had an update in this last few minutes. This is not going to be the update people want to hear, or wanted to hear at this stage. But we understand now, as far as we're aware, Tottenham have been looking and scouring the market in the last 3-4 hours, as we know, for wingers, for strikers. And where we are with that at the moment is that at this point, it looks like Kolo Muani is likely to be the final signing at Tottenham, barring a late unexpected move. And I think what you've got to bear in mind is that, look, we're coming into the final 2 hours of the window. It feeds in that point around logistics. It feeds in that point around the fact of how easy it is to get a player to do a medical at this point, agree personal times at this point. We'll come to you, Gary, on this point. Are you surprised by that news from Alistair Gold that, as things stands now, barring any late unexpected move, once Muani is through the door, Tottenham's business in terms of incomings is done, Gary?
I think it just comes down to pre-planning, being proactive rather than reactive. And I think, again, that we've shown that hand many, many times. So in a way, no, it doesn't surprise me that the final day is alone. I think I even tweeted about it a few weeks ago saying the last one's going to be a loan. You could just see the writing on the wall there. I'm not surprised by it, if I'm completely honest. Slightly disappointed. However, if you'd have said to me at the start of the window, we're going to get Kolo Muani, Javi Simmons, Joe Polinia, Danzo's going to sign permanently. I'm a big Danzo fan. Tell, I think, has got potential. Hopefully, we can bring that out of him. And then, obviously, we're going to get probably one of the best players outside the top six in Mohamed Kudus. Probably gone. Actually, that ain't a bad transfer window. We've certainly improved in areas that we need. But we're still slightly light in 2 areas, in my opinion. So I'm happy in who we brought in. I think they're the right caliber of players. It isn't just prospects only and hope for potential. We are bringing in, international caliber footballers, people that have played at the very top of the game at some of the biggest clubs in the world. I think that's a very, very good sign. Equally, I'll put on top of those signings that we've re-signed probably one of the best centre-backs in the world in Christian Romero. So that to me also feels like a transfer signing. I know that sounds a bit strange, but that to me is as big as a huge transfer signing. Him committing his future to this football club is massive. So I'm happy. I would be overjoyed, I guess, if we'd have brought in Lookman or Savinho and a centre-back. So, yeah, pretty good from me.
let's give you a breakdown, Ash, and we'll get your take on this. Let's give you a breakdown of the costings of what Spurs have done so far in this transfer window. Look, we hope this is obviously going to change whilst we go the show. But, Kevin Danso, Tottenham made his move from a loan to a permanent deal. We know there was an obligation to buy the player there. Tottenham did bring Kevin Danso through the door. He was 21.6 million. Matisse Tell, Tottenham turned that deal from a loan to a permanent, and that was on the proviso. Frank had agreed that, apparently. That was 30 million. Kota Takai has come through the door. Nominal fee for Kota Takai, currently injured at the moment. Just so you guys are aware, that's 5 million for Kota Takai that came through the door. Tottenham, they went to West Ham. They raided arguably one of their best players in Mohamed Kudus. He came in for 55 million. João Palhinha, of course, Tottenham brought him in on a loan. That loan at the moment, I think, does have a buy option. Just to confirm that Palhinha does have a buy option. And that fee for Palhinha, we understand, if Tottenham do want to take that loan up, is going to be a 25.9 million buy option. Spurs in this last week, we know they missed out previously in the window on the likes of Eberechi Eze. They missed out on Morgan Gibbs-White in this window. Tottenham found their desirable number 10 eventually, although he does play across the front three in Xavi Simons. He has come in for 51.9 million. So Tottenham have got what they believe to be their statement signing of the window done on this deadline day, on the back of the news that Dominic Solanke, of course, his ankle injury is now worse than first feared. Tottenham accelerated their moves earlier in the morning in the market and are now trying to get a deal done for Randall Kolo Muani for a fee of 4.3 million on a loan. Ash, thoughts on that? There are no real astronomical figures there, but this is probably arguably, I would say, one of the best winners that we've had under Renick. But still, having said that, I'm going to be honest and say to you, we are still leaving ourselves short in the defensive area. We are leaving ourselves, in my opinion, still short in the wide attacking areas where Tottenham, I think, will need more support. When I look at the options of Tell and Odegaard, no disrespect to them, I'm not sure if they've got the ability to really push us on any further. Thoughts on this window roundup, Ash, at the moment, if nothing does change?
Yeah, I think for me, it comes down to experience in the size of the areas that needed improving. And so when you did talk about the likes of Odegaard and Tell, yes, they do have a high ceiling, but we've heard these particular type of words of potential linked to the club quite a bit. Not just this season or last season, but I just feel like that's been our remit in terms of when we get players. It's all about potentials. It's never getting a player when they're literally hot, the iron's hot, when other people, say, you know what, well done, and that's when like, actually, I think we've done something here. We've done something quite special. And if you don't get behind that and you have a different view, you can be considered as quite negative or against the actual club, for example. But I mean, you just want what's best. And if you think that, there's still gaps where we could improve and we've kind of left that kind of door open, then it kind of just leaves you wanting more as a fan, especially after a game that we had on the weekend where we all got brought down to earth. And we can see what was missing, especially that teams that want to sit deep against us. When we're playing the bigger teams, no disrespect, like, when we're like the underdog, for example, when teams don't necessarily respect us, then there's more space and more room to play in. We can hit the quick transitions and counterattacks. We actually look like a good outfit, But when it comes against the middos, the lower teams, sometimes we can flatter to deceive. And this is where, I had questions. I wanted to see how Spurs would operate, what type of club would operate against the teams that are maybe not the big six traditionally, how we would get on. And just getting those one or two signings could elevate and be the difference. Because for me, sport, and especially football, it's all about the margins. It's about, they say it, I think it was, I forget the guy's name. He's an actor. Basically, he talks about, it's all about the millimeters. It's all about the inches. Do you know what I mean?
Fine margins. The fine margins.
Fine margins. Yeah. Yep. He talked about, it's a very famous film, and I forgot the guy's name. and he has a famous speech. But I actually believe that. And so if we do go into this next season and we were like, if only we just, and I feel like I've said this numerous amount of times on many windows, I always feel like we've missed out on an opportunity where we could have closed it. But again, like I said, I want to remain positive. I want to bet the club. I have to agree with Gary. We've done some amazing business. Retaining Romero, I don't like saying this, but retaining Romero was a key thing. And I think getting Champions League was a part of that, if I'm being totally honest. Frank coming in, a new manager, new regime, he bought into that. And he is very important to the way we set up in terms of having a strong spine. I think that's what separates us from players like teams like Villa and Newcastle. The fact that we've got a strong spine in terms of Mickey van der Ven, even keeping players like that happy. Hopefully he signs a new extension pretty soon, and we fresh out a new deal for him. So we've got two massive centre backs at the back, and then the spine, Paulinho, adding to that, giving us solidity in that midfield. Frank was saying he's not even match fit yet, so just imagine when he gets to match fit, when he gets a little bit sharper, he gets up to speed, how he can improve us even further. And then on top of that, we've got creativity, something we were screaming out for. Now that Maddison picked up that long-term injury, he'll probably be back in April, maybe May. Kulusevski, he's been out, and when he goes out from injury, it's not like he comes back first game back firing. He takes maybe 4 or 5 games to get up to speed at times. So again, we've got a player in Xavi Simons that comes in, and he's going to be able to add that creative spark, and he doesn't give the burden all to Kudus. He gives Kudus some light relief, some pressure that's going to be exuded off of him, in my opinion, where we've got a threat in Simons that he's going to be able to supply balls to him as well if we do change formation. And we've got Xavi Simons that can play a little bit deeper, in my opinion. So I think that's that flexibility there, where he can pick the ball off the fullbacks, just a little bit similar to what Maddison used to do, and then dictate the game from deeper. I think that helps us a lot. And then on top of that now, by the looks of it, Kolo Muani, he will help us if Solanke's been ruled out for a lengthy period. He'll be able to fill those gaps, in my opinion, that he left. And so, yeah, you have to be positive if you can about the window, in my opinion.
Well, it's interesting. We've got a lot of questions that are coming in, and thank you so much. And guys, feel free, if you want to get your questions into us, feel free to throw them into us now. This is a question here. With the close of this window, are we a Champions League club that can compete, or are we got concern we'll drop out in the first round? Gary, take that question for us. And guys, if you want to get your questions into us, feel free. I'll pose them to the boys and I'll pose them to the rest of the panel as we go here, and we'll highlight these and bring them into the panel. So, yeah, Gary, you take that question for us. With the close of this window, are we a Champions League club that can compete, or have we got concerns we're going to drop out in that initial first phase of the 8 games, Gary? Oh, we've got Gary, I think, on mute. Let's unmute Gary. We've got you, bud. We've got you. Let's unmute for us.
Sorry, mate. I think we're going to be okay with those first 8 games. I think that... we've paid PSG already this season, so with some familiarity there, I think it's going to be difficult anyway. Bodo Glimt probably played last season. Frankfurt played last season, beat both of those. We've certainly improved our overall squad, in my opinion, from those games. Not 100% on how they have. I know Bodo Glimt sold one of their better players recently as well. So difficult scenario going back into the Champions League. But the first 8 games, I'm not scared or overly concerned about. We definitely improved in some of the areas, majority of them. So I think the team is looking healthier. And again, there are areas that we need to improve. But going in there, I think we're going to be okay. I've got no real concerns of us not going through, whether that be in the playoffs. Is also the option there. I don't see us being eliminated immediately from that. No, I think if we have to go through the playoffs, so be it. But I'm confident we'll get into the next rounds.
Ash, do you share the same view there as Gary, or do you have concerns over teams we've got? Have we got enough, in your opinion, to progress in that
You know
next
what?
phase?
Ricky, like on paper, like we've got the easiest, or not the easiest,
One
a
of the favourable groups. Yep.
one of the favorable. Yeah, because you know you got to be careful with language these days. People will string you up. So let me think about what I'm saying here.
Oh yes, they will.
Yes, on paper for me, I couldn't have asked for anything better. But in real life, yeah, I've seen it happen before. I've seen us being dumped out Europa Cups. I've seen us struggle in conference under Conte. Teams that I expect us to roll over. Teams I've never heard of before. Do you understand? So there's no giving in this Champions League. Teams will come up for it. They'll get up for it. Dortmund, we've got a good record against. Do you know what I mean? And I expect us to win at home. Do you know what I mean? But that's me as a fan. But like, there's no given right to say we're going to roll over Dortmund. We played well against PSG, even though it was on a neutral ground. But PSG, let's face it, they're the holders. Away from home's not easy. There are other teams that were like off the top of my head. I'm not thinking who we've got, but the favourable teams, we should be able to handle them, and we have improved on the squad technically. But if you want to look at it the other way, you could say, this is me being like, you know, facetious. I don't know if that's the right word, but I'm going to say, look, we lost Maddison, we lost Kulu, and we lost Son, right? So technically, we lost those 3 players. Have we replaced those 3 players? You could say so, because Kudos, if you're saying Kudos is what a replacement for Kulusevski, then maybe. Then you're saying Maddison, we're looking at Xavi Simmons, sorry. He's the one that replaces Maddison. And then Son, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that replacement's being made, unless you're saying Muani. If we're saying body for body, we've got bodies in, but position for position, there's a debate to be had. Do you know what I mean? Will they hit the ground running? That is the question mark. I don't know. I really don't know. So we're gonna have to wait and find out.
Yeah, I think you're
It's
right.
not honest answer, bro. I know it's not.
Yeah,
answer.
no, I think that's fair. This is an answer that unfortunately I don't think we can give now, and I think we have to wait. And Hardy Simpson, Hardy, thank you so much for your donation. He says, I still think this window has been fantastic. We've got the 6 we needed plus the 10 and the winger. Do you think this team is now suiting? Gary, you can take this one. Is this team now suiting more to play a front 2 now in the Champions League with a back 5, just to go through the lineup in a 3-5-2?
I think the options are certainly there. I think I echo slightly what Ash was saying earlier with the 2 10s. I think that Thomas Frank is such a great coach that he clearly has the tactical mindset, ability, adaptability, however you want to put it, that he's willing to change the system to meet the teams that we're playing. And that's why I'm quite comfortable with the signings they made and the situations that he's going to put us in. I think looking at the PSG game and then the first 2 Premier League games, it was very different to what I kind of thought might happen, and he was showing that adaptability that we hadn't had for the past few seasons. So I think that the signings are definitely there, that there's options available to us depending on which opponent we're coming up with, and I think that is certainly a very, very good way of taking things on. And I think we could play with 2 10s, we could play with a back 5, we could play with a 4-2-3-1, we could, or even with Ash's 4-3-2-1. There's so many options for us that's only positive moving forward. And I just hope that, similar to the conversation we had earlier, that the players are able to adapt to that, because the manager might be able to, it's whether the players can. And I think that Johnson is probably the one that's struggling the most with adaptability at the moment, and hopefully more game time will help him. Whether we can allow, or I don't know, have patience for that time is a different question. But I think the adaptability in our coaches is certainly there, and that's only a positive moving forward.
Gary, thank you so much for that. Look, we've got a number of questions coming in. We'll try and answer these if we can. This is from TSMO. It says, Ash, do you think we have enough cover if we pick up a couple of injuries?
Yeah, the thing is like if we lose Van der Ven, for example,
Or Romero, or both.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? Because like we haven't got many left-sided centre backs and that's the reason why I mentioned Mickey in particular. And you've got Romero. Yeah, supposing like we lost Mickey Van der Ven, Romero playing left-sided centre back, is he quite the same in that position? Danso last season he played at left-sided centre back. Did we see the best of Danso when he was in that position? Defensively, I thought he wasn't too bad, but on the ball, does he offer the same what Mickey Van der Ven does? Does the quality dip a little bit? Question marks there. We've seen the likes of Jagushin come in. Would he be considered as a left-sided centre-back? I'm not too sure, in my opinion. So we do have numbers, but I mean, we can change it a little bit. Someone obviously put the super chat in. Sorry, I forgot your name, but you've got the option of going back three, but it's just you go to a back three and then you get one or two injuries in that back three, then all of a sudden the back line looks short. So yeah, there's issues there. Then obviously Pedro Porro, if he was to pick up a knock, we've got Spence that goes right back, and we'd hope that Udogie stays fit and he plays left back. But then other than that, the fullback situation is a bit light, in my opinion. It's a bit thin in that area. I think that's why lots of fans were hoping in this deadline day we would get a left-sided centre-back, because then at least you could maybe put Van der Ven as a left-back, auxiliary left-back, or you've got Ben Davies there. I know it's not popular, but again, he could be utilised in one of those positions. It's just obviously his durability is use not on his side. He's been a long-serving member, and I think that's where people wanted to see the upgrade in that position. Then you're looking at the midfield, especially in that 10 position, knowing that Maddison's going to be out for pretty much the whole season, and as you said before, including the turn of the year. If I don't want to say this, bro, God forbid, if Simons or Xavi, whatever we're going to call him, XS, you know what I mean, not extra sport, XXL, we should be calling him, if he's to pick up an injury, yeah, then our creativity is back to where it was before, and Sarr would have to play the number 10. So in terms of number 10s, you could say that's we'd have to look at maybe Kudos, but then that messes with your right wing, because you're like, whoa, we have to trust in maybe Odebert to pull over right wing. And so like all of a sudden you take out one or two of the starters and you're having to reconfigure, the side. So yeah, we have players that can play the positions, assist to the level, whether they can be that level of what we need. Again, Bergvall could do it, but is it to the level in terms of output when I'm talking about creating goals, scoring goals? Can Bergvall be the 10 that we need? Or will we need to give him more time to develop in that role? Do we have time to allow players to develop as well? That's another thing.
Yeah.
And do the fans have the patience to allow players to develop in that area? I'm all for Bergvall being a 10. I personally think he's an 8. Do you know what I'm saying? I think he's a box-to-box midfielder that has a higher technical base or higher technical level than Sarr, in my opinion. The way he dribbles, Sarr's good at carrying the ball, but I think in tight areas, especially out wide, I think Bergvall's a bit more sexier. The way he glides on the ball, I think that's why people see him and profile him as a 10. Passing range is good. Do you know what I mean? But we just need the consistency in terms of finding those forward players in those key areas. And that's why I say he's more of an 8 than a 10. Not to say he can't play a 10 role, in my opinion. But yeah, that's my particular opinion on the whole injury front. Yeah, but in terms of what we could do as the squad stands, formation wise, in terms of Champions League, we can definitely go back to a 3-5-2. But I do think it's important, if Frank wants to get familiarity in the squad, he wants players to understand the roles and get used to how to play. For example, like Gary was saying with Johnson, I think it's important to to have a particular identity that, you know, this is how we're going to play. This is where we're going to move forward. And we're going to play the 4-3-3, but with a small few tweaks here and there. I'm happy with it. I'm more with it.
Okay, two-part question here. We'll go to Gary, then we'll go to Ash back on it. Gav Wyman says here, do you think this window is showing the ambition of a chairman that wants to win the Premier League and the Champions League? He says, in his opinion, it's the same old Levy doing just enough to get by and not going above and beyond to show the ambition of those words. Interestingly, a counter question here says, it's a 9 out of 10 window. When have we ever bought 4 first-team players that go straight into the 11? Gary, a nice one to throw you in, mate. Sorry, it's a bit of a hospital ball, that one, isn't it? What do you make of that 2 double-part question there from Gav and from Craig? Take it away for us what you make of that question, or double question now.
Yeah, I've had a few hospital balls in my time, Rick, and that is definitely one of them. I think...
Or 2 of them.
Yeah. I've never had 2 at the same time, though. But in that way as well. I think both of them, both of the individual question statements are both quite correct in a way. I can see both arguments to it, oddly. I come back to the same thing I say all the time. For me, it's reactive rather than being proactive. I feel like we're being reactive in terms of the signing, certainly today, looking at a Solanke, leaving us short on the left. I think they are reactive. They are players, though, that improve us straight away. They are people that go into the first team. Also, what I said earlier, we have had a tendency to purchase players that are prospects, potential. And when have we ever developed a number of players that are on potential alone? We don't have a great background in doing that, and I think the alignment, certainly under different managers we've had, Antonio Conte is and has always been a win now mentality coach. You look at what he's done in Napoli, for instance. He's gone in there, he's found players that instantly improve the team and that he can win with. Jose Mourinho, exactly the same. They aren't going to take a young player from the academy or from somebody else and spend time developing them. So we've gone out in this window and brought in international caliber players that instantly improve us. I just don't think we've brought in enough because of the gaps and the depth in the squad. So I actually agree with both questions or statements. Oddly in a way. So both hospital balls I've been able to control and I've managed to score with.
Love that. I love that. Ash, give me your feeling on that question. A bit of a double-parted question there. Like I say, part of it suggesting that is there a change in the ownership, given the fact that we've signed 4 players that go immediately into potentially the first 11, but then another follow-up to suggest, has anything really changed? Because in that hour of need that we've said, you know, Dominic Solanke dropping down, we've got Kolo Muani over the line. We've still not addressed the wing area. We've still not addressed the centre-back area. So on that basis, have we really strived in this last few hours of the transfer window or on this deadline day to give Thomas Frank all the tools to be successful and compete crucially as what we've been told is the objective here, Ash, on all 4 fronts? Have we done that, Ash?
Have you ever had something that you've bit into it and you expected one flavour and then you get something else? You know what I'm saying? It might, from where I'm from, we've got something called Morby, innit? I'm from Barbados, innit? And Morby is a drink where it tastes sweet at the start and it's got a sour, bitter taste at the end. Do you know what I mean? And look, that's me personally, yeah. But that's just as a fan. But I'm going to try and have an adult conversation. I'm going to try not to be so reactive, yeah? So, and that's where you threw both questions in, because that's how it was. It was like, I can be reactive and spit my dummy out and say what I really think. Do you know what I mean? And I'm sure there'll be a lot of fans that think and feel how I think. But then I can also see where the 8 out of 10 person comes out. And then the 8 out of 10 person will always be there. Because we have fans last season saying this window was an 8 out of 10. Do you know what I mean? When we got the likes of Archie Gray, who was player of the season in the championship, who was England under 21s international, He was the midfielder that everyone was excited about, that he was going to change Spurs. And this guy was generational. I remember it like it was yesterday. Oh, this is an 8 out of 10 window. How can you not call it an 8 out of 10 window? We had the likes of Matthias Tell coming from Bayern Munich, right? Bayern Munich were coming through January window. What a player. This guy, he played with the likes of X, Y, and Z. He's a top player. Blah, 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 blah. Going back to the summer window, sorry, because I went ahead with the January window. Why it was an 8 out of 10 window last season. We had Bergvall come in now as well as a cemented player. We actually did the deal. The transfer was permanent and made now. So now we had a young midfield with loads of potential. Do you know what I mean? And so that window was a 7 out of 10. I mean, an 8 out of 10. It was a great window. Do you know what I mean? So you're always going to have fans that come in and call this window a 7, an 8, a 9 out of 10 window. And you will be criticized if you do not agree with them. If you don't say this is an 8 out of 10 window, you will be looked at as, oh my days, I can't listen to you anymore. Oh, what are we doing? Do you know what I'm trying to say? So there's two sides of a fan. And this is what I'm trying to represent at the moment. And that person is right. There's never been a time when we've had 4 players that have experience as well. Because last time we did the youth thing, we did the youth-centric model, and it didn't quite work out. Do you know what I mean? We all hoped it worked out, but it didn't work out. And ultimately, the manager got the sack at the end of it because, yeah, we could say 22 losses in the league, but overall, it was 26 losses. So it depends how you want to look at it. But coming back to this window, I don't know how we can mark it because we haven't seen them kick a ball yet. Apart from Kudos and Palinha, we don't know how Xavi Simons is going to play in this system. We don't. And the same equally with Muani. We don't know what Muani we're getting. We don't know if we're going to get PSG Muani. Am I making sense? So it's impossible.
Absolutely.
This is all subjective. So yeah, bro, that's all I got to say, man.
Yeah, it is a tricky one. Again, the questions that come in, you want to give answers that, feel you can answer these questions. But I just feel at the moment, Gary, how can we give an answer to these questions like, Ash says there without seeing it play out? And I think this is the thing, isn't it, at the moment, that it's a tricky one. We are hearing reports. I'm going to do a roundup in a second of where we are for everybody. Mano Solomon is finalising that loan to Crystal Palace. I think it's a hard one to judge, Gary. When people are asking what number of 10 we've had of the window, like Ash said, we've only seen these players, some of them only twice. So how can we give that judgment right now? If you come back in a year's time, I can give you a judgment. Can I really give you a judgment right now, Gary, on that? Can we give a judgment?
Not particularly. I think you can give a judgment on potential and historical play of that individual player. But Ash, said well there with his Archie Gray description. It is difficult. I can see that we've improved in areas that I think we needed improvement. We've improved with international players, which we don't tend to have done historically in the past, certainly in the past few years anyway. So for me, that's a positive. But we don't know how they're going to perform and what system they're going to play. And we can only go by what we see on the pitch. So it's difficult. I think that's why both arguments you can understand, and as Ash said, some fans will agree with either side, and I don't think that that's wrong if you agree with either of those sides. That's obviously your opinion, but I hope within the next 6 months we'll all be in the same alignment of whether it was positive or it wasn't.
Gary, thank you so much. Look, we're going to go for our next break of the show here for our listeners on audio. I've got nearly over 50,000 of you that are watching us live. Thank you ever so much for all your incredible support for Last Word on Spurs. You guys have been amazing. Look, we've been here since 9:30 a.m. and we are now nearly 5:30 p.m. So it's been an absolute marathon. I know some of you, I've seen you here literally since 9:30 this morning. So pat yourselves on the back. If you've been here since 9:30 this morning, Well done, you. We've been rotating the cast throughout the day. We've still got people in casting. I can tell you, in casting is Lee McQueen. He spent the last 2.5 hours in the makeup room. Jason McGovern, he's not in the makeup room. There's nothing to make up. It is Jason McGovern. You don't need makeup for Jason McGovern. You've got Billy T coming back to us very, very soon. You've got TJ Ramini from Hollywood to Bollywood. So on here, he'll be with us very, very soon. We've got the wonderful Ash here from Spurs Kings TV. Like and subscribe. Gary Walding, which we'll see throughout the season. Please give him a follow on, of course, X as well. And guys, thank you so much for all the support for Last Word on Spurs. If you've enjoyed anything we've done for you on this deadline day, throughout this transfer window, or just in general, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button for us. Let's give you a roundup of where we are as we close in on 1 hour and a half to go as we slam shut the end of the summer transfer window where my wife gets me back. Right, let's bring back to you where we are with Tottenham in this transfer window. Ash thinks, really? No, she don't. Yeah, she does. Yes, she does. A little bit. Right, Tottenham Hotspur, we are expecting Kolo Muani to be a Tottenham player. He is at Hotspur Way and he's undergoing that medical right now in which he will become a Tottenham Hotspur player. It's a loan. It's without an option. It's without an obligation. A straight loan to the end of the season, which will see him at the club until June 2026. Does that mean Tottenham can try and hopefully persuade, if the loan does go well, to get him on a permanent? We'll have to see about that. We understand that Crystal Palace are finalising the loan move of Mano Solomon. I think I'm right in saying that. It may be loan. I will confirm. It is a loan. A loan. There was a suggestion it might be permanent earlier in the day. It will be a loan move for Mano Solomon to Crystal Palace. They fought off interest, Palace, from Porto. They fought off interest from Leeds United in a late revival. Palace are to get their man, Mano Solomon, on his way to Selhurst Park. And Steve Parish has got his man. And at the same time, of course, as well, ensured Eberechi Eze didn't go to Tottenham. What are we doing there? But look, like I say, that deal close to being done. Brian Hill was Tottenham Hotspur's second longest serving player. Brian Hill is on his way to Girona. He's going to sign there on a permanent deal for a fee in the region of 8.3 million. It eclipses around 10 million euros. Brian Hill out the club, not alone, on a perm. He is going to Girona. We wish Brian Hill all the very, very best for that move. We do understand, contrary to some reports out there, Ademola Lookman, we're being told, is still in England. Ademola Lookman is still in England. Billy T, where are you? Get that flight tracker at the ready. Ademola Lookman still in England without a club. An hour and a half to go. Tottenham, get on the phone. Do something. Do anything. Can they get Ademola Lookman through the door? We have to see. But one man that is coming through the door, he's actually in the door. He's in the medical room. Kolo Muani is going to be a Tottenham Hotspur player. Guys, thank you so much for all your incredible support. Like I say, at the moment, we're at that point in the window where I do understand. Isn't it funny, the difference in degree of, variations of fitting on this show? Ash said when he came on this show, there was a lot of people saying could have been a 9 out of 10, could have been a 10 out of 10. It feels we're back down now to kind of 6.5, 7, 8. But again, I will make that point, Ash, that a lot of people were saying here, a lot of people are suggesting this. When do Tottenham in a transfer window bring 4 players in that go and improve the first team? I mean, it's practically nearly been half a team they've invested. I mean, do we have to give them credit for that, Ash? That despite us wanting more, us needing more, we've made strides this window. Is it fair to say we've made strides this window to try and push ourselves back around the top 6, the top 8? I don't know any lower than that, Ash. Tell me we're making strides, please. I can't have done this for nearly 7.5 hours and we've not made any strides, please.
Listen, it's crazy because how is a fan base split? I'm like, wow. Like, how is a fan base? Half of them are saying this is Enoch's best ever window. Yet, like, we can't agree. Like, this, you can't make this up, bro. Like, literally. Going back on that Mano Solomon point. Why did it have to be Croydon? Why did it have to be South Croydon FC, man? Why did it have to be Fulton Heath, Selhurst?
But it's funny. They fought off. They have fought. I can't even say the bloody word. No, they haven't. They've tried to fend off interest from Porto. From we're hearing. I think Porto were in for him. Who else were in for him? Mano Solomon alongside Porto. There was Leeds in for him. But Spurs are sold to Palace. Is it down to the fee? Is it down to the fee, Ash? Who will pay the money? Is it about the money? It's got to be about the money, isn't it?
It is. I think it's just a money thing, you know, because obviously we don't do personal, but other people do personal to us. That's why I feel. That's why it feels like to me. I don't know. I'm just being a silly little fan, innit? You know.
I'll tell you.
But, I would have preferred them to go back to Leeds, but obviously the players choosing. I reckon I think Solomon stuck his heels and was like, "Nah, I want to play under Glasner." They look like they're on their way up, and I can see myself. I don't know, like, yeah, he can play in the left wing as well, can't he? So you've got Saul on the right wing, he's on the left wing, and then Mateta up top. But me, I would have been like, nope, you're going to Leeds, bro. You're going up to Yorkshire. You're not getting nowhere near yourself. But it is what it is, man. Look, going back to the original point you were making before.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just there's no right and wrong, and it's a boring answer. I can only say how I feel, you know. And I am disappointed. That's me. That's me, you know. But I do get the other fans. I do like people that just think just want to get behind the club. There's nothing wrong.
There's a guy here from USA. He supported Spurs from 12 years ago. Bucky, this is. I can say I've never been more dejected by a sports team than I've been with Spurs. Get used to it, mate. I've done nearly 40 years of this. Don't worry about it. You got a long way to go, son. I tell you. Not sure how long time you support. Not sure how long you've been able to support it and made it through. Well, I tell you, I blame my dad for that. Who tried to call me earlier and say, "Son, can I get hold of you?" I said, "I'm on deadline day, Dad. I'll call you after the show." And I said, "This is your fault. I'm even in this mess." Because to be honest, I didn't get a choice. You know, me and my brothers did not get a choice about supporting Spurs. Right? Just to be clear, I was born into this. So I just want to make that very clear. My name was Ricky after Ricky Villa. Couldn't get out. If I wanted to get out, I would have had a household to go to. So I had no choice in the matter. But do you get that? I mean, do you get that, Ash? You know, I suppose for fans that are overseas, they've had to pick a team and they picked Tottenham. What have they done with their lives?
It's crazy. It's like, I don't want to make this comparison, but you're seeing like a girl, right? I know you can't comment on it, but you're looking at a girl.
Girl or a man? We can do a girl or a man. We can do either. Yep.
Yeah, well, yeah, wherever swings your boat. But you're looking at her, you look at the feet, you're like, yeah. You look at the legs, yeah. You're making your way up to the chest, yeah. You get to the fist, I messed up. Now you're stuck. Or on your gotcha. That's how I feel sometimes, because I always have that optimism as a fan, and I had so much faith. Like at first, I came in a little bit negative because I'm a Spurs fan. I've just like got that kind of reserve against me for some reason. And Johnny was like, "No, Ash, it's gonna be different. We've got Vinay. I'm telling you, Ash." So he was gassing me up. He was getting me so hyped. And then I was like, you know what? Let me just let go, man. Just get it off my back a little bit. Come on, just be free, be positive, and fully just immerse in this window. And the reason why I get so like wrapped up in the window is because I think that's the chance where you can change or elevate the squad. And that can help you push up the table and achieve more things and possibly win stuff. You know, that's the reason why I get so like, you know, in the window. I get so like engrossed. Like,
I get both elements of it. I mean, I get those that are frustrated that we want more. I get that because again, like Gary said, we want more nights like Bilbao. But we don't want it to be a 17-year occurrence of waiting for a European trophy. But then at the same time, you know, I think if you said to me, I don't know if you agree, Gaz, if someone said to you Tottenham would make 4 signings that would go into the first team, I also wouldn't have believed you based on the last 20 years of Enoch and Daniel Levy. So, you know, part of me, I want to feel that there's been a certain element of us changing the caliber of players that we're going after. But I'm going to be brutally honest with you. At the moment, I will say this, like you said, Gary, it is far too early to tell. I need to really see Tottenham, you know, go and do this. Not just one window, not just 2 windows, not just 3 windows. I need it 4 or 5, 6 and 7 then to be able to understand and believe that we are changing as a football club. And I think that's the thing, that you look at Tottenham, Gary, and we've had discussions of this personally. You see the potential of this club. I know people hate us saying this. The training ground, the stadium, the quality of players that they have got, you know, to some degree there. They've tied Romero down to a new long-term contract. You can understand the fans saying, but we're so close, we only need 1 or 2 more. Or is that a football fan thing, Gaz? Is that a football fan thing in general, or is that a Tottenham fan thing?
I think it's a football fan thing in general. You always want more, you always expect more of your club. And I think that's just again, coming back to my earlier point, how much like this crest means to like the three of us sitting here and the 50,000 people watching, that it means everything. And it means so much that someone's going to sit on here for 7 hours and talk about it all day. Where do you find that in anything else? And it's an expectation that we have. Yeah. I expect, with the sort of the protests, for instance, and people, there's obviously two sides to that opinion. Some are pro, some aren't. My opinion is fight for the club you want, not for the one you're given. Fight for what you expect in life in general. If you want better for yourself, go out there and find it. And we should want the best for our football club. And if you'd have said to me, oh, you're going to get 4 international footballers that are going to be game ready and that can improve you, I'm biting your hand off, because I've seen 5 or 6 years of consistently buying prospects that aren't being developed because the alignment from top to bottom is like this. If it was like this and we were developing players every season, go for it. Go and get the best young 22, go and get the best 18, 19, 20-year-olds in the world. But we're not. Our alignment is a zigzag from the top all the way down. So now I feel at this stage, if you're saying to me we're going to get 4, 5, 6 players that are going to instantly improve our first team, because let's be fair, we've got a good team, and that will increase the depth for when players need to rest, or 65-game season that we could potentially have. Then yeah, absolutely happy with that. But I think that's a football thing. My in-law is a West Ham fan. I sat with him all weekend, him telling me that how they're going to storm the box at Upton Park or the London Stadium. All these things.
That's probably why Paqueta couldn't happen, because you couldn't.
It's not going to.
You can't tell Kudus and Paqueta the same window.
And
right.
This is the thing. You sit and talk to him, and West Ham means everything to him. That's, he goes to work all week, and that's what he sits down and absolutely passionate about. Talking about friends like, Hudson, one of my friends, he supports Tottenham. That's all he thinks about. And my brother's the same. And this is it's ingrained in us as a football fan. And it's the same for our American friend there. I'm sure he's got an NFL team or a basketball team that he's obsessed about. And this is just what happens to sports individuals. And I don't think that it should be looked down upon. It's just in us as children, because we're all man-child at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, look, we all want more. And this is the point that, we say it so often about the fact that we know what Tottenham want to be and can be. I think as fans, I say it, not by ball, because again, I think we're still trying to work out what the ball wants us to be honest with you, at the moment. But, the reality is that we all see that potential, and we all know that we're only, like I say, 2-3 players away from being a side that could really, really back up amongst it. Patrick says here, Pat 30, thank you so much for that donation. Honestly, you shouldn't need to do that. Bless you. Thank you very much. Ricky, you're a legend for the Spurs fans all around the world. I'm not sure about that. 7 out of 10 for me. Do you think Basuma will go to Turkey? Well, look, I think we're in a situation now, boys, if you agree. I think Basuma has to go, doesn't he? Whether it's today or whether it's, in the Saudi window or the Turkish window that's got 7 days left, Ash. What do you think about Basuma? Because I just don't see how Biss is going to be here playing football right now. I think the timekeeping element has been a big problem from Thomas Frank. He's gone public about that. The fact Tottenham trying to offer him out to clubs again, I think is also an issue as well. What do you think on that point, from your perspective, Ash? Are we in a situation where Basuma, you think, will definitely leave?
Well, you said earlier, is it Galatasaray?
Galatasaray, they pulled out last week because they had concerns over his physical condition.
Oh, right, yeah. So it's Lookman, apparently. I'm hearing this link to Galatasaray at the moment.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll wait for more solid links there. But yeah, Basuma, I mean, look, the Turkish market is still open. So yeah, if it doesn't get done now, then we still got that time where he can get offloaded there. What concerns me about Basuma is that, as you just said, he almost had the deal done and he failed a medical, and I don't know if that's intentional. I've heard that he's been a little bit overweight, how he's been eating. I don't know if that's not eating, like he's been overeating. Sorry, I don't know if that's because he's trying to stay. He wants to get leave on a free, and so he's trying to jeopardize any moves. And if that's the case, that is poor form by him. But maybe he wants to choose and he doesn't want to go Turkey, because he did say earlier that he would prefer to stay in England because I think his son's acclimatized to England, and he wants to I think he's linked to academy around here, or one of the teams are looking at him or something like that. So maybe that's the reason why he wants to stay in the UK or in London at least. But unfortunately, no clubs have come for him that are in this Premier League at the moment. So what do? You know, if you look at it at a personal level, you say you can understand it. But from our point of view as a fan, we just want him out. Like, we want the money, you know. If we can get a fee for him, he's not a bad player. So if he's not a bad player, why can't we not sell him and get some money, and that can contribute to us getting a player in. At the same time, people might think that reason why we got Paulinho on loan, maybe they view him as a player that replaces Basuma. I don't know. So I'm not sure if we get a player that comes in if Basuma went anyway, you know. This late stage of the window, certainly not. So if he stays, if he doesn't, it doesn't matter, because we won't register him, especially here for the Champions League. We won't register him at all.
Yeah.
So I don't see him being a part of any plans. And if I'm a player and you know, the club are saying to me, look, you know, you're not going to be a part of our immediate future, I'm going to say, look, if you don't want me, I'm looking to go elsewhere. I'm a good player. I believe in myself. I'm going to find another club. That's how I see it, Ricky.
Okay. Listen, let's come around to you on that point, Gary. Basuma, what's your gut feeling telling you about Basuma? Do you think if he stays, he does get brought back in and reintegrated into Thomas Frank's plans, or do you just think for all parties now it is best that Basuma finds a move away, whether that's today in the UK window or in 7 days' time when potentially he could move to, again, before the Turkish window or the Saudi window shuts?
I'm surprised that someone like West Ham didn't go for him. Watching how they've started, they definitely needed more legs in the middle, I guess is the best way, and some energy in there, and he can give that on his day. And you know, an arm around him seems to really help him, in my opinion. So I would, I just feel that he should probably move on. It's probably time for him to move on. Whether that's back in the Premier League itself, I'm not too sure. I understand that he's passport was the part of the reason why he was looking to stay, because he can become a British citizen. And whether that's how true that is, I'm not sure, but that's what I've read recently. So I'd like to see him move on. I think it's time to move on, unfortunately. Whether that's into Saudis, I'm not too sure. So I think it's a difficult one. Look, if he does stay beyond where we are now, I'm not sure if he's going to be integrated into the squad due to his sort of attitude. Apologies for the delay on that, because my headset ran out and I was. Apologies for not giving a very good answer.
No, that's fine, mate. That's absolutely fine. Not a problem at all. I think, like I say, this Basuma one, we're going to have to wait and see, because, you know, if there's nobody in for him right now, there's very little we can do. You know, I just, my worry would be if no one comes in for him, Ash, you know, we talk about how easy it is to reintegrate a player. I think it's even harder, because I think Basuma, the issue with Basuma, for those that aren't aware, Basuma, I think next year qualifies for being a UK citizen. So maybe ideally there's a hope that maybe an Everton or a West Ham come in for him on a loan deal. Can you see that at this stage, Ash? Or just by the fact, here we are now, 5:45, an hour and 15 of this window still to go. How unlikely is that, Ash, for you?
Yeah, I'll be amazed if the deal gets done. This stage of the window, like you said, it's an hour and 15 minutes left. And there's been no moots, no rumours of West Ham or Everton. Everton, by the way, they're flying, man. They're looking like they've had a really good window, and their players have really hit the ground running. And it just goes to show, when you do add Premier League experience, especially current Premier League experience, that you can really elevate the club. And obviously, they've got a new stadium, blah, blah. But anyway, that's them. Coming back to Spurs, I just think yeah, I just can't see that going the other way where someone comes in for Basuma at this stage with no links at all. You know, you never know. Stranger things have happened in football where, you know, you haven't seen things come in and out the woodworks, you know, all of a sudden a club comes in for him. But yeah, if you're saying what is true in terms of he wants to be a UK citizen, I've seen people marry to get their citizenship. So, and I know a couple of those.
So what you're saying, Ash? What you're saying?
Yeah, listen. I know a couple of those West African brothers, and yeah, those guys, they want to get we ain't got the green card, but the equivalent of the green card is a passport, UK citizen. Yeah, he ain't going nowhere, man. He's staying put.
As in, you think he's staying in the UK?
Yeah,
are you surprised, guys? I don't know. I mean, even Gary, do you think the point, even like, you know, does even like a club like a Sunderland or a Burnley or I don't know, do a league look at Basuma, or is that timekeeping issue such a problem, Gary, when you're looking to set the standards of a club? If the player can't even turn up on time at work, bearing in mind, you know, this guy's had what, 2 or 3 different managers at Tottenham, and each one he's found on that timekeeping issue. How much of a problem is that, Gary?
Yeah, it's a big problem. He's had it everywhere he's been as well, hasn't he? He had it at Brighton as well. It was reported there when he played for Brighton. So maybe that is the reason he's not going to West Ham, because Graham Potter's aware of it. He's been around it. People talk. It just could be simply down to that. It could be down to finances. We could be looking for obligations of loans and things like that, and teams are perhaps not interested. I think it's a difficult move, because I think on his day he's a very, very good footballer. Unfortunately, sometimes attitude problems distract things, and I think definitely if you look at João Palhinha, there is not he just looks a professional. You know, just everything he does is professional, and it's just a shame with someone like Basuma that this is continuously happening to him, because I'm a big fan of him. I think he's a very, very good football player, but unfortunately, so was Ndombele, and those attitude problems just didn't help him. So yeah, it's a difficult one. I'm sad to see him to go, actually. So I'm a big fan of his. I thought we got a fantastic player from Brighton, but Thomas Frank was very clear on the no dickhead policy, and it sounds like he potentially could be one, and that's a shame, really.
Yeah, I you know, on that point, Ash, to bring you in, that is you can't get away from that. That is a concern, right? This is the thing, you know, this no dickhead policy. Thomas Frank's been very clear with that. My biggest worry is they don't get Basuma out the door. How much have they failed the manager on that basis? I know people think they failed him in terms of not bringing in another winger, another 10, another centre back, but how much have they failed him by not getting Yves Basuma out the building if he's not setting the standards in terms of that timekeeping, Ash?
Interesting. Because I can't remember if it was, because remember when Son was leaving, you know, all of a sudden I remember they shot to Basuma, and then Basuma was crying. So I was wondering if Basuma was crying because Son was leaving, or was it because he was told he's no longer a part of the plans, and then was it then he no longer showed the right professionalism because he was told that, you know, we don't want you here anymore. So he was just kind of like, all right, if you're going to do that, which is a bad attitude either way you look at it, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to turn up late. I'm going to be unprofessional. So I wonder if he kicked off then, or am I wrong? Was it before that he was late? As soon as Frank come here, he was like turning up late, etc., etc. Either way, I do remember when Ange first came in, he was late, and Ange kind of pulled him up on it. He said, look, if you're going to be a part of my squad, I need you to adhere to the rules, and you need to be on time, and you need to set good examples. And after he had that conversation, I didn't hear anything about his lateness. Do you know what I mean? Until now, Frank's come, and then, you know, but it doesn't help the narrative, because I was like, he had balloons, bro. Like, what are you doing? This guy's done balloons. So having that reputation from last season, now coming into this and being late, it's just like the narrative continues. So we've as a fan base, we've had enough, and we just want to move on. We want players that are professional and guys that can want to be here on time. And so just having this player around, I wonder what Frank's going to do. Is Frank still going to have him around in and around the dressing room, or is he going to do what Conte did? Conte would, like, if you're not a part of the plans, he would isolate you, you know, a bit like what Ten Hag would do with Sancho and Rashford. He would isolate the players away because he didn't want that negative kind of, or that lazy or unprofessional attitude to seep into the players and then seep onto the pitch. Do you know what I mean? Because it sets the wrong example. It sets the wrong precedent. So I want to know, like, what Frank's going to do from here. I think that'll be an interesting conversation. If they leak that, I don't know if they will allow us to find out the in and outs. To the journalist like Ali Gold, if he would know, like, what would happen going forward.
It's a real tricky one, isn't it? I mean, it comes back to that point, isn't it, Gary? Do you agree? It's as much backing the manager from a point perspective of bringing players in as it is to getting players out. Because I said this earlier today, you know, the fact Spurs have made strides to see the exits of Brian Hill, wasn't even given a squad number. How difficult would that have been to have him around? Would have been tricky. You look at, again, Mano Solomon, you know, again, a player that would have been on the periphery, probably wouldn't have been in the first team for Thomas Frank, despite maybe some of the guys' suggestions in the earlier part of the day. They looked at him and thought to themselves from that perspective, maybe, just maybe, is there a chance for him? But the fact they've got them out the door, is that Tottenham backing Frank in a different way to say, look, we're going to give you your squad when it comes to the players you want to be there, and we're going to try and add to it at the same time, Gal?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to balance your squad. You've got to have the right people in and around that work to your systems. And like Ash has mentioned a few times, different systems that we have potential to play in. These players don't fit that. They haven't developed in the time they've been here. You know, you even yourself brought up that Brian Hill is the second longest player in our squad. Like, he hasn't developed at all. And I think this again is the alignment issues that I've talked about. And we're not aligned from top to bottom. We are buying what we think are potentials, or we're trying to move a player on, and, you know, okay, we'll take a gamble on another player. And I hope that this is the start of the end of that there is an alignment with our manager, with our recruitment team, with our ownership, to say that, no, these are the players we need. These are players that impact us now. We have a number of good players that we can develop. Our academy is, you know, full of some very, very promising individuals that we could bring through as well. But it is certainly needed that we move on players effectively, and we've always had this inability to be able to do it. I'm surprised that if there is an obligation for this loan for Mano Solomon, they were actually going to make money on a football player, because looking back at 2019's transfer window, we spent 170 million on those players, and then it cost us 800,000 to sell them all. It actually cost us, 171 million pounds to get rid of the players that we brought in. It's just absolutely insane that we have this inability to sell players properly. Again, Mano Solomon, we're going to make a loss on there. But yeah, the alignment issue is what I believe has been a problem at the club for a number of years, and they need to be moved on. Unfortunately, I hate saying that about people, but they do. They're not at the level that we need to be playing in the Champions League. They're just not. And Mano Solomon had a good year last year with Leeds, but that is in the Championship, and that might just be his level at the moment. I hope that he plays well for Palace, but certainly not when he comes up against Tottenham.
Fair points. It is fair points. Look, let's come over to you, Ash. Like I say, we are going to be sending you over very shortly, guys, to a refreshed new link for the show as we close in on deadline day. Stay here for now. You will be rerouted accordingly in the next 5. Ash, let's close with you. Gary's going to stay with us for a little bit of a period here. Ash, give me your summary on the window. Early part of the morning, obviously, there were suggestions that Tottenham were looking to move for Ademola Lookman. There were even suggestions of a dream signing for Morgan Rogers. As things stands right now, the only player coming through the door on it's not even on a perm. It's a loan move, no obligation, no option is Kolo Muani. You tell me your summary of this window and if that moves the needle for you in terms of those incomings.
Yeah, I've gone from a window where I thought we might break our transfer record because there were record amount of money coming in, being injected by the club. We had a change in ownership. We've got a new coach coming in, players coming in. We started off very strong with the Kudos, and now we got the Japanese guy in. Unfortunately, there was a bit of negligence there in terms of his injury, plantar fascia situation where that flares up. I wish they identified that before, but nonetheless, we put that behind us because we got Paulina in, not too far off the Kudos. So it was quite positive going into the window, despite, missing out on Morgan Gibbs-White. Then there was the Eze fiasco, which compounded on the delays of how long we took on the likes of Morgan Gibbs-White. And then we spent long on Eze, and then we got, gazumped by that. Painful, but we moved on. We went past that, and then we were looking to improve again by getting Xavi Simons, and I think everyone was happy with that. And as fans have said before, we've got 4 quality signings in. No one would have ever said that before the window had opened, so we should be grateful. However, and this is me as a fan, me personally, this is not for all fans, but I do feel like we do have a few issues remaining in left wing and left back. So if we were to address that, either of them now, and this is me, like I wanted both, but I'm happy to get one. Like if we were to get a left winger, especially, I would be ecstatic with the window. I would have a positive view on the window.
Okay, Ash, finally, give us your rating out of 10 for this window.
Rating would be a 6.5 for me personally.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be my window. But I understand people that have a higher rating.
Yeah. And in terms of this season, Ash, how much more confident do you feel now that Thomas Frank can compete on all 4 fronts, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think for me, he can get, like, the best he can do for me would be 6th. I think anything past that, I'll be surprised. I find that, and that's me being honest. I think we'll finish around the 7th mark. And in terms of France, what will be a good season for me will be having a good cup run, and just we have to be in Europe, in my opinion. We are a European club. Finishing outside a European position for me, this it's gonna be a messy one. It's gonna be a long season if that doesn't happen.
Yeah, look, still feels there's work to do, but window 1 coming to an end.
Window
Potentially
1.
4 new
Correct.
players coming through the door that do impact and go straight to the first team. Ash, thank you so much. Gal, thank you so much. I'm going to send Gary over the new link now. Guys, we're going to see you over on a fresh link in a second. Thank you for your support. We'll be back with you in 5 as we see in the final hour of the transfer window. We'll be back with you in 5. Thank you so much for all your support.